Boom, boom, boom.
No more Star Wars.
What? No, keep going.
We'll talk about it. Well, yeah, despecialized editions are how you want to watch it. It's none of the special edition shit, and it's full 1080p right now in V2, and V3 is being worked on in 4K. So. Star Wars is in the hands of the pirates now, and they're taking better care of it than Lucasfilm.
Arr. Pirates. All right.
Remind me.
Let's see.
Let's hear about this Disney case where.
Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, you can explain it better than me.
If you signed up to Disney Plus, you better hope that.
Oh, so the it's just goes to show how evil Disney is as a company. So some people went to like a restaurant that is like affiliated with Disney. I'm actually not entirely sure to what degree.
It's at Disney Springs in Orlando, which is it's basically like an area that's open to the public that's on the Disney property though. So you don't have to pay an admission to get in. There's just like restaurants and stuff that you can go to.
Okay, well there you go. So, and what happened is a couple went there and they're like, yo, does this have like the allergen things in there that I can't eat because I die? And they're like, no, you're good. And then he eats it and then he dies because of the allergies.
I heard actually it was even more specific than that. That on this restaurant's website, they clearly label that if you have any issues with allergies, you can call us ahead, and we will be certain that they will be respected and that you can eat here safely. Like
pretty much,
almost like they went out of their way to say, hey, you know what we're great about? Allergies.
Allergies. We keep them.
We're great at not murdering people.
Yeah, but hang on. The story.
Gonna die of anaphylaxis here.
It gets better. So they were obviously like, okay, that's bullshit. My husband just died. I'm going to sue the fuck out of Disney. And Disney's like, and then Disney was like, no, you had a trial like 4 years ago of Disney Plus, and there's the arbitration clause in it. So you can't actually sue us like ever.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not.
I guess, like, I
don't even know where to begin with that.
Does this mean that Gina Carano has confirmed to never subscribe to Disney Plus because she's actively in the middle of a lawsuit with Disney?
Oh, maybe.
Hey, remember that time when we refused to let that kid's tombstone have Spider-Man on it? We're gonna one-up it now.
Oh, right, I remember that. Jesus.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it's quite a thing. Also, I'm just flaming around with the audio here. I don't know, my audio is weird. I think I need to review my audio. Something happened with the last update. Like, I'm peaking on my OBS apparently. I don't know. Do I sound fine to you guys? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
you sound okay to us, but I don't know about the chat. The chat might have to
chat's
give their opinion.
Well, chat is going to say, we can hear your voice. It's going to be awful all the time. Har, har, har. It's going to be very useful.
Don't troll him. We're trying to sort out possible issues here.
That's why I'm not listening to the stream. I don't want to hear my voice.
Metal's talking? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Sounds good? Nice. Alright, good. Regrettably, it's fine. You know what? That's actually useful while still bullying me. I get plus points.
Yeah, that was a good middle ground. Well written, Agent of Ping.
Well written. Unlike this movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry, I took your gimmick, Mark, with the segue.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, that's the idea, is that we have two hosts, so both of us can segue.
Whoa.
But should we go with just our initial impressions?
Yeah, I mean, there's shouldn't really do any preamble. I mean, there's tons to talk about, so I guess we can just do a little blurbenheimers. Yeah, let's do that schleem. Oh, we go. Let's James, you start.
Oh man, I wanted to go last.
Go from left to right.
Yes. I wanted to go last because I have so much to fucking say.
Well, we're gonna do.
I guess we can start with meme and then go the other way.
It's just the short blurb is for short, and then the rest we do the coverage for. Remember, that's like the whole thing of the stream.
But it's still too.
Well, let's try to. We'll put a a 20-second timer on our short blurbs because I even need that. I sometimes.
I was gonna say, there's no way you're gonna make that, Mark.
I know. I'm putting the restriction on myself also. I think that's the only way to be fair.
Just as always, just do a little blurb, and then that's sort of thing. Okay, let's start with meme, I guess. Let's go from right to left. Well, on my screen at least. I don't know how it looks for you. It switches with this.
Yeah, that's what it looks like on YouTube.
Wait, doesn't True Pop Culture go first if we're going right to left?
I said from
you're
from my screen.
You're at the far right on the
left,
YouTube image.
Okay.
The order is meme, TruePop, myself, Metal, John, James.
Okay.
From right to left.
That's not the order for me, but okay.
Okay.
Open up the YouTube window.
Yeah, that's why we set it with YouTube. We're going based on YouTube.
I already specified going from my screen, which has this order. So just do it.
Okay. Okay then. We'll go with your version. So here's the thing. So we talked about keeping it short, but my blurb comes with a story because I started on the wrong foot with this film from the beginning. Because you see, my viewing experience, independent of the film, turned into its own little horror film. Kind of in real life. So it started off bad at the beginning because you see, I pre-ordered my tickets and did all that, and I planned out my trip immaculately. I was like, okay, I'll grab dinner beforehand, and then I'll go up to the movie theater, grab my popcorn, and all that, and that'll be good. So I do that. I go to the shopping center where the theater is. I have dinner. I go upstairs. Now I've pre-ordered my popcorn and everything, and I go up, and it said in the email, oh, it's at 7:20. I will arrive there at 7:20. I'll arrive there before 7:20 and pick everything up. So I pick everything up, and then I walk into the cinema, and I see the film is halfway through already. I get very confused. I walk out of the cinema. I look at my phone. Turns out 7:20 was the time to pick up the popcorn. The film actually starts at 8:50. I have an hour and a half to wait until this fucking thing starts, and I already have my popcorn, which is gonna go fucking cold, and I get very pissed off. So I sit there, grumpy, in the fucking theater lobby for an hour and a half, and please note, I didn't charge my phone either ahead of time, because I didn't think I would be there that long. You understand? I thought I was gonna run late if I charged my phone. So I have a dying phone. I squeezed just enough YouTube out of it to not be bored. And then I'm sitting there with my thumb up my anus, fucking waiting for the thing to go in. And then it's like 20 minutes before it starts. I go in. It's just like, sorry, mate, we're still cleaning the theater. It's like, fuck. So I go back out. I fucking wait for the fucking thing. And then I fucking just make direct penetrating eye contact with the theater staff as they're leaving, making sure that I can go in and wait in my fucking seat. So then I go in and I wait in my fucking seat and I sit down, and you would think, well, meme, that wasn't too bad. That doesn't sound like a horror story. That just sounds like, it sounds like a bit of a confused. Sounds like you're just being a big silly. Oh no, my friends, we're only getting started.
Oh my.
So you see, okay, so we go. So the film starts, and then, everyone's in there, the theater's dark, and, we're on the planet and stuff at the beginning of the film, la, 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 la. And then I hear this coming up the theater hallway. And it's like, what in the Lord? And so, just two ruffians, I don't know what's their problem, but one of them just starts screaming as they enter the hallway. I don't know what they said. All I know is that they were screaming it. And then they go to the back of the theater, and one of them starts blasting music at the back of the theater. And it's like, oh my God, what the fuck is happening? And then someone else shouts, oh, wait, fucking turn that thing off. And it's like, oh Lord, stop shouting, please. And then it's just like, and then they get up.
Wait, wouldn't you want them to shout at the people blasting the music?
Oh yes, I do. But you see, I'm already kind of in a state, so I'm not angry at them. It's more just like, oh Lord, this is just a thing.
More noise. Got it. Sorry, didn't mean to derail.
More noise. Well, I'm already in an agitated state, and then it's like, and then they get up, and then they walk out of the theater. But as they walk out, they go, blah, 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 and then for the rest of the movie viewing experience, I'm like, are they just gonna be waiting outside the fucking theater to stab us all? Is this going to be like another Bondi stabbing situation or something, where it's like someone severely mentally ill is just gonna, because it is this movie is gonna end at like 11:20 at night, so they would have prime opportunity to just fucking kill us all. There wouldn't be much security around. So movie ends, and I'm just like, I'm still kind of agitated. I'm just like, oh fuck, are they gonna be down there? So I go out, they're not there, but then it's like, I still gotta walk to my fucking car, and I'm highly paranoid. I'm just looking left and right, and I fucking sprint into my car, and finally I go, oh thank fuck! I drive off, but then my night is not over, because I got stuck behind someone with a vanity plate saying "Suck H Man." So I was stuck behind one Suck H Man whose car had this digital pixel sort of aesthetic to it that was going on and off like it was some futuristic car, but it was clearly an internal combustion engine. So I was very, very pissed off with the clashing styles, and also I was getting the feeling he might be in some sort of gang. So I was once again agitated and nervous, and then when I finally arrived home, it was like, oh my god, and then it was like, wait, what was that fucking film about again? And then I had to spend the next 2 days going, because I was not thinking too hard about the film when I was watching. So I had to kind of go back. It was like, oh wait, that was really cringe, wasn't it? That was like the first 8 Alien films compressed into an idiot plot, wasn't it? I say 8 because I count Alien Isolation is also counted within the glup shittos in this, because a lot of is taken from that. A game I will one day finish when I gain the courage. But so that's my blurb.
What did you think of the movie?
Oh yeah, that's pretty shit.
Well,
Pretty shit.
I got it from the 8 Alien films crushed into one idiot plot. That made sense to me.
You know what made
Yeah.
this rant well written? You took less than 20 seconds for the movie itself, so you still kept your 20 seconds. So good job.
True.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh my
We just gave him a
God.
bonus story. That was the intro, everybody. Meme started his.
I think we
blurb
can
at the
stop. I
very
think we're
end.
not going to top that today. I think we're done.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Yeah,
good.
thanks, James, for deciding to not go first.
You're welcome.
Anyways, TruePop, what did you think of the movie?
Well, I was going into it expecting kind of like a standalone Alien film, just really nothing special. I was expecting it to kind of be like a mediocre movie at best from the trailers. At least that was what it was marketed it as. But as soon as I walked out the theater, I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? Especially with that ending. I mean, there's the saying of, doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. And it's not. As I thought about it, it's just like, hang on, it's not just the ending, it's all of it, really. So I want to thank Metal for completely forcing my hand to watch this movie. It was unacceptable. I could have watched Spider-Man 3, but yeah, I went to watch this instead.
I feel like I'm taking
Here
over
I
the
am.
habit of Mauler to force people to watch awful stuff.
I've seen Atlas because of this show. Though. Don't think I'll ever forget that.
Got the power that we
can't wait to
the
get into it.
combined power of us two when I'm back in the UK again. We're gonna make you all watch like all the awful things or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I watched the crap Alien movies first, like Prometheus, like Covenant, and then I watched like Alien and Aliens and stuff like that. So
Dear God,
I was
why?
just really surprised that they reference the most atrocious movies. I don't know why you'd even touch them. That just honestly surprised me. Like, I thought we were ignoring these. Come on, please. So, yeah, I do have a good memory of the bad Alien movies.
Oh, okay.
Mine's pretty simple. I hated this movie so much. Aliens, the second Alien film, James Cameron's Aliens, is my #1 favorite movie ever. And I wasn't expecting it to hit those marks, but I was slightly optimistic because I liked Fede Alvarez's other 2 movies that he's made that I've seen. I thought the Evil Dead remake was not really an Evil Dead movie in the sense that I would want, in like the kind of more campy Bruce Campbell kind, but it was a good horror movie, and I thought it was pretty well directed. And Don't Breathe was a nice little thriller about a blind killer who is alerted by sound, so they can't even breathe when they're moving near him, which might come into play later. while talking about this film, and yeah, I hated pretty much everything about this movie. I thought it was the most insulting instance of dangling member berries in a format which seemed to me like an alien movie was skinned alive and draped over a serial killer that was dancing in front of me and wondering why I was crying in terror. Like, oh god, I just like it is to alien movies what Multiverse of Badness is to Sam Raimi movies. It's just like you might have some people being like, oh yeah, it was just like in a Raimi movie, but I think if you love those movies and you watch Multiverse of Madness, you'd be like, yeah, fuck all the Raimi-isms in this. It's all just there to make you think this movie isn't as bad as it is. All right, and Shogoth, we have been watching good movies. We watched Commando two weeks ago, and The Sixth Day, which has terrible action but an oddly compelling story. Anyways, Metal, what did you think of Alien Romulus?
Good old Rombobulus. Well, I was like, when I first saw the trailer, I was like, this looks kind of nice. Like, that's clearly like practical stuff going on, like the visuals and stuff. I was sort of like, you know what, that could be fine. That could be all right. And then I was like in the cinema. I watched this like while the movie was going, I was like, I don't know, this doesn't really pass the smell test already. And then I just started thinking a bit, it's like, And then I rewatched it. And it's like, oh no, it just gets worse and worse. And yeah, I think it's horrific. It's a horrific movie. It's really, really bad. But it has really nice visuals. I think like I'm really happy they did all the physical stuff with this, because I like the style of the Alien franchise and spaceships and stuff when they're like practical. I think they look really cool. But yeah, that's about it. There's more to talk about, but we'll get there, obviously.
Yeah. It's a technically well-made film, just not the script.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get there. But John, your thoughts?
Relative to, I think, all of you guys, I have a nuclear take. I didn't hate this movie.
Whoa.
Oh boy.
Get out.
I know.
No, it's okay. The first stream I was on, it was me and 4 people who loved this movie, so I'll be civil to John. It's okay.
It wasn't great. I wouldn't even call it good. I thought it was just okay or mediocre or just average. The trailers looked cool. I'm a fan of the director, Fede Alvarez, who did the Evil Dead remake, which I was actually quite impressed with. He seems like a director who does like the gory, slimy stuff, like has plenty of that stuff, but also balances it with some thematic heft at the same time. That's what Evil Dead did, which impressed me because it put all the Evil Dead stuff alongside somebody detoxing from, I think, heroin abuse, which I thought was really clever. And Don't Breathe as well, I really enjoyed. So I'm like, you know what? This looks like this movie is really leaning into the slimy, gross stuff. But I'm okay with that. Like, it seems like they're doing just a shallow monster movie with this, and I'm like, whatever. Personally, I don't need this to be like the original Alien. And like, when I say that this was okay, like, I'm not factoring in the quality of Alien or Aliens, because the suggestion that this comes anywhere close to the filmmaking sophistication of the original Alien is a fucking joke. I mean, like, Alien is like all-time great, like, sci-fi horror. Like, there is no bullshit in that movie. It is like so tight and functional and full of characters with dialogue that is goal-driven and not just like cringe lines like wedged in because it's like, remember that line when Ripley said this, or like, it's just, and you know, like having characters that are just there to like be irrational and mad so they can like trip a trap or open a door and make bad stuff happen. Like, there's none of that bullshit in Alien, and here it's just like, I'm not thinking about the other Alien movies. I'm just looking this as a standalone sci-fi, and it has a bunch of dumb fucking shit in it and cringe lines. But like, I have a pretty high tolerance when it comes to like stupid shit in my movies. I like a bunch of movies that have a bunch of stupid shit in it. So like, I don't know, whatever. Like I watched it and I enjoyed it enough, and I actually kind of like the spoopy man at the end. I thought that was the one sort of. I thought that was the most interesting thing, frankly, in the whole thing, and some of the look of it, accompanied with some of the sound design. I was just like, oh, you know what? That is kind of creepy. And but then the fight at the end got more awkward as it went along. I definitely like the start of this movie better. Like the first half hour, I actually found the characters quite compelling. But then it really drops off as it goes. And yeah, I guess that's my blurb. I thought it was okay. You know, nothing special.
Very
James,
well.
are you ready?
So now I gotta start with a small preamble to completely contrast memes. This is a very last minute watch for me. I basically made plans the night before and then roped in my friend the day of to go watch the movie. There's only 4 other people in the theater and it was dead quiet.
No, mine was actually quite
was
full.
And it was a nice, quiet, fun experience where I did not eat the entire tub of popcorn and get a refill in the middle of it because I was busy taking notes the entire time.
Oh,
on
right,
my
you actually
small
take
little
notes in the
notepad.
cinema. I forget you do that. That's actually insane. But in a good
Yes.
way. I couldn't do that.
So-
It would be annoying.
So the problem is I have to write big in my little notepad so I could actually somewhat see it. So every page, because it's like a little detective notepad, you know, so it can literally fit in my pocket and I could just pull it out. So I have like 30 pages and half of them only have 4 lines on it because I had to write so big to see it. So now for my actual movie experience, I fucking hate this movie. It is the worst movie in the entire franchise by far.
Whoa!
I'm there as well. We'll get
really?
there though.
It's
Okay.
I hated this movie so much.
it insults. It's worse than Prometheus and Covenant because it personally insults the first Alien movie and Alien 2. The director's a fucking liar by mentioning Alien Isolation at all having connection to this. And I fucking hate it for that because that is Isolation, as much as I don't personally like it, is probably the best Alien media after the first 2 movies. And the fact this movie even neglects it when it has been confirmed to be canon with this series is a fucking insult. So I fucking hate this movie. And it sucks because it is complete wasted potential. And it's the first 30 minutes is effectively a whole entire set piece to just lie to you, to get you invested. And then it's almost constant references after. And I didn't rewatch any of the movies before this when I should have. And even then, I could keep pointing them out constantly. And I'm pretty sure it's over 10 at some point. So I fucking hate this movie.
And we just added in another. Brooks, what did you think of the movie?
A surprise contestant!
Oh my lord! Oh my lord!
I got some editing to do, and I was like in the middle of some things. Wait, hold on a second. I forgot I can hear my voice. I'm still watching the footage. I heard Jon say these characters were compelling, and I almost spit out my rice.
Oh no!
I was like, what? I can't even remember their names. Like, I wish they were compelling. It's like I find it interesting that they actually took the time at the beginning to give us that room to get to learn them and get to understand the dynamics between them, and they did fuck all. It was like. So just rushing them into like, you know what you guys are here to see. Let's get them on the fucking ship so they can get chased by an alien. Forget all that character shit. I think this movie was an embarrassment, and you listening to you guys do the preamble there pretty much made me decide. Yeah, this is the fucking worst one because I don't remember. I don't remember being this insulted by Covenant. Like I made a video on Covenant. I fucking hate that movie, but I don't remember being like insulted by the member berries and the lack of. They had nothing. They had an IP that they could use, but they had none of their own fucking original ideas. It was dog shit. And I have a very unique experience with this where when I had watched movies with my mom all the time as a kid, and I remember watching Alien Resurrection with her, and it was one of the first times seeing her like actively get pissed off and like yelling at the screen, seeing something that she was like really had investment in. I didn't understand at the time, but like, okay, she had a whole history of them. She's seen 1, 2, 3, and she was hoping for this to be good. And this was my moment of that, of like having an investment and be like, okay, please, maybe this is gonna be the good one, because I was expecting at least like Prey tier in this, like not great,
right?
super flawed, but super entertaining. We couldn't even get that. It was shit. It was complete shit. I understand people who found it interesting or found like certain things competitive. Like I understood everything John said. Hello, John, by the way.
Hello. John just crying in the corner. I'm sorry.
Like no, I understand that. Like that's the fairest take.
I often have nuclear takes.
And he said it was nuclear from the beginning. He said like he said it was gonna be nuclear, but it was fair. Like that's, if you're gonna like this movie, it's got to be for personal reasons. But I think even John would agree this isn't gonna be one to rewatch or really get anything out of substantively in the future. And as far as the characters, I think that was one of the most disappointing parts, because like I really truly don't remember a single thing except one guy was there to be an asshole, and that was it. So that's my thoughts on the movie.
There's something in the fucking water.
Seriously.
I heard that line 5 times because I go to the cinema a lot, right? And they keep showing the Alien Romulus trailer, and I heard that fucking line like 8 to 10 times. I dream about it in my sleep. I've heard it that much.
Oh
And
no!
his
But
accent,
TruePop,
so.
but TruePop, is there something in the water?
Is there something in the water?
I don't know. Is there?
What?
Is the little goober? Is he goobering around?
Oh,
Chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay.
It was funny listening to Gary be like, I don't understand like 3 of these people. I'm like, I understood everyone fine watching this movie. I don't know. Maybe I just hung around.
That's
Yeah,
actually
it's
something.
supposed to-
That's actually something I wanted to ask, because I wasn't sure if that was just me being German or if their accent was actually really fucking thick a lot of times.
Oh, their accent is absolutely shit, but I understood what they said.
Yeah, it is like an English chav kind
Yeah.
of way of talking, definitely. But I understood it. Maybe it's because
I mean, I understood enough, but it was, I was just thinking like, man, all these other people here that probably don't speak as much English in their day to day as I do, they probably have a hard time right now.
I mean, realistically, also, if they're all living on the same mining colony and they've been there for like ever, why do they even have different accents?
that is true.
Reasons.
Or that, like, I didn't even get that though. Is that supposed to be like a prison colony, or is it just like
It's a mining
like,
colony.
What's the deal?
I think it's a mining colony, because
Well, then why do they have like a sentence?
I don't know.
Well,
That,
it's
They
a-
had like a
work
quota for the amount of
capitalism or
work
something.
they can do
Because
before they're
we-
allowed to leave. Like,
It's a work contract.
I'll get to that part, because it's just I think the whole start is really weird. Before we go to the space station. Something in the fucking water. Sorry, I just read it again.
like, can we just start? Is why are humans doing hard labor in a universe that has androids?
No, we're starting.
that's just
There's
Oh.
more thing, because when here's the thing. I was so I don't even have like this much knowledge of the Alien lore. I watched 1 and 2, and those are excellent movies. I probably watched like 3 one time. I barely remember that one, and I haven't seen any of the like in between ones, like Prometheus and Resurrection
God.
or whatever.
You're not missing
my
anything.
God.
Yeah, because everyone always.
No, you are in terms of like lore and preparation. If you haven't seen Resurrection and Prometheus, you're missing like a massive dose of like the member berries and like the things that they're ripping off. And
Yeah, that's true.
I
Oh, I know.
highly recommend watching those just for the cringe.
Well, the thing is, I was like, oh, maybe I'll watch
Resurrection
all
Don't
of
listen to them. Do not listen to them. Don't do this to yourself.
Resurrection's terrible, but
When
it's
this
so insane that it's kind of fun.
When this
Oh,
when
yes,
this
and
movie
I-
came closer, I was like, oh, maybe I should all of them. And I watched like, oh, there's like 18 movies. Like, I think I'm not gonna be able to do that.
Nah, there's not that many. There's
the
there's
AV
And
Four-
isolation,
four
you have
plus
to play through
two.
that
I
whole
know
game.
I'm
Plus
being
two.
hyperbolic, of course. I'm doing a little har, but it's like 8 movies
har.
now with this one, I think.
Well,
I mean,
without
I wouldn't mind
without
doing the
Alien
original
versus
4.
Predator, if you ignore Alien versus
Yeah.
Predator 1 and 2, there's 7 Alien movies.
And 8 if you count isolation.
I would Literally, what I would watch Resurrection or either Prometheus. I'd want to be there when you see that shit. Just to put it together. Like, you need to know that those exist. If you watch Alien 1 and 2, like, there's a whole other side
Yeah,
to this
yeah.
shit.
There's a
Like-
whole other world out there.
But I
have a
was
story with
I was going in there. It's like, well, this is gonna be, as TruePop said, this is gonna be like its own thing. It's gonna be somewhere in the timeline. And the first thing you see is they grab the fucking alien from the Nostromo's, and I was like, fuck off immediately. I was like, fuck off, just fuck right off.
Dude, oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
boy.
into that later for Isolation too, because
But it developed a bunch
need
of
isolation.
protective space rock, and
No, shut the fuck up.
it became a queen somehow.
Yeah, I don't even know how the fuck any of this works. It's
Oh
We
yeah,
can
there was just a
start
bunch
with-
of aliens in the basement the whole time. That was funny.
anyone
I got
had
a
a
sto- I had
story
a quick-
just now? I thought I heard someone
yeah,
say had another
very
story.
quick story. Now I got a very quick story about
boy.
Alien Resurrection. This is like this is very quick, but so there's a scene where they're playing basketball, and Ellen Ripley, Sigourney Weaver's character, comes in.
Yeah,
And,
really
uh,
funny.
Yeah, so they're playing basketball and all that, and the scene ends with her tossing the basketball backwards without
Yeah,
looking at the
no
hoop,
look.
and it lands in the hoop.
No look.
And you would think
three-pointer.
that's CGI. That was not CGI. Sigourney Weaver somehow nailed
Oh,
that
seriously?
in one take.
Yeah, her
That's
first take
hilarious.
completely. And
Yeah.
everyone's reaction is completely real because nobody expected it. They thought they're gonna do the thing, right? Which it's
Well-
like if you see the shot, it's like perfect.
Yeah, like
That's great.
like because Ron Perlman's in the same scene and he's freaking out, going, and then the crew member goes like, "We're gonna have to roll that back and see if you're visible there, because if you are, you've just ruined that." Yeah, but yeah, that was just a little bit of trivia for you, because you would have never expected that. 1 in a million. If you saw that in a film, you would think like, "Oh, fuck off that you could do that," but no, apparently Sigourney Weaver is just built different. So that's the story.
I mean, like, is there any way we were zoomed out way too far in that, and we actually got the entire arc of the ball so that they don't think we just threw it up to a crewman who tossed one into the basket?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be sweet.
Because like
you can
getting that
never-
as a wide would be really tough.
Yeah,
Mm.
because you'd at least have the evidence there. 'Cause people can always call bullshit on that, but like
Mhm.
you know the truth.
True, yeah.
Yeah, that actually was pretty cool.
No, that's
There was a
that's
clip
nice.
circulating recently from Aliens, and it's Sigourney Weaver. She's like, "I never touched a gun. I hate guns. I've donated to anti-gun things before. I don't get it. I don't like it." And then it cuts to Bill Paxton. He's like, "I love guns. Favorite part shooting them." And then it immediately cuts to a picture of Bill Paxton in the full Aliens armor with a huge smile on his face, and his eyes are like bugging out. He's so excited for it. Hilarious.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think this is the first movie that he did where he really had a big role in one of the Cameron movies, because he's in pretty much every James Cameron movie, at least like the early ones. But he's just like the tough guy at the beginning of Terminator, and I guess yeah, Commando wasn't Cameron. It was
He's
just
likable in
Schwarzenegger
all
as well.
three, like Predator, Terminator, and Aliens. Like he's just a fun guy.
Oh, he's
fun
not
to
in
get around.
Predator. Bill Paxton?
No,
Bill
Predator
Paxton's
2.
not in
Predator 2. Predator
Oh,
2.
yeah.
Just the fact that he's been killed by all three, like that's a really cool thing to have on your legacy. I was gonna ask too, Ripley, the undressing scene at the end of Aliens. Is it true that she refused to shave her pubes and shit for that, so they had to like airbrush it? Or brush
I think
it
I
out or
heard that
something?
story
something.
I
before.
don't think they airbrushed
Yeah.
anything out. You can kind of see them.
I
Mm.
think they airbrushed it out in a recent release, and people complained. That's why it's been brought up.
I want to see
Release
him.
the pube cut!
You know what? That seems
Well, I mean-
finicky, but no, people are purists. They're like they know every
Alien was
detail of
made
these
in
movies. Like put that
1979,
shit back.
though, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like Brazilian waxes weren't really a thing that was in fashion back then, just based on the footage I've seen and Playboys.
I think what Romulus was really missing was pubic hair.
True.
Yeah,
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 would've
I mean
put
that
all
would have
this
solved
together.
everything.
That would have yeah.
Fix the whole script.
That would have been it.
It
That
definitely
would have
wasn't
fixed
out
all the problems.
All of them. 10
But
out of
hey, I
10.
mean, remember in Alien 3 when they were in that lice-infested prison colony, so Ripley had to shave her head, and then this Asian girl has a shaved head for no
Yeah,
reason
that's
at all.
totally why
Just
she's
as-
bald.
Like,
Yeah,
just to say,
reference.
hey, remember
She's
Ripley
just
from
there-
Alien
She's not even a
3?
character. She's there just to die. So that I believe you 100% on that. She's bald
also
just
the
to
o-
reference that.
And the only Asian woman in the world whose name is Navarro, which is like it's a very Hispanic name. It's not at all Asian.
Was that a reference?
I-
I felt like Navarro. I've heard that elsewhere in this franchise somewhere before.
Fuck if
I
I
don't know.
know, man.
Probably.
I mean, it's a pretty common last name, like a Spanish last name, but
So
it was weird to have the Asian girl be Navarro. It was like that.
Yeah,
like,
Metal,
why-
you're
why
gonna
is it
have a
wrong?
lot of
Like,
trouble
so-
rating this one in for sure. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
so many
Yeah,
things
I
to
So
jump
I need
on.
everyone to shut the fuck up for a second so I can get back on track.
Yeah. At
Which
this
part of the
point,
movie
to
are we
wait for
on?
the
Hold on.
question.
because I got one
beginning.
sentence into my notes so far, and
That's why it's
Doing
Pubic
great.
hair.
yeah. So the those peoples, they go to the kaboomed Nostromos and they find the egg. I say the egg. It's like the alien that's been thrown out of the airlock that somehow created a protective tism around it, and now it's kind of alive
yeah.
for reasons that I don't think make any sense to whatever we know from aliens before. At least that's what I think.
No, he got shredded worse than Palpatine.
Yes.
Like that. There's no way that that creature should be alive.
So the
Right.
thing is,
Yeah.
this movie is set. Romulus is set between Alien and Aliens. We are 20
infinite.
years after the Nostromos exploded.
And 15 years after isolation.
5 years after isolation.
And I think like it's like 32 years before they even find Ripley, right? Do I have that somewhat right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
57 years.
57 years is how she was long she was in there for. So
Right.
Give or take an eon.
So remind me if I'm wrong, but isn't the whole thing in Aliens that they're like, there's no alien eggs on that colony? You're stupid. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we could just jump right to that. It's fucking horseshit. This movie cheated, and like there's.
I've
no
been trying
way,
to figure out if that makes any sense timeline-wise. I asked Mahler, and he was also like, I have no fucking idea how any of this works out. Like, it doesn't
No.
make any sense to me.
They-
because
they
I
put
know
us
he
in a
knows the-
position where we have to choose.
Go ahead.
We have to choose between movies now in terms of the logic, and it's like you've made it really easy. I'm going to choose Alien and Aliens because they made it make sense. The entire premise of Aliens doesn't make any sense based on this movie now because of the amount of information that they should have. So
Yeah.
from the beginning, we just have to ignore most of the bullshit in this movie. It's just there's no other choice. It's just broken. They're just cheating and stealing. That's it.
Yeah, they
Well,
could just
so
not put us in between the movies, and then they didn't even have that problem. But they did because they
Yeah,
wanted
they
to
didn't
show
really
the
have any-
Nostromos.
You could have
didn't
just
really
said it
have any
after
reason
Aliens, and
to-
you would have had more wiggle room. God damn it.
I honestly think there was no reason to specify exactly when this takes place at all. If
Nope.
you wanted to just make it a standalone kind of alien horror movie in space, right? Like you could have just not addressed it and not had to be like, oh, this is after Alien, and by the way, it's directly connected to the alien that was on the Nostromo and got blown out in airlock.
Mhm.
And
I just think I always think like if you get a property like Alien, and wouldn't you want to go through like all the continuity and all the lore, put it all on a chalkboard with your buddies and like figure out exactly how we're gonna work
Yeah.
within this in a satisfying way? Like, wouldn't that be appealing to you? Like
would be
making
my
it
goal.
fit. You know, that should be the goal. Like, it'd be fun. I can imagine like cracking beers and sitting till 3 a.m. Like, I got it. This is how it's, you know.
Yeah.
And instead, they're like, no, fuck you, black goo. Like, just accept it.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on.
I've got
Do you
3 points to
mean-
make, but let James.
Do you
go.
mean
Fine.
exactly what fucking alien isolation did? Because that's
Yes,
what
what?
it fucking made. It put everything
black
together
box.
and had
I-
everything make sense within the lore. Or
Yeah,
being in
I-
between movie and two.
I've never played the game, but everything I've heard about Isolation makes it seem like it's a respectful like chapter. Like they understand how if you're trying to jump in between movies, you have to fit in, you know, correctly. You need to know
Mhm.
continuity is a thing. You can't just ignore it and just slap your fucking story wherever you want it, right? You can't just Ryan Johnson it.
Well,
What I
here's the
will
thing,
say is that the android's reaction to all the aliens in this film was exactly how I reacted to the alien in Isolation. I did, in fact, freeze up and go "Dig, dig, 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 dig," for about 20 minutes.
I guess I have
Yeah,
to
that
bring
was-
it up now.
Do it.
For Alien Isolation, that game puts in a shit ton of effort for it to make complete logical sense to be in between Alien and Aliens. Because with Aliens, you can argue the company is trying to gaslight Ripley into saying there is no alien and that she's being crazy while they made that colony on the planet. Because as you see, part of that colony is sectioned off to research the aliens and the facehuggers. Because in Alien Isolation, the whole premise and setup for it is Amanda Ripley, Ellen's daughter, is going to an old breaking down station because a salvage ship found a black box of the Nostromo that was launched out from Ripley's shuttle after she blew it up. And that scavenger ship found the black box signal and then found the original signal from the alien ship that was on the planet, so they went to go check that out too. And that's how the alien gets onto the station. And Weyland-Yutani doesn't know any of this until the station goes quiet. And when they find that out, they outright just buy the station in the middle of the game's story. Because they want a fucking sample alive of the alien. And they're not there at all. They're just trying to gain control of the situation whatsoever. So that's the only way they know about the planet existing from that point.
Sounds way more interesting than this shit movie, man.
Okay, interesting.
Play within the rules. You know?
Oh man, I
You have
can't
to-
wait for the company to get involved in this movie when they get there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What I wanted to bring up is like
Yes.
this fossilized alien that they bring into the ship. Like, since when can aliens envelop themselves in rock to survive the conditions of space? I
Since
didn't know they
now.
could do that.
They can do that
Fucking
now.
Attack on
Since now,
Titan.
okay.
Well, established in this movie. Deal with it. It's part of the rules now.
yeah. Second
Which
of
means
all,
the queen's still floating out there somewhere.
Oh no.
Yeah, where's that bitch? She's perfectly fine. If that guy lived, she's good.
for all
Here's-
Weyland-Yutani knows, that alien could have been blown up in the ship itself. How did they know to look for it, that it's even out in space, or that it was even launched into space because of Ripley, launched the shutters and it, how would they even know where to begin to look?
I wish I could tell you, because they specifically say in
Yeah.
this movie, it's like they went to look for that alien. It's like, what? Why? What?
It's like, no. They don't even
Right.
believe it exists when
Yeah,
Ripley is
man.
telling
Ripley's
them
whole
about it.
I know,
57
but
years
in this
later.
in
Yeah.
this movie, they say like, oh yeah, we went looking for that alien so we can sample it. It's like, wait, no, you don't know shit about this. You don't know
Not that they
anything.
don't know. They don't believe it when
Yeah.
Ripley tells them. They're just like, yeah, okay, crazy
It's such
lady.
a good
You're
scene
like,
when she's talking to all the suits, and it's like this movie just pisses all over that. I don't understand how you can like say you're an Alien fan, but disrespect all the fucking scenes. Like, there's so much to
and-
fucking get to, man. It's just fuck this movie.
I've got a third point. So everyone on the Romulus is dead, supposedly, right? It goes wrong, blah, 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 blah. But how the hell did they get face huggers? Because, there's a very simple
Clones.
way the ecosystem of the alien works. You have to have a face hugger to have more aliens.
You have to have a queen to have an egg to have a face hugger too.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so how did they get face huggers
I'm
from
gonna
this
have
one
to
alien?
correct you on that.
Yeah?
So, first movie, it's considered, to my knowledge, it's a cut scene, but it's still considered canon. It's called egg morphing. So essentially, the drone, if it's the only thing around, it has to gather up dead material and metal. That's how it makes, all of its weapon and whatnot. So it can construct a new egg out of that matter in order to make new facehuggers.
Okay.
Which is in the cut. The scene was cut from the original movie because bad pacing, and that's what was happening to. I forget what the fuck his name is. The guy who let the cat go. The weird trucker. He's one of the two trucker dudes. He's wearing a ball cap. He gets
Yeah,
killed
yeah,
off
I
early.
forget his name.
Yeah.
Picture his face. I can never
The
remember
first
his name.
alien kill.
Yeah. So he in
Parker
that
told me.
scene- Yeah. So in that scene, he is becoming an egg, and so is Dallas is still alive.
Yeah,
And
the
he's
Dallas
also
scene is you
becoming
can see
an
that on YouTube.
Yeah, it's really fucking gross.
Mm.
And Ripley's like freaking out because of it, and she burns him and then takes off. Because in that scene, you can hear Dallas's like lungs melt as he's trying to talk. It's really gross.
Yeah, but what you're
So-
describing is like even in cut scenes, they connect. Like they have an understanding of what the overall picture is here. With this, it's like, can you imagine the cut scenes for this movie? Holy shit!
Well-
Like,
Well,
It
that's
makes
the
me kind of
problem.
wonder though. Does that method of construction of egg, is that like an ad hoc if we're alone and we need to reproduce thing, or does aliens kind of retcon
And did the
that.
makers of this movie know that, or were they did they just make a jump in conclusion?
Well, it's a throwaway
well-
line in this movie from Rook. He says they're clones,
Mm.
which I don't know how the fuck that works.
I didn't even recall him saying that, but
he
so
said
they
it-
cloned
he says it quite
facehuggers
early.
from a full-grown alien,
I don't
from a drone at least.
God, the jump we do then is insane. So we went from when we first watched Aliens back in the day, it's like Alien X, that's retarded. You're full of shit. And now Alien Romulus like actually we retrieved the big alien and we made more aliens.
Yeah, we made a
Okay.
whole friggin' card collection full of facehugger plates.
Yeah, that's
You
crazy.
have to remember,
Gotta
in the
catch
first
'em
movie,
all.
they never turn off the alien signal because
Yeah, true.
because what's his name gets the facehugger implanted on him, so they fucking take off.
Yeah, the beacon should still be there.
Yeah. So, and if the Nostromo would quote unquote be somewhere close, so how the fuck did they not get the signal and go there and just grab more eggs? But the planet is never mentioned in Romulus. So,
Oh boy. Going
which
great.
would have been the easier explanation.
All you're highlighting is it's a whole bunch of broken bullshit. That's why I was saying from the beginning, like we either need to like ignore it or just keep track of every time they cheat and like contradict, like because what else can you do? This movie is just fraud.
We're 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I know.
This is the intro sequence. It just shows us that we got the thing, and now we make experiments on this crazy station. But right after this, we get introduced to Andy and Brain.
Our protagonists.
So when we first started, it's like,
That was
oh,
their
are we
name?
going to do like a thing where we have like
Brain, yeah.
like a brother and sister thing? The one brother has a little bit of the tisms, you know? It's like, no, he's an android. It's like, oh god, how lame. But then again, there's interesting things you can do with the android, which I will get to later, because I think you could have done something pretty cool here, but they didn't. But basically, it's like, oh, he's like defective. Her dad found him on a heap somewhere, and he programmed him to do everything that's good, or what's best for Rain, basically. But he kind of behaves like he has like a bit of the tisms. He goes like, oh, like stutters a little bit or something. I don't know. He's just. I don't.
Right.
I think it is important to note that he was not destroyed to the point that he was totally useless, and
Yeah.
the people in this colony seem to be aware that he's an android. Like they actually discriminated against him for it and just beat him up for fun and stuff like that. Like there's a scene that we'll get to that's there. But the
Yeah.
thing is, like he's such a massive security risk to Wayland Yutani. I
Oh,
feel
yeah.
like they wouldn't just throw one of them out, right? Like there'd be a protocol for destroying even decommissioned synthetics.
Yeah. So
Assuming that we're playing by the rules of his thumb can get into like any Wayland Yutani facility, it seems.
yeah, because
Yeah, I don't
they're
even
just,
like
they're just
that.
hanging
Ones
out
doing
on
alien
the
research.
on like a breakfast table, and he just keeps telling like dad jokes basically. Things like, oh, I
his
had a
jokes suck, man.
book full
So,
of gravity. I can't put it down, like
Put
shit
it
like
down.
this, right?
You will notice that is one in particular that's ripped directly out of the Last of Us DLC, and Rain has the same haircut that Ellie has in the Last of Us 2. So
She
I
looks
feel like
just
there was
like
some-
her. Yeah, that's what she reminded me
It's
of.
actually-
Oh my
like,
god, you're
there
right.
Was,
You're
was
right.
some referencing going on
She
there.
just completely
and,
looks like Ellie. Oh my god.
Ellie has a book of like dad jokes that she reads
Yeah.
from in
Oh,
the
that's
DLC,
true,
and she
yeah.
actually
Oh
even
my
tells Joel a
God,
few
the
of them
dad
in
jokes.
in the main
They were
game.
better in The Last of Us with annoying Bella Ramsey. Like she was even better than this. Oh yeah, the jokes in this movie were terrible. I don't think I laughed once, other than like Affit with people like falling off. All the times people fell and like should have died. Like we'll get to them. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
As soon as we are like
Pregnancy
introduced
gives you
these-
superpowers.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as we were introduced to these two characters and their first speaking scene, I was like, "Oh, the sister is taking care of the brother with autism. How nice of her, how honorable." And then it gets revealed
then
that
the
she's
milk.
an android. I'm like, "Oh, I take back
Oh.
every kind word I said about you. You know,
Yeah.
you don't need to feed an android. You don't need to shelter him. The only thing it needs is a charging port." So
Yeah.
and I want to question like the autism in the droid. Like, yeah, he was found in a garbage can, but I don't think that justifies his way of speaking.
The only thing
It's
we
like
get
seeing a
from it is that
C-3PO droid with Tourette's. Like,
I mean,
come
I
on,
don't know. I
give
guess
them more
well,
explanation.
you could assume that he's malfunctioning in some
It's
way.
one of the
like
most
that-
creative ideas they had in the whole movie.
yeah,
like,
it-
throw them a bone.
It almost kind of
It's not
sounded like
it's not their fault that they screwed it up in the first scene. They couldn't wait to get to the.
Oh,
milk.
it is
Like,
their
they
fault.
should've,
Of course,
like,
it's their fault.
like the reveal of Ash being an alien is awesome. It means you can rewatch all his scenes and like recontextualize all the every glance the man makes. It's like
The
watching
cum blood.
Ash in the rewatch is fantastic, but they
Mhm.
were rushing to the milk. There's no reason for it.
well,
That wasn't
even
milk, and you
Bishop.
know it wasn't milk.
well, the only line we get for him is that I'm pretty sure they say he's like an obsolete model.
Yeah, he's like an old model. I think Rook says at some point, "Oh, you were the backbone of Wayland Yutani at some point." Blah 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 blah.
Of construction specifically, of building things. So
Yeah.
I don't know why he would have access to science lab at all.
Yeah, that's something I would have questioned here in a second as well, because he even specifies like, "Oh, I was built for mining and security," so I don't know why he would even have any
And it-
access to that station.
Also, I mean, like
And that's-
apparently one disc with a bit of code written on it can entirely fix him too. It's
Well-
not a mechanical issue at all once they put a
Wait,
little.
Oh, yeah,
wait,
well-
wait,
Haven't you
once
heard
we-
of
that-
Vivan?
once we- not o-
Once
not
we
only fix
find
him,
out,
completely unfix him if you remove it, which
Oh man, you always
is a
Well, and it's
Yeah.
not
complaint
even
I have
completely,
later.
though, because
Yeah.
doesn't he?
I warned you,
doesn't he
Metal. I
still
warned
have-
you.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a tough movie to get through, isn't it? Jojo, it's okay.
I
agree.
was gonna say real
Okay.
quick.
I agree.
Once we realize like the man's practically got super strength towards the end of the movie, is like the Incredible Hulk. How the hell did they throw him in the trash can? Like he's so useful. It's just it's
Because
all
the other
broken,
robots are just so good. They're
There's
just
so much-
so
He's
good.
stuttering. You gotta throw out the stuttering one. It's
He
done.
can
now.
stop an elevator with one hand, but he stutters. So fuck him.
Mhm.
Like what the hell?
it's almost like, wouldn't it be neat if they showed him taking actual debt? Listen, it all stems from the fact there's not enough drones in this movie because they are fucking on the back burner. If they had him fight a drone a few times and actually have him take fucking real damage instead of getting tossed around,
Mhm.
and show off how makeshift he is fucking put together. Show off how he can only fucking pull off a feat of super strength every once in a while.
What
Else
you're
he gets
describing
burnt
is
out.
what they did in T2 when we got to see like the T800 and T1000 fight and see the difference in like their tactics and whatnot. You can play with these ideas, but this movie just
I'm talking about a
no
better
creativity.
movie that doesn't exist in this time.
Exactly. Anyway,
Alright, where we at, Metal?
Rain is like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to the work office now because I matched my quota of 12,000 hours or whatever it was." And you're like, "Oh, that's nice. And now I can go off planet to Iguabwe or whatever the name was. I keep forgetting the name. It's like a weird name, which probably means something. I don't know." But they're like the whole thing. "Oh, this planet has like no sun. I want to see the sun. I want to go to the planet who has like the bestest ever sunsets and sunrises or whatever."
Yeah, a planet that's fully terraformed and has an atmosphere where you can actually see the sun.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, okay, I get that. If you have never seen the sun, that's I get it. So she goes there. It's like, "Oh, yo, here, I'm here. I got my quota. I'm allowed to go off planet now, right?" She's like, "Computer says no." And she's like, "What do you mean? I got my quota." It's like, "Well, no, actually, the quota just doubled because we don't have enough workers. So you're gonna be here for another 5 to 6 years. Bye. Thanks for your contributions to the company. We appreciate you." You know the line they say because, well, you're Tony.
Nonsense.
I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess that's gonna be our reason why she does the things. Or is she even gonna do a thing? Whatever."
Her lack of a reaction in that scene made me not like her character immediately. I'm like, you have an opportunity to express how you feel about this in so many different ways. Like, here's your moment, and she just like it was nothing. It was
Well,
less
she
than
gets
nothing. It's
interrupted
just,
by
what
her
the hell?
Tism bot getting beat up. So he's like, "Oh no, I need to
Yeah.
restart you with my restart stick that I have."
Yeah.
And I was like,
I-
"Beep bobbity boo," and he's like, "Oh."
Pretty much.
I
No.
wish Andy wasn't an android, to be honest. But hey, the thing is, like, did that happen only to her? The doubling of the mining years.
Presumably, it happened to everybody. It's just she was one of the ones who found out first because she was trying to cash in her hours to end her prison sentence because capitalism, apparently. That's not how capitalism works at all.
I think what they wanted to do, they were like, see, you remember Wayland Yutani? They're like really evil and don't care about the small men. But it's like so weird because it feels completely forced in this movie. Because everything we could have done here could have happened without that. It's like, oh man, I've been working here since I've been alive, basically. I've never seen the sun. I'm sick of this fucking bullshit. I want to get out. And then we can go to the other people. It's like, hey, we found a thing. We can maybe get out of here. Same thing. We don't need this.
They did so much more.
It feels much more natural to me if you wouldn't do it this way.
If it happened to all of them, not just her, then that makes it even worse. Because then we should have seen reactions from the group. It could have been riots and there's all sorts of things that would have happened. No one's just gonna be like, "Oh, fuck off." The idea of waiting 6 more years for something that you think you're gonna get now, nobody is gonna react to that calmly. And if you're telling me like, if it's just her, then you're gonna have to explain to me why she's so calm. And if it's everybody, you're gonna have to explain to me why they're not freaking out. Like, just do something with this premise.
I have an even easier fix. I just thought of it right now.
Watch Aliens?
She said her parents died. Outside of not watching this movie. So she mentioned, because it's a contract, is what they say. And she mentions her parents died like 2 cycles ago. Why wouldn't they just say, oh, you inherited your parents' debt too?
Yeah.
And just add their time
that
on
would work.
her.
That would work. I would take that.
And
her reaction there would actually fit in terms of accepting, like, oh man, there's not really something I can yell and fight. Boom, you fixed it. Like, what the fuck? You came up with that on the fly and they couldn't even fucking do that. Like, what the hell, man? Like, literally, while the camera's rolling, they should have been able to make that tweak. Like, that's just a completely better fix, man.
Do they
should
actually
hire you
just
as a scriptwriter? Jeez,
out of curiosity,
do a better job.
Do they mention
No,
debt,
that's great.
though? Like, isn't like that's what I mean? Like, do they say these require work hours, or because you people have been like living on this planet, or you took a big loan
it's a
from
contract.
Wayland Yutani?
They say it's a contract in the movie, so that means they're required. It's a work contract, so you fulfill this requirement, and you either whatever terms of the contract would be. You do all this, we let you do whatever.
Yeah, you get your permit to go off planet or go somewhere else or whatever, and live the nice life. But we're not getting that because evil company. Yeah.
Was she born on this planet?
Lame.
Yes,
I have
was.
so many questions about the economics of this.
Which means
like,
her
that I know
parents
they're
sold
not
her
gonna
to the
answer.
company, otherwise, I guess, or they were.
That's what I mean.
Or they were forced to.
Wait
Either
a
that, or
minute.
they were forced to do a contract for her or something. I don't know. It's really weird.
Oh my god. Okay, the point I'm about to bring up. You're making it reinforce it in my head even more now because like people are calling this like the Force Awakens for aliens, like with all the member berries and bullshit. And it's like, how is this not just Ray and retarded Finn in space? Like it's like how the it's pretty much what it is. It's Ray and Finn all over again, a different day. It's them doing the story that they wanted to do with them, but like actually going in depth with it. And
except instead of magically having the Force, she has a pulse rifle with aimbot.
Yeah,
They
it's
sold her
just,
for drinking money.
it's Ray and Finn all over again. Like I've noticed that dynamic, and it's like they can't do anything else. And this chick, I didn't know her name until you guys said it here. Like the whole movie, I'm like, what? Who are you? Why are you like? I can't believe they've managed.
You know
to
what's
make
funny? You keep
Ripley
saying she is like Ray. Every time her name gets called, I do hear
Yeah,
Ray.
you're right. It kind of does.
Yeah, seriously, Ray. It's like it's Ray. Like, all we needed was a scene of Andy yelling Ray. That's the one thing it was missing, man. And I don't understand how these Ripley clones keep getting worse and worse and worse. Because the chick in Prometheus was boring, but at least she had like a story and like she's kind of a likable actress. And then the chick in Covenant, the chick in Covenant was fucking lame as hell. And then they double down with Rain, and she's even worse. It's just these Ripley clones are just terrible, 3. Man. Yeah, the chick for Prometheus has aged so well compared to these.
Well, not if you remember Covenant, where
I was about to say it. She fucking dies off. I didn't want to like spoiler it, but yeah, she dies off screen. So I don't know what's worse. Her and Newt are like, how many people have to die off screen in this franchise before they learn? Like
And Hicks.
Well,
Don't
everyone
forget Hicks.
everyone gets to die off screen except the aliens. They have cocoons now, so get fucked.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I think
But
in
anyway-
Alien
Attack on
Isolation,
Titan, man.
yeah.
I think
Alien
in
3
Alien Isolation
stock,
they
I
have
realize,
that.
is skyrocketing after this, though. Like, Alien 3 is
Yeah.
so much better now than it was. That used to be the one that I hated.
Oh
There's
yeah.
a story. There's an idea there.
Well,
There's
that was
concepts being
1992, if I
played with.
remember correctly. So there was a lot of
Yeah,
time
really,
and movies in
really
between.
pissed me off that they just killed Newton Hicks off screen, though. I was like, you actually destroyed the ending of my favorite movie ever. Fuck you. And I hated the movie for a long
No,
time.
no,
Now
Mark,
it's
you're
one of the
forget-
better ones, apparently.
Mark,
There's
you're
an
forgetting
interest-
about Colonial Marines. Hicks is alive. He watched Ripley jump
Nah,
to her
yeah.
death.
No, I'm not. I'm not forgetting about Colonial Marines.
So-
Oh,
I
boy.
think that might be the one. Like, if you were to pick one of the most insulting off-screen deaths, I think Hicks and Newt is a very reasonable pick. Because you're going into that movie expecting their story to be continued, and to find out that
Mhm.
you don't even get to see their death is like,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
that's
that
up
was
there with
probably
some
the
of the most
first-
insulting things ever.
That was my first memory of a subversion in a sequel really pissing me off.
Yep. There's a very interesting story of behind the scenes of Alien 3. It was a production nightmare, with contracts, actors, and stuff like that. I don't hate Alien 3. I just wish it wasn't a sequel to Aliens. You know.
I'm just
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Disappointed.
If it was if
Yeah.
it was a totally original story, I think that would have been a pretty fine movie about a alien monster at a prison colony. Like it's not bad
I-
premise wise. It's just it sucks what they did to the ending of Aliens.
It's one of the only ones I would want to see a reshuffled version. Like, do it again and let's see how you like. Resurrection, just fuck off. Like, no. But the whole prison colony thing, there could have been like we had a young Tywin with Ripley. Like, they were fantastic in the movie,
That was
and then he just
Originally-
gets ganked, literally ganked like fucking jungler gank.
Yeah, he does
it's
die
so
pretty
bad.
quick too. I guess spoilers for Alien 3.
Absolutely.
Well, and I
yeah.
mean, like he's the one that they're kind of setting up as the new kind of
Yoinked
Hicks
out of the
style. Like,
movie.
hey, maybe there could be a romance here kind of character, and then boom, before
He's-
anything happens.
It's one of the
Yeah.
most bizarre, just yoinking someone out of a movie. Just like, nope, you're gone. Remove this
Bye.
character. Like, what the fuck? Why?
Goodbye.
John, I thought I saw your bubble light up. Were you trying to say something?
Oh well, I was just gonna say one of the things I respect about Alien 3 was that it fundamentally changed or shaped David Fincher's career going forward.
Yeah.
And I think I think he even said like a lot of his movies that he made after Alien 3 was like making up for Alien 3 because it was such a such a flop. So we may have not gotten all the great films that he ended up
Yeah,
making
it's
were it not for that
Probably
movie.
true.
Yeah.
True,
Fight
yeah.
Club,
You-
Fight Club, and
You
Seven
made me
are
just think
direct-
like, I want to hear every director tell me like which story of theirs they fucked up the most and made them learn, and it's part of the reason we've
Well,
gotten better
I think
projects.
I-
That's
I
actually an
think in-
interesting
in
subject.
this-
Yeah.
in the context of Alien 3, though, I think it was less just David Fincher fucking it up, and more as we were saying about the production issues and like studios wanting certain things to be in the movie and saying that Ripley had to be in it, and I think there was a big thing too where Sigourney Weaver really didn't want to shave her head, and like they had to like pay her a whole
reasons,
bunch of
yeah.
extra money to do that. But what I mean, I think that what likely Fincher got out of it, considering what he did with his career after this, with like I guess Seven being his next kind of big movie after it, right? Unless I'm forgetting one, but is he probably was in a situation where he's like, I'm not going to do movies with the kind of budgets where I need to be saying yes to most of the things that people are telling me, and I want to have more creative control over telling these sort of weird horror-ish stories or like really bizarre stories like Fight Club. And I think he's made an identity for himself as a director because of that. Like I can't remember. I guess maybe Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is probably the closest he ever did to like another big studio project where a lot of people wanted him to be the director to do it. And even that one's, it's not a big blockbuster, right? Like it's still sort of a dark,
Yeah, it's an
sexy
IP, but
thriller
it's not a
kind of thing.
blockbuster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny thing is that because Alien 3 took so long to come out, there were actually some comics that were kind of continuing on from the Aliens story. And
Nice.
one of them did show Newt growing up and becoming an alien hunter like her mum. I haven't read it, but I've heard it's a more respectful continuation than Alien 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds
I
like the
need
kind
to-
of thing I would quite enjoy.
Such a funny thing how a lot of things that people perceive to be, oh man, this is like really bad, now gets to be like, oh, you know what? It's not that bad anymore because everything that comes out now from the franchise is like, oh, this is like really, really, really bad now. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, the scale shifted.
The scale is so fucked.
Yeah.
It's
Stop hurting the
with
things I love.
We've seen it with the
I've abused
prequels. We've seen it with
now.
so many different things, man. It's
yeah.
it even it even works in different ways. Where like, as much as Game of Thrones got destroyed, the House of the Dragon makes me appreciate certain things about it. Like when you get a better understanding of the Targaryen family, you really understand how special Daenerys was. That bitch had 3 dragons. Like that's fucking insane. So it can work in both ways, you know.
Oh yeah,
3 dragons in a
100%.
world where no one else had any. It was the crazier part.
Yeah,
It's
like you really understand how special she was when you see that, like the House of the Dragon and the way the Targaryen family was. It's pretty cool to see.
Anyway,
Also, for the record, chat, it's spoilers for all Alien movies. There's no avoiding it.
Yeah, I don't think there's
yeah.
gonna be a way that we'll be able to.
That's
do
why I
this
was saying it hurts me that Metal doesn't have Prometheus and Resurrection in his head for this. But what can you do?
that's fine.
Yeah.
They mentioned
It actually might
Prometheus.
save us a little time.
I'm sure the Prometheus fire line was the big one because it has
Yeah,
the name
well,
in
and
it, I guess.
the
And the
goo, yeah, like that
The
that whole
goo.
element was very Prometheus, as well as
Oh,
as
right.
Brooks is taking to
goo.
calling it, the Gerber baby had a very Prometheus face.
Oh, it's a Gerber.
The Gerber baby. That's mine. That's mine.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
You know, honestly, the
Um,
face I think was the thing that killed that for me. I was like, it looks too much like just a head of one of the engineer props that they just
The
stuck on an
engineer
alien.
I'm pretty
is
sure that
fucking.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like that on purpose.
I know
I'm one
it
of the
was
few
too
people-
close though. It didn't look alienified enough to make me believe that was some kind of weird like chimera between the two. It just looked like they took a perfectly fine
They
engineer
can't copy
head
the baby.
and just well,
No, the-
I mean, like, yeah, I think there's a middle ground though, and like the baby. To be fair, the baby looks fucking hilarious.
The first shot of the
Yeah, we're
Gerber
talking
baby
about
is
Alien
creepy, but
Resurrection.
then it just completely falls apart. But for me, I'm one of the few people who like thought the engineers looked fantastic. I thought
I mean,
hate the
I didn't think they
engineers.
looked bad. I think it looked.
the look, huh? In terms of like what they
I
did
guess
with them,
I was just trying to
Jesus, but the
clarify my.
design-
I was just trying to clarify my position. I don't think the engineers looked bad in Prometheus. I think it looked too much like they just took a head off one of those props, or like a mask from a head from one of the animatronics they had for like a shot
on
of one of
that.
the
I agree
engineers,
with that
and then
completely.
just stuck it on another model that it didn't belong to. Like it didn't
Yeah.
seem like those two were part of the same organism enough. Like it just seemed like taking like something that's the kid from fucking Toy Story would make,
Yeah.
the next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like,
yes,
it was just
some
it was
crazy
toys that didn't-
monstrosity. You're right.
like-
The engineer
But-
didn't have that. I looked at the engineer thinking, you know what? With the correct writing, you could be right there with the xenomorph and the predator. You could be one of these. You should be in that. I just think the engineer is a wasted opportunity. It's the only thing in terms of the new movies that's like a pretty decent idea. But then they went nuts with like the black goo and the squid monster and the neomorph and the deacon at the end that comes out of his asshole. Like, and the fucking the Cthulhu monster. It's like nobody
Oh
knows
my.
what the fuck's going on anymore. That movie introduced interesting questions and then shat all over the lore and didn't answer anything. And just said fuck off for the sequel and just like
Welcome to a
killed-
Damon
oh
Lindelof
my God,
script.
I
Prometheus is a-
fundamentally I
cake.
cannot like Prometheus because fundamentally I just think it's stupid that the alien goo can do anything on a whim, and to turn the space jockey from this potentially disgusting fucking shrunk creature into giant bald albino man with eyes.
I
It's
know.
fucking lazy as
I
fuck.
get the take of like we don't want to know and just leave it as that. But if I'm going to see an interpretation of what stood up from that chair, I like the design of the engineer. Like I stand by that. I know I'm like alone on an island with this one. I just wish they did something with it. What the fuck? Covenant just David kills them all, and it's like, what? I wanted answers. Where did they? Why did?
Yeah, seriously.
How did this guy wake up and then just decide, fuck humans, I'm gonna kill everybody? Like, why? Tell me why. How did he even get?
Well, and I think also David was just ahead at the end of Prometheus, right? So, like, I mean, there's a lot that Covenant, I think, plays
She
fast and
dragged
loose
her body with it.
I just want, before it moves by, I just noticed a Cosmic Vader says apparently there is an AVP comic with the Engineers, Predators, and Alien with a three-way match.
Genuinely think the engineer with good writing could have been a part of the big three. I think it's a missed opportunity.
I just prefer this ancient design that they have from old comics. of how these engineers look, where they look, you know, like an actual fucking alien creature.
Yeah, like
Like a
a
weird-
humanoid-sized Cthulhu thing.
Remember when the Alien and Predator fought Batman?
Yes, actually, my wife
No,
had,
no.
yesterday thought. No, I'm actually not kidding, Metal.
Yeah, I know, but I want to get to the movie.
Superman
Goddammit!
Oh yeah. Well, she bought 3 Batman and Alien comics yesterday.
Oh, okay.
That was the end of my story.
Okay, good.
It also fought Superman a few times too.
Yeah,
And
actually, I
then they
had the
both
Batman
fought
and
the Alien
Superman
and Predator
versus
together,
Aliens and Predators trade.
Okay,
So where
so
were
Rain is sad now, okay? That Prometheus happened and all the other movies. And also that she can't get off the planet. But hey, she gets called.
Batman.
She gets called by Batman, and she's like, "Where are the other drugs going?" She's called by Tyler on her little iWatch, iPad, what I don't know what they're called. Anyway, it's like, hey, we have something. There's a thing coming up. Come over here. Also bring Andy. And then she goes over there. And it's like, see, I told you she'd come. You owe me $5. I was like, whoa.
She came?
Character.
For the reference chat, we've barely hit the 10-minute mark right now.
Yeah, I'm trying, okay?
Sorry, this is a meme stream.
I've not been helping. My segues have been going away from the film today.
Warned him.
And then they go like inside, and it's like this whole thing. Like, apparently, they haven't seen each other for a while. I guess they work on different parts of the planet or something. I don't know. They're like, oh, I missed you. Oh yeah, I missed you too. Sorry about your parents. Like, why don't you? I don't know why you don't talk to each other. I don't really get it. I just have to assume they work on different parts of the planet, and she's been working in the mines while they do like their space stuff, whatever that is.
And plan heists, I guess.
Whenever people say that, oh yeah, I miss you, blah blah blah, they don't mean it.
They're lying.
They'll lie.
So basically what happened is, we found an old Weyland-Yutani ship, they say ship, drifting in space. And then you see a little panel, and it's clearly a space station, so they're fucking stupid. And they're like, oh, it's like abandoned and decommissioned or something, and yeah, our plan is we want to go to Iguave, like right now. And he's like, that's crazy. That takes like 9 years to get through there. And so we need cryopods. Like, yeah, but they have the things in there. Like this, we've scanned it, and we've seen that there's still some cryopods left, so we can use those. And it's like, oh, but that's crazy. This is like a heavily regulated Weyland-Yutani thing, especially the cryopods. We can't just take that. And I'm like, you're right, that's insane. But they do it anyway. And they're like, okay, but why do you want me for this? What could I do? It's like, we actually don't need you, we need Andy, because he's a synth, and he speaks Mother. I guess that's how you say it.
Yeah,
and-
Mother's the AI system in it.
Yeah, exactly. I've just like, so he can get in and out of the thing without any hassle. And I was like,
I also
You're-
speak Mother, especially when I'm getting in and out of the thing, if you know what I
oh
mean.
yeah.
Especially
Hey.
last night.
And then I was like, why
Must
the
have missed
fuck
that.
would
They
he
turned
have?
mother into a language?
Well, I guess it's a code language.
yeah, but
presume
Dallas and Ripley could communicate with mother. Like,
I don't know why they
you don't
say
need a language.
speak Mother.
Well-
they should have just said he has clearance for the ship
Yeah,
because
well,
he's
I mean,
Weyland-Yutani.
that's what it meant.
Okay,
I
that makes
guess.
more
Like,
sense because you said speak mother. I'm like,
Yeah, because
picturing
that's
this
what they
guy.
say in the movie. He speaks
dialect.
Mother. It's stupid.
Yeah, this stupid ass movie.
Yeah, the writing is not good.
Yeah, I mean, like what you were just saying, Metal. The idea that they would create all these synthetics with the same level of security
Yeah.
clearance, and the idea that that's never going to be exploited
That's
is
really
ridiculous.
And
especially it's like a
destruction
super.
of them would be so important.
He's an
Like, you wouldn't be able
old-
to just leave a broken but functional one around.
Especially not with the clearance still inside. The fuck?
Exactly. Yeah.
Do
Do you have any idea what happens if I need a new military key card? Like, I have to present the one that I'm replacing.
Yes.
Otherwise, I'm like in a lot of trouble.
Well, even
or
if you
I have
don't,
to like
they-
fill out a report with the military police to say, yeah, I lost my clearance card. Immediately cancel it. And
Yeah,
if
even if
anyone,
you don't give it
I
back,
sign
they
in
erase
anywhere
the-
where I'm not supposed to be, like arrest that
Yeah.
guy because it's not me.
Also, they just erase the
Yeah.
old credentials. That's just how it works when you do security, unless you have like some really stupid people that didn't do their job and then get rid of the old security credentials. It's like, yeah, that's like
if a synthetic was unaccounted for a day and they had this kind of access, they would immediately have their clearance revoked. Like that would be the only smart way to handle that kind of security. Like, it would be ridiculous that a broken one can just use its thumb to get into a highly classified research space station.
Whoa. Not his thumb, his index finger.
Oh.
Okay, well, whatever.
You know.
Biometrics of sorts.
We have to have all the insertions possible on screen at any moment into a hole.
You can put your thumb in stuff.
Something they could have done maybe is like install some hardware or software mod on Andy, and the reason they can do it is because he's like a janky robot that doesn't have maybe security on it that would prevent people tampering with it in order to give him the clearance to do the thing, instead of having it like all robots can just by default open this thing. Like,
you're totally right. There's something they should have played with. The fact that he's like a jank robot or like a different type or whatever the case was, but the fact that he is like essentially obsolete, there should have been something that they can play with. Like, they didn't really come back around in the plot. You're right.
They also later on established the whole thing that he can be entirely upgraded with just a simple disc insertion. So why not have it be that like they all tripled their or like handed off their hours or something to one of the other people who's like a hacker guy that had this high security android part that's useless without an android, but they bought it off him. And it's like that we can put this in him and then he can get us onto that ship. It's like, it wouldn't have taken that long. You don't even have to show that. You can say that in like a sentence or two.
They go for the effort and show us like all the, like the whole market thing they go through. And there's like apparently like a red light district in the background somewhere. It's like, there's probably like some junker somewhere. There's like some hacker parts or something that it could buy. It's like, hey, we put like some money together and we just got a little hacking device. Now we need Andy to put a little disk in there so he can hack the thing without doing anything that raises an alarm or whatever it is.
Or, hear me out, if you want to copy Alien 1, why not just hide the fact that Andy is an android at all, except for Ray knowing, and just say he's good with tech, have it relate to the market where he needs some tech to hack shit.
Yeah.
And then the reveal later, when Waterboy shanks him with the taser, that's when he gets revealed to be an android.
Yeah, Waterboy.
Way better.
That's funny.
And
way better.
And because of that, everyone is shocked at that, and and then you can have that set up already that his parents got killed because the droid locked off that collapsing cave. He immediately takes off with the girl, and everyone else is too stunned, learning that Andy is an android.
You know, just made me realize that is just completely the better way to go around about it. They should have kept the surprise. They did it in the other movies. They know it's a better way to utilize it. But the reason we need to know he's an android right away is so the fucking dickhead could be an asshole to him immediately. Because we wouldn't be able to get, we need him to be an asshole to push the plot. It has to be done. It's one of the most annoying things, and it sucks when you can identify the character right away. Like, okay, this is the dickhead character that's gonna get everybody killed somehow. I just don't want that. Show me 4 people in a room that makes sense, not like these stupid tropes that just you can smell coming a mile away.
Yeah. Talking about the dickhead
would it be
brother.
more interesting?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You already did a rewrite on this scene, James. We got to keep moving.
They should make an alien film in the red light district. That's all I'm saying.
Something I wanted to bring up when they're discussing the plan. Right, so there's this empty ship very near the planet. But this is a whole planet, a whole colony of miners. Isn't anyone else noticing this abandoned ship and noticing maybe they have the same intentions of escaping the planet? I think Mauler said
why is Wayland Yutani not aware of it above their own mining colony?
Exactly. Yep.
About to crash into the friggin' asteroid belt.
Yeah.
Like, if they can detect it, who else can?
Yeah, I'll go more into it when we are on the station. Or when we get
it's just a ship to worry
when
about.
we go I already said it's a station because it's on the screen when they say there's a ship. It's like, that's not a ship, that's clearly a space station, you moron.
That's no
That's
moon.
that's no moon.
That's no moon.
Fuck me.
Anyway, they talk about the Björn. That's his name, by the way. He being a dick, because Rain's like, I won't send my brother up there. It's like, well, he's no real brother, isn't it? Dude, it's water.
Pretty much.
Well,
Perfect.
I love that her reaction to that is almost like stunned, like she couldn't believe that he said that. It's like, I mean, this guy hates
robot
androids. Like, you
racism.
know that's what he thinks, right?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, he's just assumes that your
she's-
father got out of he's derelict and was found in a heap by her dad and blah blah blah. And Tyler's like, can you shut the fuck up? And she obviously leaves because he's being a dick. But then Tyler, she goes outside and Tyler's like, no, come, we need to do the thing. You can come with us. You don't even need to leave the cockpit. And then, oh god, and then she looks over there. There's some miners going to the mines, and there's a bird in a cage. And she is like a bird in a cage. She just wants to soar.
No, that's
She
that's-
just
let's
wants to
just
get
skip
out
all
of
of
this
that, 'cause I
cage.
did- skip all
It's
that.
like a
I
coal
didn't even
mine
make that
canary,
connection.
right? Like, I mean, what, like, they're still using canaries
Yes.
in the fucking
doesn't
mines
make any
here. Like, that's
sense.
with
Oh,
the
that works, it
technology they
works.
have. Do we use canaries now?
I don't think
Maybe.
so.
Fuck, I
We
know.
have little sensors we put down there now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
look it up.
We don't just sacrifice birds,
Yeah,
Right?
but
except for chickens. They're delicious.
But it's symbolic.
But the symbolisms we needed. She's the bird, Mark. Don't you understand? She's the bird. She's.
I was a
Well, I
bird.
mean, no,
Oh,
she's not,
they-
because the
like,
bird's the
she's-
thing that goes in the mine and dies first.
Yeah.
It's like the trapped bird, and she likes this fucking sun. Like, that's all we got from this chick for like 2 hours. They didn't do anything with her.
How can she dream about the sun if she's never seen it?
Maybe she saw a picture on the internet.
I mean, there's videos in this world, right? And, like,
Hey, Mark, you want to know when they stopped?
I've never
using
seen Mount
canaries in
Everest.
coal mines?
Sorry?
You want to know when they stopped using canaries?
Yeah,
What?
sure.
When was it?
1986.
Oh, that's.
There you go. 2
Yeah.
years after I was born, and the year that Alien was made, right? Yeah, it's 86,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
The
there
year
you
of
go.
our Lord.
Maybe that's why they show it.
Oh, maybe
to
it's
be a
like,
reference
but
to
see, this takes
86.
place 10 years or 15 years or whatever before Aliens, so they still used canaries when this film would have been written.
Were it not for the presence of advanced tech that can obviously read the amount of certain chemicals in the air, like the bird in a cage imagery honestly wouldn't bother me if this movie took place in 1986, but it doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
we don't need the bird. Like, it's stupid
It's-
that it's there.
It's something that
That's
Star
bird.
Wars does a lot too, where it ignores the amount of sci-fi and it'll be doing just stupid ass nonsense. And it just seeing like even the grain shit in like Rebel Moon or whatever, like it's you can't
Oh,
have
how it's
people doing like
matrix.
basic shit when we have all access to all this technology. Because like even at like the lowest form, people would like I don't know. It's just they need to put more thought into sci-fi, and it seems
Yeah.
like it's not just a Star Wars thing. It's you can see it in Aliens, you see it in everything else. And it's just play with these concepts a little bit
See, it's
more,
funny.
be
I
a little
wanted to
bit
say
more
maybe
mature.
do some new sci-fi, but then I remembered Rebel Moon exists, and then I was like, maybe don't. Maybe just stop. Maybe just don't try.
Stop everything. It
Uh,
all comes down to just the writing, though, with everything. Like for all the years, for everyone who's been doing this stuff, all these things could be great. Rebel Moon could have been great. This movie could have been great, but just the principal foundations of writing are so fucked
Yeah.
that like the bar needs to be low for everything. Doesn't matter what IP you have or how many millions of dollars you have. If it's written like shit, we're gonna have fucking Canary Sun Girl here. Like that's it.
Well, they want
You
to
mean
write. They want to write
Rainbow?
the themes.
yeah, I
They
want to
don't
write
want to
them
write.
things.
They
Anyway.
want to make. They want representation.
Usually.
They want the visual. They want the visuals of the canary, but they can't think of. I don't know. You could have just said like a canary in a cage,
Yeah.
or just
You could have a device called a canary, you know,
Yeah.
with a sensor.
or I don't know.
An
Do
acronym.
like what they do later. Have a fucking picture of a canary.
One day when we finally finish this stream, because we're gonna be here for a while ripping into this, I'm just curious what everyone's at the end, like what everyone's least favorite moment of the movie, like actual moment, the most cringy or whatever pissed you off the most or whatever. Just like from the intros at the beginning, I guess like at the end.
Yeah,
Curious
we
what
can
everyone's-
we can try that. But yeah, now that you remembers that she's a bird or something, she's like, "Fine, let's go." And then they go to space, And then Björn does like a thing where he smokes a ciggy really fast. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean or why that happens.
I know.
Physics.
I think that was like physics.
I don't know.
Wow, how impressive. Let me clap for you. Hang on. Let me get the Discord clap.
Oh, nice.
I mean,
wish
that,
you
that
had
might
mine.
very well make your lungs explode, but yeah, it's a cool party trick, I guess.
It's a cool party trick. They do like go into space. So actually, I think the trailer has a visual that helps me here. Let me see, because they go into Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
What
No,
the
What the hell
Beam,
was
stop.
that? What the hell?
that?
I
That
thought
was
that
not
would be a
me.
quick sound bite. No.
Holy fuck!
Ah.
That was so loud.
I thought that was you playing a trailer. What the hell?
No, disable the soundboard. No
Wow,
more soundboard
God
use.
damn it.
Jesus.
It just I thought it was just gonna be like, oh no. Instead it was like and that was my experience watching this film in the theater.
Chat, that wasn't me. It didn't do anything. I just clicked into the trailer. I thought I did something for a second, but it wasn't me actually.
No, I think he was messing with the soundboard is what happened.
Look, the Discord soundboard is dangerous when you don't know what the sound's actually gonna be. It's kind of a crapshoot.
Mauler in the chat, why hub your viewers like Fade Alvarez did? I don't know. So, something I want to point out. They go into orbit, and it's like, oh, look, it's the sun and everything. So, I have only this one shot, but I know there's more. So, they see the station. I think this is actually when they dock the station. So, here's the thing. They show us this whole bustling city with like, oh, look, all the miners and the red light districts and then all the stuff that's going on. So if they're a mining company or a colony, they probably transport stuff in and out, off and onto the planet, right? Do you see something here that should be... Actually, do you not see something which is like tons of spaceships that transport stuff out and in of the thing? Because you would think there's like other space stations that take care of security and I don't know, just guard the fucking planet and see that no one just starts their ships and goes onto a random space station.
Oh, you mean like a giant shipyard? Like
For example,
transporting?
something like that, something like onboarding, offboarding, anything.
Missed opportunity for world building in this movie is.
Well,
just-
the thing is, you can't do
the
that
amount of
world
things
building
they
because
put
then the rest of the movie doesn't work anymore. Oh, it doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the pattern you pointed out earlier is massive. Like, the droid should have been kept a secret, but we can't because we need asshole guy to fucking be bullying him, or we won't have drama. It's like I feel like that's probably going to be a pattern throughout this movie. There's a lot of better decisions they could have made that would have been more interesting, better continuity. But we have this other idea, so we have to rush all that.
Well,
Even the character stuff at the beginning could have been good, but we need to get them on the ship. It's just so first draft lazy and just annoying.
well, Brooks, the easy fix for that is I don't like you because you act like a robot. There you go. There's your one line.
I just want they could have even played with the idea of him like just instinctively not liking this guy, and then I knew it the whole time, I knew it, that's why. And then him snapping could have been more justified if it was built up the row. All of it could have been just better, better like put together. Annoying to watch this.
So you see, this is the big space station. So they now realize, wait, that's not a ship, that's a whole station. It's like, whoa, that's insane. But they still have pods, so it actually doesn't even matter to them. What does matter though, it is a space station. And what they're trying to tell us, this whole big fucking station just drifted near this planet, and Wayland Yutani does not give a single shit it's here. And a little bit later we learn, oh, this is actually going to crash into the asteroid belt in 36 hours. You know, the planet with the asteroid belt that has like people down there, and a Wayland Yutani station, a fully functional one with Wayland Yutani employees, like not only miners but also people that do
Yutani satellites in orbit around it. Too.
anything. Like there should be stuff here. They should be seeing on their scanners. It's like, whoa, hang on. There's like an old space station that belongs to us that is offline. Maybe we should check this out. And I'm not gonna go even further because we learn very soon. Oh, they did research on the fucking alien goop juice and made more alien stuff and made this crazy regenerative thingy-majig that's super fucking important off of the alien that they apparently knew existed. So this is like a very important station. This should have had communications to whatever, Weyland-Yutani headquarters or whatever. But they don't go there like at all. They're not like, oh, they sent out the signal ages ago, but it never arrived. Or, oh, we have like another time limit because, we have Weyland-Yutani on the space, not on the space station, on the planet. They're gonna come here because as soon as we turn this fucking thing on, they're gonna see, oh, there's a space station here, which they should have seen anyway before. But this is like the last time they should have been like, oh, they're gonna come up here now because this thing is on now and it's gonna send out all kinds of signals. But this is the thing. The company is not involved in this movie at all. When this movie started and they saw the space station, it was like, oh, that's going to be a thing. When they realize, wait, the company's on their way because this is a big space station with crazy technology and research that they really wanted, because like this super great thing that's going to save humanity because we're never made for space colonization because we're so weak and imperfect, but we have this super primal juice that we put in ourselves and then we're like super epic and stuff. Nobody cares about the station in the company. Yeah. Like, what is happening? This is insane. This is absolute insanity. And then even
also,
what just strengthened that for me is like, oh shit, there's like tons of haze huggers here that they just released. There's gonna be like a big shootout scene with like company people, and they maybe have to like work together to in the end destroy the space station because it's way too important, like way too dangerous. But then you have like some bot again that, or like some of the military guys like has like higher orders were like, no, we need one sample of the thing and it's gonna be all stuff. Like nothing like that, not at all. Like I just can't believe the company is like not involved in this whole scenario whatsoever.
I mean, them being a salvage operation that only had one Weyland-Yutani guy on it and abandoning the whole mining colony planet premise to begin with probably would have resulted in a movie that made a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like if they are the ones who are sent and most of them are not given all the information, that, like, I mean, it's kind of the same thing that was happening with, like, God, what's his name? Burke in Aliens. Paul Reiser. Like, he was the guy that was there to be like, yeah, let's actually try to find a way to bring some of them back with us, even though...
He was so much better. Oh, my God. Burke was such a good character, like, in terms of being that slimy company man and trying to play the toe the line, because he's really convincing at the beginning with Ripley, of, like, trying to make him aside. Like, I know, like, he thinks, like, he's trying to be the nice guy, but he's a fucking dickhead. And just, he's such an underrated aspect of that movie. And when you compare that to the fucking pile of shit that they tried to bring back with this cameo in this one, of oh my God, man,
that performance is the reason I had trouble watching Mad About You with my parents. I'd be like, I fucking hate that guy.
By the way, that was like a way better frame to show what I mean with there's nothing in space. Like just a couple of seconds later, look at this. There's nothing here. Nothing. No one coming in, no one coming out, no satellites, no spaceship security stuff, nothing. It looks like this is an uninhabited planet from the outside. It's like, this is like a big mining colony apparently, but there's nothing happening. And we see there's more people with shuttles that apparently do stuff in space. What are they even doing in space? Just mining the asteroid belt? Shouldn't there be more people finding the space station, as you already pointed? It's... This is
Remember
awful.
when the alien was... Weyland-Yutani wanted to use the alien just for a biological weapon instead of miracle goos. I liked that they wanted to use it as a weapon instead of miracle juice flames.
Whatever their plans were, it just seemed more logical. Where they've turned it into this crazy fantasy that it's just the whole goo, man. Like it seems like such an nitpick, but it's massive. It changes the entire like concept of the creature.
They were inching towards the goo creating alien Captain America so that the fucking Predator Iron Man at the end of the Predator movie.
Oh my God, I blanked that from my memory until you said that.
Weaponized thought.
I fucking forgot that's the thing that happened on this planet. The Predator Iron Man suit. Does everyone here know that's a thing, right? That's
autistic spinal fluid.
One of the many failures of Joel Kinnaman's agent.
Oh,
I That movie is too stupid to exist.
You know, it's also a stupid movie, Alien Romulus. Sorry, Metal.
So, Metal, with
Yes.
you bringing up this entire issue with how there's nothing in space, how there's not anything going on,
Mhm.
you know what game accounts for this? Ironically enough,
Oh, is it
as I was
Isolation?
just no,
Ah, damn
no,
it.
actually,
Oh
it was
God, is it
Alien
Colonial
Start
Marine?
Descent.
Dark Descent, that would be my
Oh, thank
second
God.
pick. Yeah.
So
I was like, don't give a reason why Colonial Marines is better than this. We can stop there, right?
So, in Alien Start Descent, the whole setup is there's only 3 locations on the planet, and one of them is clearly a Yutani research station. So, what do? They have a space station, a single one to control traffic, and around the entire fucking planet, they have a missile system that, when activated, would destroy any and all ships going past a certain radius. So no ships could land or leave the planet, so that the xenomorphs cannot escape and spread.
Well, there you
And
go.
and the entire premise of the game is we need to fix up the ship and get the fuck off this planet before the missiles automatically go off and fucking nuclear bombard the entire planet from space and go clean Earth, so no one finds out
That's
what
the only way to be sure.
Tanya did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's specifically to hide their involvement of getting like hundreds of people killed. And that's the entire like premise of the game, is to get the fuck out of there.
Are we
Well,
on the space station yet?
we're
No.
almost there. We're almost there. We're almost
Yeah.
there.
By the
As-
way, with this space station, how lucky is it that it's near a Wayland Yutani mining colony? And where exactly? Because it picked up the alien.
Yeah,
Alien
we've been
One.
addressing that over this last little bit. To just it might have been a while ago at this point, but it's ridiculous that the company does not know that this
Yeah.
ship is there, and if they do know it's there, why are they allowing it to
Right.
crash? Because apparently they want a sample, because that's what
Right.
Ash 2's
I'm
deal
also talking about like where it's drifting to. I find that kind of lucky. Like,
Yeah. They just say, oh, it's been caught by gravity and now it's orbiting the planet for some reason, and no one figured that out except them apparently. Somehow.
It's the fucking Rise of Skywalker, Palpatine, Death Star in the ocean bullshit all over again. Like, it's just cheating, bringing back things and hoping people will just say, well, it was a long time ago, so who cares? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, work around these things
Yeah.
is what I'm always interested in. I just want to get back to the day where when we have a sequel, we know that they have to play within the rules, play within the
Yeah.
fucking rules of continuity, and then no matter what it is, I'll probably be slightly curious because I like the aesthetic. Everybody likes the alien aesthetic, like you mentioned. People are gonna come on
Yep.
board just for that. But tell me a fucking story and stop playing with the fucking
Yeah.
the concepts that you know are
There's a reason in other media they use like small shuttles that crash somewhere that start like an outbreak of stuff, because small shuttles are not not easy to track.
Not
Let's
easy
just
to
put
lose.
it that way.
Or they're easy to lose.
Easy to lose,
They're not as easy to keep track
Not as
of.
easy to keep track of, and they can just crash around in a thing. We're talking like about a huge space station that possibly has shuttles in them that just very slowly drifts through orbit apparently, and nobody sees it. Those fucking things are going to be
Billions of dollars worth of technology on this thing too.
exactly. It's like this is like going to be super expensive, and nope. Like I don't think when Lutani is going to care about the space station. I would believe they wouldn't care about like a little shuttle that goes around. It's like, yeah, it's a shuttle. There's no signals coming from it. Fuck that thing, right? Whatever. And then it crashes into something. It's like, oh, we got some aliens on here, and then you go like, blah, 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 and you can do like your little survival story in the colony, for example. But we wanted to have it on the station and have like this stupid gravity stuff happening and whatever. But yeah, they oh, go ahead.
In hindsight, it's probably a good thing that the android wasn't just some guy with autism, because then this would have been an Alien versus Predator film.
That's true. That's
Well,
true.
I actually wanted to ask you guys if you
Yeah.
think the incorporation of a synthetic in these movies is like worn out at this
Yep.
point, or if
Yep.
it's just okay, fair enough. But like I do think it's it's sort of at the same time become a staple of the franchise, and it is an interesting ingredient to throw in, like when you're doing a survival monster horror movie. Like you have a bunch of people running around screaming, being emotional,
Yeah.
and doing stupid things, and then you have one android
One
who's
dude,
sort of
yeah.
emotionally shut off, who does logical things,
Yeah.
but they're like people are
Yeah.
mad at him.
It's not the fact it's not the fact that there's an android or that makes it play it off. It's just like in Star Wars. You're not gonna make a Star Wars show without making a droid, right? But they don't do anything with them. Like the little Pip droid in the Acolyte. Who gave a shit about that? When is the last time you cared about a droid since like Rogue One? And then with this, it's like, when's the last time you've cared about any of the androids that they've had? It's since Bishop.
I
It's
in
not just about.
fairness to-
It's all
oh
about
God,
what
I'm
they
gonna
do with
defend
them.
this movie.
Okay, so
In
the
fairness
funny
to
thing
this movie,
about
they
that,
at least they
Brooks,
do try to do something with the android in this that is a little bit atypical of how androids had been used. I think the success is mixed. I think
Yeah,
the
I mean,
actor's pretty
aside
good,
from
though.
the stupid
the
shit
premise
around
here.
it, I did like the basic dynamic of a girl and her robot friend. Like that felt like a new thing. Like if you're gonna have a robot in this, another robot again, which like I said has become a staple of the franchise, that does seem like an interesting dynamic to have, because I haven't seen that before.
not
in
only-
This
other
is why I'm glad I
movies.
brought it up at the beginning, saying that like your comment like actually like made me want to hop on immediately, because now I'm kind of like understanding our disconnect, because I would get that in isolation, the idea of a girl and her robot friend. So that was your interpretation of it. Me, I'm just seeing, like I said, I'm seeing fucking Ray and retarded Finn in space. Like it's so distracting for me. I can't get
Right.
past that. So like
You racist.
So
That's
here's,
it.
here's, the, here's the
Every
thing.
single time, that's all I'm fucking seeing. So I can't get
Around
like the
election
same
season 2.
enthusiasm for it.
So here's the thing. I do like the addition of the android if they would have done something cool, good with it. Because I agree with John, was like, yeah, doing the friend thing. And actually I have this like later, but I'm going to bring it up now because the conversation happened. Because we have like, at some point we have like the thing, I'm going to jump around a little bit here just to make it clear. The whole thing that's going to happen, we have like the other android in here that has the clearance. We need to put that into Andy. He gets the clearance, and then he becomes like a better android basically. He gets like updated. His his speed is better. He has like better recognition of everything. He's like upgraded basically. Call it an upgrade. And the dumb thing here is they basically turn him quote unquote evil, or at least that's how they portray it, instead of doing anything interesting with it. Because he gets like the thing, he's like, oh, your new upgrade came with a new directive, because as of now his directive do what's best for Rain, but now his directive is do what's best for the company, and he has to finish the mission that Rook had to get the samples of the planet of the station. So
I couldn't help but wonder though why they would not worry.
hang on, let me
about
finish. Hang on, I have like a whole thing going on right now. You can go after me, okay? So here's what I propose, what they could have done. We have the whole Prime Directive where it's Rain, I'm gonna keep you safe. That's my Prime Directive that your dad put into me. Do what's best for Rain, keep her safe, blah blah blah. What if we would have done the following? Prime Directive, do what's best for Rain. Because of that directive, he goes ahead and basically sacrifices another one of the crew members because he wants to keep safe Rain, which would also still correlate with the thing that Bjorn has, like, oh, there was like a thing that killed my that killed my parents, because it has like the logic stuff with the trolley problem, right? He abandoned 2 people to save 12. That's how they put it, right? At this point, Rain is like, oh shit, he's like doing the whole logic thing, and he doesn't even have the upgrades here. We don't need the upgrades. He's only doing the logic thing. He doesn't even need to be Tismbot. He just needs to be a bot. Whereas Prime Directive from the data is keep her safe, because if we're not there anymore, someone needs to keep her safe. And at this point, she goes like, oh shit, he's just gonna sacrifice other people. I'm gonna just change your Prime Directive. You know what? Your new Prime Directive is keep the crew safe, keep us all safe. But then at some point, it's like so overwhelming that it's still gonna kill people left and right, and that just scares the fuck out of her. And then somewhere at the end, in like there's like 2 people left, and she has like the magic MacGuffin to save the crew or destroy the alien. And like in a heart-wrenching scene or whatever, she goes like, "You Prime Directive, keep me in the sample safe." And she willingly, or not willingly, but she's like, oh god, fuck, I have to sacrifice the other person that's still there so we can actually kill the alien, because it's way too it's way too dangerous to get that thing out there because it's just gonna kill the rest of the colony or whatever. And then she sacrifices the other one, teary-eyed. Oh, it's all so sad. And then she flies off and destroys the alien with the MacGuffin. What about that?
Mm-hmm. No, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But then you wouldn't
Describe
have
something that
the...
would make sense. That's the problem, though. And
That
I
is
feel
the
like
problem.
this movie is crippled by like we need to skip logic for references. Like, or there's so many areas of substance we could have gotten that we've already mentioned. I just feel like it's gonna be it's a pattern I've noticed already, and we're only like it's not even deep into the movie. And yeah, I think by the end we're just gonna realize the big missed opportunity that was here. Spending all this money, like it looked good, but shouldn't. Who the fuck that's defending this movie is like mentioning anything that's worth rewatching it for?
Yeah, the problem with the android is there's no arc with him. Like the reason I was
Can't be.
interested in him is because he was the most competent in the movie. As soon as he got that chip and got upgraded, he was a lot faster with his reactions. He caught that face hugger. He made like a logical decision. Okay, do I open the door for this Latina chick, or do I close it? That was a scene that was meant to demonstrate he's evil, but it doesn't demonstrate that he's evil. It demonstrates that he's competent, that he's keeping these two crewmates alive.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all because we're really on his side the whole time.
And towards the end, they revert him back to autism mode. So what's the arc here? The main character wants him to be autistic.
I mean, no, it's something. Mahler mentioned this. I can't even say this is mine. It's interesting that scene not only like we just pointed out, it doesn't work because we're on his side. But if he was like retarded version, that guy would have made the same choice because that would have been if he's trying to protect her, then he wouldn't open the door anyway. So like either way, it's broken. It's just stupid.
Yeah, the only way
stupid,
that makes sense is if the autism version of Andy would not have been able to tell that the alien was there waiting to strike. But I guess we will get to that scene eventually.
If it's a robot with autism, is it an Autobot?
Like, don't look. Just don't look, Andy. Open the door. Wait, don't look. Just open it, please. Like it's stupid. And I don't think they're hoping that people are gonna get like the big emotional reaction from it. But anyone who's thinking about it for 5 seconds, it falls apart. Because I'm there with him. The same face he had on, I had the same too. Like, I'm not opening the door. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? No.
Yeah, it's like right there. Like,
here's
right there. He's waiting.
Well, here's the thing. What if instead of Prego, it was rain outside that door, and he was still Autism Bot, and because his prime directive.
That's Autobot to you.
Yeah, Autobot.
Whether it was.
Well, here's the thing. If it's rain instead, and he is not Wayland Bot version, his prime directive is to protect Rain. So wouldn't it immediately be more interesting if he opened the door to save her from the alien and then proceeded to sacrifice someone else in exchange and drag?
You're highlighting one of the options. We could have utilize the fact that he's just trying to protect her, or just the biggest thing for me is whether it's retarded Andy or like the logical version of him. Either way, it's a missed opportunity to see them not just try to fucking cry and use emotion against a robot. How do you fucking convince a robot to like go against his logic? How do you actually reason with him? Like they could have done so much with that scene. Instead, they just went, "No, open the door!"
Well, you use better logic.
It's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work. Andy, you've grown more cold and evil. No,
but
that was
the
logical
idea
thing
of
to
them
do.
crying to him, the idea of them crying to him. And then trying, okay, I'm gonna cry harder. No, okay, I'm gonna cry louder. Okay, I'm gonna fucking scream.
On a rewatch, that scene was a bit
stupid.
On a rewatch, that scene was actually a bit funny because she goes like, "She's pregnant," and he's just stands just like, "Okay."
Yeah.
It sucks for the both of them.
She's the chosen one, Andy. You have to open the door. You just be staring there blinking, like, bitch. Like,
What
do
It's
you
just such
not
a-
see the
Oh, we need
fucking
an edit
alien
of that scene
standing
with the
there?
Chad music playing, with the Giga Chad music
Oh yeah.
playing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Because I couldn't stand this guy's face and his emotions, his expressions throughout the entire movie. But for this scene, it was so perfect. I'm just like, nah, bro. Like,
Yeah.
Oh no, I love Andy. Andy, even if he's like the biggest waste of potential outside of the whole movie, he's still the best part of it. And that's what I was gonna
Yeah.
say earlier. It's weird that for you to say that people like with all these movies, the biggest connection is everyone likes the fucking robots in all these movies.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone likes David. Everyone likes whatever the other one is in Covenant.
get
Walter.
shit done.
he's benefiting. I can't speak. He's benefiting from that. This character
Yeah.
is benefiting from that rather than actually giving us a reason to like him himself. Like, he's not really doing much, and
We
that's why I
like him
say made it
because
the
he's
point.
a robot.
That's why I
It's
brought up the
fucking
point with
weird.
Star Wars, where like they know we like the droids, so they're always going to be a droid character, but then they don't do anything with them. Like the fucking Lola bot in Kenobi was nonsense. The stupid pip droid that was coming on everybody in the Acolyte was nonsense. They,
I haven't watched The Acolyte.
it's so stupid. The Acolyte is one of the worst shows I've ever seen. It's the
it's pretty
worst
bad.
Disney Star Wars show,
Bad.
and it's one of the few things I could say I genuinely hate. Like I hate The Acolyte. It's not just that it's bad; it's I fucking hate that show. It's just morally fucked and intellectually insulting, and just horrible waste of money. But
Quite similar to
back
how I
this
feel
movie.
about the film Alien Romulus.
But
Just to be clear, there was a
my
cum
point.
droid in Acolyte. There was
Yes,
a cum
yeah.
droid in Acolyte. Okay.
It was booming on people. I don't know why, but my
Okay.
point
They just
is
sold
they
it as a
don't.
meme.
They know we like droids, so they shove them in. They know we
Yeah.
like these robots, so they shove them in. But I just wish they would do something with these concepts rather than just saying, "Hey, you like this, right?" So just it's jangling keys to me. So I didn't really appreciate Andy as much as a lot of people did, but he is the best written part of the movie in terms of like something there to for your brain to chew on, right?
He's the best
they-
retard
again,
out of the
they-
retard.
Exactly, yeah. Everyone
He is
else,
the king
I
of
swear to
retard mountain.
I really, really couldn't give a shit about any of the other characters. There was one guy I'd like, he's dead. I kept waiting for him to come back. I didn't realize he died. I'm like, oh, he must be gone. It's just, where's the
he's
other
dead.
guy? It's just
Ah,
yeah. It's,
I don't
Like-
think the movie ended up doing anything really interesting with Andy, unfortunately. Like if somebody
Yeah.
told me like there was definitely an arc with that character and I was forced to point it out, I would say that it sort of has a message about your imperfections sort of making you valuable, something like that.
yeah, but this is
Because
the
like,
thing.
you know, he upgrades and then he's a total asshole and then it's like he's actually ends up being a
But-
useful friend again when
You need-
they downgrade him.
mm.
you
but,
need
like, I don't-
themes and oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think like any of the droids in the movies had particularly complicated arcs. I mean, in the first
No.
Alien, it was simply he's just there and he's useful until he's not, because his ultimate goal is to just serve whatever Weyland Yutani wants, even if it's against the interest of the crew.
Yeah.
And then Aliens did a simple reversal of that, where it's just like, I don't trust robots, but then he's actually
Yeah.
cool in the end.
You
So
can go back on
I
the
mean,
actual scenes and like recontextualize all of them, and it's like useful. And Andy's, I don't really think he's gonna hold up in that same way.
What I would
Yeah.
respond to that, John, is like, you're in a spaceship with killer aliens. You don't need a friend. You need someone highly competent. All right. So let's just have the competent android.
Sure. But like the
yeah.
competency also obviously has like benefits and drawbacks for the crew in certain circumstances, right? Where it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like
Because the
they don't wanna
android
see
is
their
not gonna
friend
be
die
like,
or
oh
whatever.
no, I like this person the most, so I'm gonna save them. It's like, no, it's
But-
one person
Yeah,
versus us three, so I'm not gonna open this door. It's like,
so
These are
at
all
least the-
things we could have played with, the concept they could have played with, but they just didn't really do much. Like I feel like with Andy, it's going to be a lot of headcanon and a lot of themes to make this character a better character in people's heads than what they actually did on screen. The
No.
concept was good. The execution really they didn't do much. Like the whole idea of like her Rain's responses to the things he says is like, oh my god, but then they don't do anything. There was no payoff for all the interactions that they had, or like real understanding of how she feels, of like whether or not he's family or not. Like how does she, is he a brother or is he just a trash can? I have no idea how she feels.
That's the big question. It's like if this guy's personality can be so radically changed by us just like putting a chip in him that's supposed to fix some things, Like, was he ever a brother at all, or is it just a machine that I've been treating like a person?
I think what they were
But they
going
didn't
for.
really
Have you ever taken
explore that.
Vyvanse?
I think what they were going for here is like, oh, he's like a brother because he's the only, I guess, the only part that's left of my actual family, and it's like a memento of the dad and the parents or whatever. They don't really play that card very well. They just go like, ah, I like you, Annie, or no. It's like, okay.
See, like
You were my brother,
the
Annie.
the T800 filling the hole in John Connor's life of not having a father made sense. They can utilize that without actually being like, "Oh, he's my father." We didn't need John to do that stupid shit.
Mhm.
But we can fill it in we can fill it in ourselves. All you need is that one scene of Sarah looking over at them giving each other a high five, and it works, right? You get it, that void.
Yeah.
With this, did you ever get a sense of like what what he does to her, what hole he fills in her life, like as a brother, like their sibling relationship? There was nothing. It was fucking just so empty, and it's for people who are gonna write it themselves. That's what that whole relationship is for.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go on to the space station finally.
Let's hit that 20-minute mark, baby.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
I guess,
I
I guess we
probably
jumped.
skip over the
jumped.
the door
Yeah,
scene
we
now.
covered a bunch of stuff.
We jumped around a little bit, but yeah, but they're in space now. There's definitely some. We get the first kind of seedlings where Andy's like, "Oh man, I can't wait to go with you to that cool planet you've been talking about," and she's like, oh, "Yeah, that'll be great." So obviously he's not allowed to go there, which is gonna be like a big thing. Well, not for Andy because he's a robot. And he's like, "Yeah, that's fine." Like legit, that's basically his reaction. It's like, "Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I'm a robot. That's cool." Anyway, they dock on the thing, and they have like a little crawling space they dock onto, and like, Andy, it's your time. Hit the button, and it just works. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I guess security is very light on this station, or non-existent. It's like Star Wars. You just need a face, and then you go inside, or you just need
just slash it with your lightsaber.
you just
need a finger,
You
like
just
an
need
Android finger.
a Android finger, yeah. Also, the station has like not enough oxygen, so you have to wear a mask for 2 minutes until they go to the big room. It's like, oh, lucky, this has still power, so they turn it back on. Which I'm just like, why was it turned off anyway? I guess someone had to turn it off before everyone died. I guess. I know it just has power, but but someone had to turn it off because they just pushed a button and it turns back on. So there's not like a thing where they have to go like a little side quest, reactivating the power or whatever. And they have like also some heat or like detection thingy where they can see where the pods exactly are. They never actually use that again to, I don't know, locate the aliens or something. It's just for the pods. I don't know. It's stupid. They just never use it again. They crawl in, and there's like a thing happening right now. Even though the power is off, it resets the gravity every other minute so it doesn't break apart or explode. I don't know what the fuck that's about. I don't know. They just say that's a thing that would happen if it doesn't do that, which is like,
It just
sure.
makes a cool gimmick, like, oh, gravity on and off.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, that's just to set up that action scene, isn't it? It's not because of anything else. Really.
Yeah.
Bjorn then just floats around in gravity, and then we get the first part of him getting beat the absolute fuck out of him until he completely dies in the movie. I don't know if that was supposed to be like a meme, but he like falls down from a pretty significant height, but it's like, ow, I fractured my butthole or something, he says.
Yeah,
I don't
he
know.
should not be
Oh, no!
walking. He should be fucked from that fall.
There's
He
something
says he
with the
fractured
fucking
his
gravity.
Which,
Yeah.
dude,
We
that's
do-
something I complain about that character real quick. He gets hurt like 4 times, and the only one that matters is the very last one at best.
Yep, exactly. He gets beat the fuck up. These characters have like insane plot armor until they have to die.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the plot armor in this movie is ridiculous. And just on that note, before we
unreal.
move on, I think this movie would have been way more interesting if they had to play around the gravity thing throughout the whole thing. They
Yep.
just did it a couple times for when it was convenient. But if it was an actual active part of the movie,
Yeah.
like, could have been way more interesting.
Yeah. And then we see obviously a lot of the interior of the station, and you know what? Looks fucking awesome. Honestly, I really love the way it looks. You can tell basically all practical for them. I think like 90% of it is practical. If not, I couldn't tell. They did a good job hiding it, but it looks really good. It's a good looking movie for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they took a lot of the sets from Alien Isolation as well. I think a lot of it was based on that game in there.
James, you want to say something about that?
Fuck me, dude. I think the only thing I recognized was the fucking save station way later in the lab. Because the big thing with Alien Isolation is those devs got access to the original plans and design outlets for the original Alien and Alien movies to use for the game. So to me, if it looks like quote unquote Alien Isolation, that's just Alien 1 and 2. So
yeah, but there wasn't a space station in Alien 1 and 2, so the space station unique design very much resembles that. I memorized it quite well because I kept pausing the game every 5 minutes to have a panic attack, which was great.
I do remember you having panic attacks there. It was pretty fun.
I only played the game once.
I really do.
I played the game once years ago, and I'm like, this game is 6 hours too long in total.
Yeah.
Because it's like 18 hours long. It's a fucking long game, man. It's still good.
Yeah.
That game gaped me, as the kids say.
Oh no.
I've
So
been gaped. That's my new favorite word now. Gape.
Oh God.
You know what? I had a feeling. Fucking hell. This stream is gonna be demonetized for sure when I put that up here. All this gaping. So they go around and the big room has like 5 cryopods. Like, hooray! It still has cryopods, and they also see it's like, oh damn, it's going to crash into the asteroid belt in like 36 hours. And it's like, oh, it's no problem. We'll in and out of here in like 30 minutes, which they won't be, of course. He checks the pods like, oh no, we only have enough juice for like 3 hours or something. And in case some people in the audience forgot, Björn was like, but we need 9 hours of fuel. It's like, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
So they go to the cryopods to get more cryo-jizz or something. I don't know.
Well, sure is lucky that Ripley's escape shuttle had 57 fucking years worth of cryo fuel.
That's quite a lot. Yeah.
That is apparently a thing now that they just last Jedi'd into the alien universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
The whole ticking clock thing, like the idea of a ticking clock in a movie can be, super compelling to great tension. But when you're just pulling it out of your ass for something that we've already have established rules for, it's just weak.
Yeah. Oh, we get to the ticking clock in this one because that's the whole thing. Oh boy.
Because with those cryopods, my thing is I understand having to like maybe recycle stuff for it, but I don't. That's never really implied. It just seems like a station that freezes you, and as long as you have power for it, it's not even like a cryopod power. You just need power.
It's like a freezer. Like you plug a freezer into the water. I don't have fucking cryo fuel to keep my like meat cold, right?
Also, I'm like.
3 hours left of cryo fuel. It's what the fuck, man?
Hey
57
Siri.
years, you idiots.
Hey Siri, please add some more
7
cryo fuel, please.
So this gimmick was just created for this movie. It was never introduced in any previous movie that cryogenic sleep needs fuel.
Well, the thing is,
Also,
even if they would need it, I feel like it wouldn't be that far away from the actual cryopods.
Exactly.
I feel like it would be connected to whatever fuel they have. It's probably gonna be connected to the thing. So you know what? It doesn't fucking run out while you're in the middle of cryo sleep.
Yeah.
But I can tell you why
if the one that Ripley used had 57 years plus of juice in it, why is this thing have 3 hours left? Like that's just it shouldn't work.
Well, I
that
can
way.
tell you exactly why it's here. I can tell you exactly why it's here because they wanted a flamethrower, but that's like, no, flamethrower is too obvious. We need a frost thrower. And that is how this was born.
Yeah.
You know what? You're completely right.
Yeah, that's probably
it was that simple. You know what? We've ripped off too much. We have to switch that one up. What's better than flame? Ice. Oh, check. Write it down. Like that. That's it. Moving on.
Man,
They took it from Fallout 4.
It's creativity.
I didn't even. It's so simple, but I didn't think about that until you mentioned that. Like, just ugh.
They were
You know,
stealing the
that brings up
cryogenic
another
fuel
problem.
of the face huggers, right? That's the implication, and that's why the face huggers wake up, because they were stealing the fuel, it was depleting, and the face huggers woke up. Why do the face huggers need to be in cryogenic sleep? Why can't they just be normally frozen?
Because shut up.
Yeah, well, that's one of the problems with this, right? Is it's so heavily constructed around having certain props and action set pieces. Like,
Yeah.
it's like a checkbox of like, we want, instead of a flamethrower, like you were saying before, we need a frost thrower, and we want a room full of face huggers. They got to creep through it. We want zero-G alien fight, and we want spooky minute at the end. I don't mean to jump ahead too much, but I'm just talking about like it's just so about checking those boxes of having set pieces rather than like the first Alien movie. It was just a really believable crew dealing with the situation beat by beat. Like, it didn't feel like it had that schematic approach to it, you know.
And they're choking the script. They're strangling the shit out of the script in order to achieve those themes that they want. The member berries, those little payoffs, all the things that they know they want. And they're just rushing to them. You notice that from the beginning of just getting onto the ship without actually getting any character established. It's the whole movie is just like not just a missed opportunity, but like such a clear idea, a clear example of their thought process when it comes to filmmaking. Like, you have to have the thing that they remember instead of just, coming up with your own idea within this world that people like. That's what we're here for. What can you do with this franchise? Because I've already seen Alien. I've already seen Aliens. I've seen I've seen all these movies. Don't just show me a fucking like highlight of all of them. Show me your movie. What was the point of all this?
Oh god, I just thought of another fix. Fuck. So with those cryopods, why not they have an internal power source? It's run low because there's someone fucking in use of it right now. And so the whole thing is, we just need more fuel for the ship so we can also power the cryopods at the same time. And also, how are we going to deal with this new person who was using it up?
Oh my god, we've been X-rated. Oh no.
Ah, shit.
Oh no.
Mark, run.
But
I'm
wait,
running.
here's
I'm running
another
away.
fix. Here's
as
another
fast as
fix.
my
What
one
if
leg
they
can
had
take me,
like
but
a
thank you, honey.
gelato machine, an ice cream machine in
Never-
space, a space
Gelato's
cream
better, it's
machine,
Italian.
and they need to freeze it. But then you disconnect the space cream machine, and then it turns into space frost, and so you're freezing the aliens with the ice cream machine, and that is how you do an Alien sequel.
You know what's even better?
Don't write that down.
Delicious.
The
Those are
cry,
the deleted
they
scenes, for
had
sure.
they had to decide. They had like two things. They wanted ice cream or have to freeze the aliens. And they come on the stage and it's like, oh man, I really want some fucking ice cream. And there's like a little note on this one tube and it's like, don't remove aliens. And it's like, I already want ice cream. I just do it real quick. Maybe I can get some ice cream. And then he gets angry and then the aliens gets free. It's like,
So I'll start with ice cream.
Cinema.
Mention
cinema, kino.
in the first Alien movie, why do problems start occurring? Why do we end up with people being killed? Because of Ash. Because he's interested in getting the alien to the company. Why does stuff happen in this movie? Oh, because we need fuel for the hibernation pods. Oh, because the British chav guy panicked and, got the infected person onto their ship. Oh, because this person was clumsy. Oh, because it's all nonsense. It's like the plot is just molded into stuff artificially, so making stuff happen. And in Alien, it's just so tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look back at Ash's decisions throughout the entire thing and like, oh, that's why he did that. Oh, that's why he glanced. Like, even at the dinner table scene, like before the chest burster scene, when everyone's just like the little banter before it actually takes place, you notice Ash is like staring at him. Ash is like anticipating this. Maybe not anticipating it, but at least studying him the entire time. You could see it. And it makes so much more sense when you get the reveal. Where with this, I don't think you're gonna look back at this movie and be like, "Oh, look at it." That's why there's nothing to chew on with Andy. There's just nothing to work with, and there could have been so much, but
yeah,
he's
It's
just
just
here
very
because
little
they like
semblance
happened.
of causality
That's
in
the
this
thing they
one.
need to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cause and effect are a thing in the first two.
So anyway, while they're just looking around the space station looking for the cryo-coom, We learned that Tyler's sister is pregante. Oh no. And it's like, oh, who's the father? It's like some asshole. It's like, okay.
Chekhov's fetus.
Yeah, I hope nothing bad comes of this. Oh no.
Get that counter ready.
Did anyone else think AVP 2 as soon as they announced, oh, there's a pregnant chick? It's like, oh no, I'm still in therapy over that scene from AVP 2. Don't do it again.
I'm not sure I've ever seen
but
AVP
only because
2.
I blocked most of that movie out.
Oh my God.
It's not
I
very
can't
good.
remember,
It's okay, if
remember.
there was a very special
Belly
episode
burster.
of the CW's Riverdale where aliens and predators showed up, that would be Alien vs Predator 2.
Mhm.
See, what I was thinking they were gonna do is like the face huggers would avoid the pregnant lady because they think she already is with an alien or something
No,
like
okay.
That could have been way better.
That would've
Could have
been
did
interesting,
something
yeah.
with it. Instead, like her whole character was just, "I'm pregnant, leave me alone." Like,
I mean,
that's just- it was
she's
so boring.
she pukes like, don't worry, I'm not sick, I'm just pregnant, and she goes to sleep until she's
Yeah.
needed for the plot. It's just-
By the way, she played
Another
a
character
live
whose name I
action
don't
version
remember.
of Dora the Explorer.
She did, yeah. That's kind of funny,
Holy
actually.
Oh,
shit.
that was that girl.
Yeah.
She was in Madam Web as well, and she'll play Hawk Girl in James.
Oh
Gunn's
shit, she was in Madam Web. Yeah,
Oh
you're
my
right. That's
God.
where I saw her last.
Oh my God. I didn't-
Oh,
She was one of the
Madam
ones
Web.
who
Been a lot of
wasn't Sydney
singles.
Sweetie, I take it.
Everything always comes back to Madam Web.
It's a
Madam
web in time.
Where did that bring
and
you? Back to
It was
me?
obvious they were going to do something with the pregnancy. I
Why'd
just
they make
wasn't
that
sure
movie?
what it was, and I thought it might have been just as simple as, "Oh, I really don't want her to die because she's pregnant," and that would be it.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't get like, well, if she got infected by a face hugger while pregnant, what would that do exactly? Like she just has twins or something? I don't know. Like, wow, how is that
So
scary?
I would
or
think it
really?
would
There's
make
no
it
rules
different.
anymore, John. There's no more rules. Nobody knows.
Honestly,
Who the
my
fuck knows at this
assumption-
point?
You want to
Did
know what
anyone
my
expect the
assumption was?
Gerber baby? Like, who the fuck planning for this shit?
Not exactly, but my assumption would be if a pregnant woman gets a face hugger attached to her and impregnated with an alien egg, I guess like one of the fetuses, it would just burst through her chest and the baby would die because the mother
Yeah.
would be dead. That's probably what should have happened.
Right.
Like with Blade, his mother getting bitten by a vampire while she was pregnant, resulting
Yeah, the
in
Gerber
Blade
baby
is
was
really
a fucking
cool.
alien daywalker, basically.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like Blade is cool because it's
one.
a grounded premise. Where with aliens, it's so fucked at this point. We have the goo, we have all this shit already. You can't throw this in too and expect us to be like, oh, I wonder what that does. Like, no, it's just gonna fuck it up even more. Like, it's at a point now where we need to just stop adding shit to it and try to simplify the stuff we have.
There we go.
Yeah.
I've answered all the alien versus alien face hugger pregnancy questions with 2 clips.
Okay, watch them.
One
when
of
we're
them's
done
called
with the
belly
stream.
bursters.
Yeah.
These are important clips, by the way.
I really do think like the facehuggers should have like avoided her, and she'd be able to get through that room with the facehuggers safely. Kind
Yeah,
of
for
like
example,
in
yeah.
Predator 2, where the predator doesn't kill the pregnant woman. You know,
Nah,
kind
I
of a
think that's-
little.
I think that's a bit
reference
too
to that.
silly for the alien.
Yeah,
In
maybe,
the oh fuck, which
Because remember,
one is
she's only a few weeks pregnant. She's not like
Yeah,
She-
true.
she's not even dude.
even in the Predator, the stupid one we were referencing, even in that shit movie, they still remember that part of the Predator lore where they don't kill unarmed women or unarmed people in general. So the
Mhm.
Predator lets the girl go. So even in a shit movie like that, they can like have a little bit of respect. But like this fucking, they just cannot respect the lore
Nope.
whatsoever. In
In
this,
here,
which is
just
bizarre.
use
man.
it to create like a ugly ass creature, and it just kind of looks like a kid played in the playground and mashed his toys together. Let me mash my Power Ranger and my He-Man toy and make this fucking atrocity. Like no one who drew concept art editing or no one said, "Hey, this looks really stupid." I don't know how that went from idea to screen. Like it's
Less is more. Less is more. You barely see the shark in Jaws. You don't need to see everything. That it's just. I will throw people a bone to the people who liked the first shot. I think the very first reveal shot was actually kind of creepy, the stance and everything. But then it just becomes a cartoon within like the next few minutes. You
Yeah.
ruined your. It's just I'm tired of watching something that could have been cool for a second, and then just it falls apart because they don't understand how to use it. Less is more, man. Like all the best creatures you can think of throughout media. They're not spammed.
Yeah. So Bjorn is more of a dick, and Rain's like, "Wow, why is he such a dick?" And then it's like, don't worry, he's just mad that he got beef with the synths because one of them sealed off their parents to save 12 others. And she's like, "Wow, that's horrible." And yeah, as we already said,
giving us that exposition.
He's doing the strictly logical thing the bots do. It's like, but they're not allowed to harm humans, but apparently they're allowed to, do the trolley problem, but logically just minimize the casualties. Bjorn is like a little nervous, and Andy tries to do his dad jokes, and then he tells him, "Fuck you! You're not even allowed to go with Rain because the planet they go to, there's no fake persons allowed." And then he says, "I prefer artificial person myself, and I wanted to shoot myself in the face." And
jeez.
Nice rip-off of Aliens, so that's nice. Yeah, member berries.
I love
Jangle the
Bishop's.
keys.
I love Bishop's delivery of that line too, which is so annoying.
Yeah.
Just they can't even like attempt to match it. Ugh.
But yeah, Andy gets told like, "Oh, when you go to the planet, you will be decommissioned and you won't be allowed." And immediately was like, "Well, that's not gonna bother Andy because he's a synth and he's running on commands and he's on directives to do what's best for Rain." And even says this like, "Oh, that's best for Rain. That's all right." Obviously, the whole drama is for her because I didn't have the heart to tell him. Meh. And then Navarro is like very emotional.
Bothered about it.
Navarro very emotionally says, "Oh, we don't go to throw away it because of him, because he's just a robot or something." And you would have thought like at this point it's like, yeah, but he's like the only memory I have for my parents, blah blah. No, she doesn't just say anything and just goes to cry in the fucking toilet or whatever. I don't know. They don't do anything with this. It's just stupid.
Like later on, after he closes the door on the Latina chick, the robot, like there's a line by Rain like, "Why would you leave her behind?" And then Andy responds with like, "Oh, you'd know something about leaving behind."
I'll get to that because
so
that
he
doesn't...
did take offense.
Yeah, but he shouldn't. It's fucking stupid.
Exactly.
I have that in my notes as well. Like either they have conscience or they don't. So I don't know why he was being so judgmental at that point. I pointed out again when we get there.
Part of it, I think part of it was because he kind of delivered it with sass. Where
he was looking at her.
Like,
yeah. I guess we talk about it now.
I think if he flat out, I think. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I realized we weren't actually at that part yet. Never mind.
I like how I said. I'll mention it again when we get there. Anyway, we do the thing.
I'd already started talking in my head.
It's all good.
I had a case of the thinks.
The case of the thinkings.
I find the performance on the part of actors of synthetics interesting in the later movies. When you look at Alien and the way Ian Holm played it, he plays it quite naturally in like a human sort of way, which suggests like part of the programming of the synthetics is to sort of blend in with the crew as if they're like a realistic human being. But now like
Andy
whenever
does not blend
an
in.
actor's playing... Yeah, well, now it's just like they have to make it obvious that they're playing a robot, which I'm not sure if that's the right way to go. Maybe
it's not.
Yeah,
it's complete. And I'm just gonna say, even I think Bishop is a better example because it wasn't like this big, like Ash was more of like a big twist, like reveal. Bishop is something we would be anticipating at that point, but it was still natural.
Yeah, we find out like right away.
Yeah, but it still felt natural. Versus this, it's just like, okay, we gotta like make it explicit that this guy's an alien with the milk and everything. Where I just think the way they did it with Bishop is so much smoother. And when you have the examples of those two, Ash and Bishop, just compare it to this, it's definitely not the way to do it.
Yeah, and I think in Alien, what was so great about Ian Holm playing that robot role the way he did, so like naturally in a human sort of way, is that when he does eventually flip out and gets his head knocked off and starts like spazzing, it is quite jarring because like you're watching this guy behave like a human being, and now it's like, fuck, he really is a robot now. Like Jesus.
It's one of the best like robot reveals ever because you're so on board with this guy is just like, the suit of the group, and like you don't, there's no hint for it whatsoever. There's no like foreshadowing that I could think of. It's such a shocking reveal. Like it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's really good.
And his performance is so fantastic and everything, and everyone's reaction to it as well. Like
With
no
Bishop,
screaming. Everyone's just processing it in that moment.
And for Bishop, the only indication that he's a synthetic is him just having superhuman speed when he's doing the knife hand game, and they reveal it immediately afterwards because he nicked himself and he has the cream-colored blood. So, and I think even Drake says, "Thought you never miss, Bishop." Get it? Like it's like, oh yeah, he usually doesn't even bleed when he does that. And then that makes us do like, how the hell is this guy moving that fast? They answer that question right away.
There you go. Yeah. How much more information and character and just substance from that scene did we get compared to just watching those guys bully Andy for no reason? Like, we don't even know why they did that. The guys that beat him up at the beginning so we can get the reveal?
Yeah, it's just for the reveal because they don't like the synths. So he gets beat up and then he has like the seizures on the floor, which he has like 3 times, so we can do the restart thing. I don't know why they thought that was so cool, but we do that a couple of times.
Yeah, they kind of went that well a bit too much. I got bored of that thing.
Anyway, Rain is very sad. What?
I was gonna say real quick. The best part with Bishop is the very end when Ripley thinks he abandoned her, and he comes back.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Much better.
Remember when we had arcs with these androids? That was nice.
Not allowed. Put them away.
Metal, push forward.
But
how meaningful is it when Sarah Connor
shakes Brooks, Metal, go.
No, it's just that handshake. It's huge and it's earned, but nothing in this movie's earned. That's the problem.
Yeah. So Rain is very sad. They just go around and say, "Well, this station is not really decommissioned. This looks more like abandoned still." Then Bjorn finds an electro-prot flame and tries to be all boss against Andy, saying, "Oh, keep that in mind, his funny ideas," or whatever his fucking accent is. And then Andy grabs him like super quickly, and then he goes like, "It's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke." And I immediately had to think about the Smiling Friends meme. It was like, "No, please don't kill me, no, kill me, no."
Also, sorry, we went past it, I believe slightly earlier. They walked past that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right at the 30-minute mark, they walked past the fucking painting.
Painting?
On the wall.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
You know, Metal, the painting of the the baby sucking up on the mom's tit.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
The Romulus and Remus painting.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
I saw that and was like, I don't care.
Well, I mean, I was just like, when have we ever seen art like this at a Weyland-Yutani facility? I was like, that's the part that weirded me out. I was like, what the fuck? Like, why would they... Like, I get it.
The administrator had
Station Romulus and Remus, but also...
Well, you see, Mark, it wouldn't be on here, but it would be in Prometheus, Alien Covenant, or Ridley Scott.
Okay, could someone explain to me the significance of that painting? It's in Covenant and Prometheus.
So that's Romulus and Remus are the people who founded Rome, at least in legend, and they were both the sons of wolves, but they're humans. Okay. Sons of a wolf, so they feed off the wolf mother.
And one killed the other.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Hey. But yeah.
Jojo woke up. Hi, Jojo.
Bjorn pretends to be like a badass until he gets in trouble. So he's like, "It's a joke. It's just a prank, bro." And it's like, well, actually, it's just you need to look out. This is how it was a clever diversion because he was trying to save him because there was like a big hole behind him. So it's like, you need to be careful where you tread. And they're like, "Oh, that's crazy. Oh, well, there's a corpse there." It's like, "Oh wait, no, it's just a synth, no problem." And they're like, "Oh, it's probably like a chemical spill or something that made the hole." And for some reason, they look down. It's like, "Oh, wow, that goes really far. Let's definitely not look up and see where the spill may have come from so we're not in danger so we can have the reveal later for the big alien thing." So they don't do that. But yeah, now they have like a little prod thing, which they need here in a little bit. They find the cryocoom room, and luckily for the plot, this door doesn't close all the way, which is going to be very convenient later on. Because
true.
Exactly, that one is defective, so we can do the thing and get them out of there soon. But yeah, they go in there. It's like, "Oh look, there's there's enough cryojuice here for everyone. It's gonna be great. We can just get it out." And then they try to get it out, and then Bjorn's hands get frozen a bit, and he's like, "Ah, fuck my hand." It's like, oh, he's like injured for the rest of the room. It's like, no, it's just fine the next time. This is like does nothing against him.
I don't remember them doing anything with that. Yeah,
because they
right.
don't. They don't.
What the fuck?
It's just really weird. I don't know why they put this in.
there's so many setups with no payoffs. Like I think if there's one thing I wish I took a note for all of it is like, yeah, the amount of setups that they just do nothing with. That's just another one of like, how do you not? It's such an explicit scene, and you'd think even then, why not have the droid do it? I don't know if anyone mentioned that, but like just have him do it.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna have him injured, like do something with it. That's like the gravity, another setup without like a big payoff. And I'm not even including the one that you know which one I'm talking about at the end because that's so fucking stupid. But yeah, it's another pattern in this movie.
Yeah. So they get the thing out, then it's like, wee woo, the red alert, the emergency, close the doors. So they do, and it's like, oh no, dang it. Andy, quick, use your little finger flames to get it open. It's like, now I don't have security clearance anymore. It's like, oh, now we remember clearances. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Obviously,
By the way,
we
let's
do
not
that
forget-
now because we need the rest, the two others on the ship, the ones that are not pregnant and asleep right now, to go into the ship and get them out of there. So we get them there.
By the way, that water would have been frozen when they entered. I think that was mentioned the other day.
The water would have been frozen when they entered? Why?
Yeah, because the entire room is like frozen.
No, I
It's the
think
cryo chamber, and it,
the pods, the specifically are frozen. I don't think the rest of the room is supposed to be frozen. I think. I didn't
well,
get
they mention how cold
it
that
is.
room is.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they don't mention that the water is cold. Not to mention,
Well, that's
we
stupid then.
see.
Because I only remember later when they say, "Well, it's hot in here."
Heated water.
Yeah, well, it starts getting hot in there, and then you see all the facehuggers wiggling.
Okay, well, yeah, then that should be frozen. That's true. I on my 2 watches, I didn't catch that. So yeah, there you go.
Or at least cold.
It should have been cold,
should be.
yeah, but it's not. So while they wait for the other ones, and instead of, I don't think they let Andy even try to pry that door open. I think these two try it, but not Andy. I'm not sure. I would need to watch it again, which I'm not planning to do.
Any scene like that where they need something physically done is just retarded now when we realize like what we find out at the end. Like his strength level is just off the charts.
I'm gonna say it
He's
right now.
standing around.
He holds up a whole elevator, like a whole
Yes.
fucking elevator.
No, not just an elevator. An elevator that was falling with momentum.
it
And he
already
grabs
had
it
some
with
momentum,
one
yeah.
hand.
Yep.
Literally just like his shoulder and a little bit of his bicep. There's like no leverage he's got there, but he like I don't even know if the T800 could have did that.
Yeah, I know these things
Well,
are
Like,
supposed to
serious
be.
question. Like
it does
Arnie
go
in his
on to
prime,
kill
no damage.
several
Could he have done that?
aliens. Too.
Yeah, I know they're supposed to be
the elevator
strong,
also
but I don't
killed-
think they're supposed to be that strong.
Yeah, I'm not even
No.
kidding when I say that. I don't think the T800 could have stopped that fucking elevator. It was.
It also
I-
implies
like,
that he is significantly stronger than the xenomorphs because that elevator kills a shitload of them.
he could just hold
Yeah.
them down and just like bully them and just like pin them down, not worry about the. He's too strong. It breaks the whole movie. I don't
Yeah.
know why they did that.
Because there's at least one other scene I remember where Rain tries to open up a thing and Andy doesn't even try to pry it open. It's just like, why don't you? You have like a strong robot right there.
Yeah.
You know,
Let's not
it's
use
Popeye
the
the
robot
Sailor
that
Man
has
moment where you
Superman
just
level
bend the
strength.
bars.
Yeah.
See,
They break the glass as well. Why wouldn't they try that instead of looking for a chip?
It's also stupid. Like patterns
they
like
do
that is
break
what
the
makes me
glass.
want to make videos, man. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's just hilarious.
It's
I'm,
even
I'm
funnier-
imagining all the scenes of him just standing around.
It's even
like,
funnier
knowing
because
he has
they
super
try
strength.
to destroy the thing later, right before, and that actually gets a lot of the the facehuggers out because it's now broken a bit. It's so fucking dumb.
Metal, I'm looking back at the scene, and
Don't.
those
It just
frozen
hurts.
facehuggers, those frozen facehuggers are negative, like 25 degrees Fahrenheit, and that number just fucking rises.
Yep.
And by the time,
Well, you
in-
went straight
unless-
to you. Go ahead because that's the next thing I would have mentioned. So you're right on track.
So, and in literally it's like less than 15 seconds, they go from negative 25 to 70
Yeah.
Fahrenheit, which is an insane increase, and it's still ticking up.
So
And it's in less than 10 seconds. It's insane.
So the thing is, what that tells us mechanically for these cryopods, when you take these things out, it doesn't just stop the freezing. For some reason, it it starts up a process where it just heats everything up. It's like
Yeah.
why? Imagine there's like a malfunction. It's like, oh, no cryopod fluid anymore. Let's heat up everything, and then
Yeah.
Well,
It just
immediately
be normal room
unthaw all
temperature,
of this
like
sensitive
what's heating it up.
material.
Yeah.
ever defrosted like a slab of meat that you had in your freezer? Takes a bit. Even
Yeah, it takes a while.
takes a
It's
while.
not,
You
it's
can't,
not
yeah,
a
you
fast
can't just
process.
fucking.
That's why I
yeah.
normally take it out of the freezer the day before.
Yeah, overnight.
Yeah, so it's insane. It just doesn't make. They heat it up. Apparently, they just come to life because we need the action to happen right now. Yeah. So all the facehuggers are loose in here now. They should have been frozen for quite a bit still. They should have easily gotten out of here with everything and nothing would have happened, which is kind of funny.
I like that
You
they
know how
look
much-
vacuum
you know how
sealed
cool
in their
that
little
would be?
baggies.
If like they were starting to leave and the facehuggers come swarming out like 20 minutes later because they didn't close anything up because they didn't think it would be an issue. That'd
The
be so
plot
much
armor
better.
will increase as we go here.
Yeah.
No.
And the
And
ignored
we also-
resources. That's one thing
we-
that's annoying.
Yeah, we also get our my favorite line. There's something in the fucking water.
Something fucking water. Water.
I love that line. I think it's like incredibly memeable. It just shows his accent on point. You know?
Yeah. So yeah, now all the facehuggers are scurrying around in the water, while the other two are making their way. The pilot lady also finds some weird X-ray machine that we only need to create
X-ray flashlight.
Yeah, that we only need to make a cool shot where we can see the alien inside of her in a bit. So good, yay. She
Yeah,
just
but then you forget that you have it later on in the movie also when there's another person whose alien infection is called into question. It's just
Yeah.
like, did you guys forget you have a fucking X-ray flashlight?
Yeah, and Rain saw that X-ray flashlight.
good.
Why didn't she think of using it? Because Ian Holmes says, "What are the chances?" And he says like 60 to 40. Why don't you use the X-ray thing to be
Yeah,
absolutely
no, like you could have
certain?
immediately
Well,
found out.
I guess to
Yeah.
be fair, she's the only one who. Wait, no, the other one is still around. She knows that she picked it up. Never mind, forget about it.
Yeah.
You tried. You tried. We appreciate fairness. Even if
Sorry,
it's
Alien
misplaced.
Romulus. I tried, all right, but I realized you're still stupid.
It's like a one-time use video game item. You only had the one charge on the X-ray flashlight, and now it's gone.
It was just on cooldown. She used it for the lulz just to try out how the mechanics work, and it's like, I gotta recharge now. It's gonna take a couple of minutes. But yeah, she puts it in her little backpack, and then Rain gets the idea. Oh wait, there's this broken synth over there. He probably has clearance. Just get it out of there. And then we get like the first jump scare in the movie, which is like one of those. The jump scares in this movie are like the stupid kind of jump scares. It's not the jump scares like the thing made the noise. It's like there's a noise, and then also the music is like bam. It's like those kind of jump
it's just
scares.
cheating.
Yeah.
It's just cheating. They're just trying to shock you any way they can and just abuse your nervous system. I hate that shit.
Yeah.
Like jump scares that result in something like is always so much better. We all know this, but like
Yeah.
this is an example of all the crappy horror tropes like all in one.
Yes.
Like
And
shockingly.
characters acting incompetently in order for the
Yeah.
movie to happen. Like,
Yeah.
let's go into this haunted house. Why not? What could possibly go wrong?
Don't
Kind of.
worry,
Everything
you're
I've
gonna
ever
be
bitched about-
indestructible until your actual death scene comes up. It's all a story, and you're just playing a part in it.
So,
Everything I've ever bitched about horror movies in terms of writing was in this movie. Like it's got everything. It's
Mhm.
the stupid asshole like that's just there to kill every like it's got it all. It's crazy. And we'll get to it, but there's one particular resource that they ignore that just annoys me so much during a scene. I think we're close to it.
So they. Oh, go ahead.
Sir, if I can just say something about the scares in the first Alien movie, like
Yes,
they're so
absolutely.
much more sophisticated.
Yes.
Like because it has a great score, but it's very sparingly used. It's very light on score, and a lot of the horror scenes, there's no score. It's
Sound
just
of water
design
dripping and
breathing.
dangling chains is way
Yeah.
scarier than a loud noise.
So much better than the blah and the stupid music that they
And-
use. I think
and
Alien. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, another thing that makes the alien scares scary is in editing as well. Like when I can't remember the names. I'm bad with character names, but John Hurt, he finds the first egg,
Kane.
and it jumps on him, and then it's the loud screech, and then it cuts to this wide vacant shot, and it just hangs on it, and it's just quiet. And then there's another one where the guy's in the vent with the flamethrower, and you see the alien sort of reach out at him, and it's like a screech, and then it cuts to static in another room. Like there's something about that cut to static
stuff.
that really adds to the scare factor in a way that feels like sophisticated. It's not just like this where it's just like generic sort of suspense building music, and then like stinger noise, and then people run and shout. Like it just feels cheaper.
They give you a little bit of silence to absorb the moment, to like appreciate the jump scare. It makes it so much more like significant. And I don't understand how they decided to do the opposite and just have some loud, annoying sound that just jumps in. And like, it's not like it's like it's never acceptable. But if you're doing it for like the one that pissed me off is the one where he's just at the door like, hey, and he's just saying something to him, but they put the stinger noise in anyway, just to fucking cheat. It's just ridiculous. I'd rather always have something to be the result of a jump scare, and then we have something to utilize afterwards, because then that noise is justified. You're in a chase or in some type of action situation.
I think the only scene that felt like genuinely creepy was ironically when Andy was letting the one girl die, and Rain is trying to talk to Prego and be like, "It'll be okay, we're gonna open the door," and then you see the alien decide to stop waiting, so you just see it rise up behind her without a single noise, and then it just cuts to Rain's face for a second, like, oh fuck. I think that's like one of the feel good scenes that were done well, because there wasn't no sting to it either when it stabbed her. It just slowly rose up, and then fucking does it after it cuts to Rain.
I think we can all agree that the xenomorph is a fucking amazing creature. They're never the problem in these movies.
Such a good design.
It's never their fault. It's never their fault. That's my whole case on the engineer. Just to cut to him real quick. I don't think, like, for all the people that hate on the movie and hate on the thing, even the James, you said you hate the engineer. Like, it's not his fault. Prometheus is shit. It's not his fault. Prometheus is shit. None of it's his fault. Like, don't blame the engineer. And I don't blame the xenomorph ever for anything. They can make 100 shit alien movies. I'm not blaming the xenomorph.
I posted earlier the comic rendition of the space jockeys, and I prefer those creepy look instead of whatever the hell that. Well, easy bald man, bald albino. I don't like. I think that's just lazy. It's another guy. It's a guy, but bald with black eyes.
But I think with a backstory, they could have justified all that and made all those things interesting. I'm really like a simp for the idea in my head for the engineer, and they did nothing. He drank some goo and died, and then came back, yelled, and died. He got raped.
The magic, the magic goo that does anything you want. It's great. I love it.
Goo.
Because the first thing we see that goo do is disintegrate a fucking engineer.
Nice.
And then what does it do the rest of the movie? It mutates. And it's like, what? How the fuck?
So it mutated the engineer in his goon cave.
Oh.
Oh my god.
See, the earlier movies knew how to edge.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Gooners. I don't even know why that just came into my head, but I just had to put it out here.
And I appreciate it very much.
Anyway.
All right, we're going to take a 20-minute goon break. We'll be right back.
Quick goon break.
One does not simply goon for merely 20 minutes, Mark. Come on.
I'm barely getting started.
Amateur numbers.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're like surrounded by facehuggers now, and they do a surprisingly good job defending themselves. They all have like crazy reflexes and just push them away. One of the aliens actually just jumps on the side of the guy's head, which necessitate. Is that the right word? Whatever. Bjorn needs to zap.
Necessitates?
Yeah, necessitate. There you go.
Bjorn is this the chase scene that we're at?
Bjorn needs right before it. Bjorn needs to zap the thing, which shortly knocks out Tyler, and he falls into the water, and there's almost an alien jumping onto him. But sorry, Andy has the chip in, and he's rebooting right now. He's frozen in time for like.
He's in his freeze. Yeah.
He's frozen in the cryo chamber. Would you look at that?
In like a T pose.
He's asserting dominance, okay? But before it can jump on his face, Andy is back and does like an anime save. He goes like, no, and then he yeets the thing into the corner, and there's like sparks and shit. And it's like, quick, open the door, and they open the door. And in the meantime, Rain was like panicking, and she was kind of starting to punch in the window, so it breaks a little bit, which means the facehuggers in a second can break through that, so more get out before the thing can close. Actually, it doesn't even close properly, so I guess it would have stopped a couple of them for a little longer. Whatever. They get chased by a whole bunch of those, well, all those facehuggers. I think it said that there's like 36 of those. I think the number said 36.
There's zero reason any of them should be alive right now. Like that scene should have been the end of every single character, maybe with the exception of Andy, because I don't know if like, I don't know. Like, could an alien lay an egg in a synthetic?
No, I think they just don't care about androids, right?
Is this the swarm scene where they come like a whole bunch of them chasing them?
Yes. Where that's basically where
okay, so this is the one where I had something to say about. Like not like just ignoring established resources is one of my biggest pet peeves in all of movies. Like the fucking waterfall in A Quiet Place. There's so many examples of these things, and the fact that they throw the flare and it distracts all of them so efficiently. And they never use that tactic ever again for the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
It's just fucking stupid. How much better it would have been, instead of just ignoring a resource, have that be like basically the meta for using those things, and then have a situation where one of the flares shorts out and they have to literally like panic as these things sort.
Yeah.
That could set up a death in a justifiable way, but they just always choose stupid, and it drives me nuts. And it goes back as far as do you remember? I'll do real quick on this. Do you remember Michonne in The Walking Dead? If anyone watched that show?
I have not seen that show.
Yeah.
I read
she's
the
just
comic.
a character who was introduced, but her introduction was her rolling up with 2 zombies chained to her, where she cut the hands and cut the mouths off, so they were basically tame.
I actually remember that
she would
visual.
smell like-
I think that went around the internet.
It's such a cool.
That was
it's
a
cool
book
visual.
thing too.
It's a really. It's a cool
that's the
visual.
first time they show her too. Like they don't even show her, because I think she wasn't even cast in the show when they first showed her with the chained zombies.
Her introduction scene was with the zombies, and yes, it looks cool. It's great visual, but it breaks the entire fucking show. Why isn't everybody using that? They don't. It's another resource just completely ignore it. Everybody should have chained zombies with them, with the mouths and arms cut off so they can't be harmed. But in season 2, they have her kill them out of nowhere for some random scene, and she never does it again. They never acknowledge it. They never bring it up. And I remember just thinking,
they start doing is they
just
cover themselves in guts is kind of like the thing that they use.
That was in season 1.
Well, they did that. They do it in the comics also, is what I'm saying.
They do it throughout the series.
My point is that's a resource that they acknowledge and they use because it makes fun scenes, and they ignore the one that's even more effective. So it's just they should have never even had Michonne do that, and I don't even have to have it in my head. So that's one example. That's an extreme example, but this is just another case here where like the flares should have been a part of this movie. Should have been a major part of this movie.
So
but we need to make a whole thing with another room later, so we can't use that anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I thought you could have gone a completely different direction with this. Cause
the second room's even worse.
no, because like he has the stun gun. That's electricity. That water's filled room.
Oh.
Set it and go.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm surprised they had a stun gun and then a bunch of water never utilized that. Like I thought that was going to be a scene they would do for sure.
I mean, they couldn't. They couldn't do it when they were. I mean, they couldn't. I know what you mean. That's what they were maybe going for, but that's just never used. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like as they're running out, just set it, chuck it, and go. I don't.
So here's my thing, right, with this, and I remember this in the trailer. I was like, that's a bit funky, and I want to get your guys' like take on this. Isn't it a bit funky that they can resist the face hugger on their faces? Like, because isn't the whole thing that they're so strong that as soon as it latches onto you, like the only time we've ever seen someone rip a face hugger off their face is when Ellen Ripley clone in Alien Resurrection had superhuman xenomorph strength and was able to rip one off. But other than that, they're so strong that once it latches onto you, it's never coming off until it's done having its way.
Well, that's happy that's not the case, but they have plot armor, so get wrecked.
I was gonna say there's a few things, because in Aliens, Ripley is able to hold it off her face until it starts choking her out,
Okay.
and it only wraps around her neck once because I
And
rewatched that scene.
Newt holds one back with the table being pinned back. If it could be pinned back by a table, then they're not like unbelievably strong. But I think it's the type of thing like once they get the grip on you, it's almost impossible to get them off. But in
Yeah.
terms
also-
of yeah,
This
it's
scene, though, its
on the
biggest
face,
problem
it
was the
suction cups.
quantity of them and the fact that they do move pretty fast. Like, the facehuggers are not slow beings.
Yeah.
No.
Like, there's no reason they would have all made it out.
When he
In
was,
my-
when he
yeah.
was backside down in the water, like there should have been another one immediately on his face because there was like 36
Yes.
of those in there apparently. So yeah, there's a lot of them.
He should have been face hugged immediately. But,
Yeah, and there was that one scene where
yeah,
like
you
it
should
does
have
actually
done.
get a grip, and it is like trying to fucking put its little penetrator into the face hole,
Yeah.
and it's kind of just going ew, gross, gross. But at that point, you shouldn't be able to rip it off, you know.
No, that's
no.
already a pretty solid thing. I think the idea they had was like, oh, it just kind of came from the side, so it doesn't have a proper grip. It's like, yeah, but if it grabs your neck and stuff, like it's donezo. I guess that was like the idea, but because they're very
So-
strong.
Gotta get that telephone up.
Because someone brought up
defense
in the
move.
original movie, the facehugger melts through the helmet to get to his face. And someone was saying, why does it melt the person's hands? And my only thought is, well, if it melts their hands, they could bleed out and die before they can get impregnated.
Hmm.
Because the original movie, it takes like a full day for the whole process to get going. But of course,
Yeah,
they're
they
inconsistent with that
accelerated
in
a
every
lot.
other-
Yeah.
The
Oh, yeah,
fact
that's the
that
other
they
thing,
take
fucking
care
the-
of
the
their
chick-
hosts.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
I was gonna
Oh,
say
the
the fact
fucking-
that the xenomorph takes care of their host, I think, is one of the most interesting parts of the creature. Like the scene with like Ripley screaming that Newt's not dead, like that small window that you have to save them in between.
Hmm.
I think the xenomorphs would be way less interesting if they just wanted to just slaughter everybody. There wasn't actually a purpose behind what they were doing.
That facehugger supplied oxygen to the guy who we see, Patient Zero, basically in
Yeah.
Alien 1. So that's why, even if that helmet was cracked, he's still technically alive in there. I also wanted
That's
to
why
ask,
they have those
like,
little butt lungs.
yeah, and I also wanted to ask, like, when they escaped from the facehuggers and they closed the second door on them, did that door have glass? Can't remember.
Let me back up 10 seconds. Because I have the rip up right now, so yes.
None of us
Yeah,
can
the
remember his
glass,
name.
because they have a whole conversation through the glass. Yeah.
Why don't they go through that glass like they did with the?
I
first
think
one?
the idea was
Well-
they could go for the other one because she already cracked it a bit, but I think they should
Yeah.
still get for the other one because there's so many of them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Regarding the face huggers, to bring up the first movie again, when it's on John Hurt's head and he's in the med bay and they're figuring out what to do, the synthetic says we can't just peel it back because it's gonna take his scalp off.
Mm.
So like it has like the arms or fingers have like hooks in them, and I think there is a shot in this movie, Romulus, that you see one of the fingers of them and you see the hooks. But then later they just pull one of the face huggers off somebody's face. Like they acknowledge the physical properties of the hooks digging into people's faces, but then like they can just pull a face hugger off someone's face and it's fine. Like it was firmly established in the first movie you can't do that. That's why they had to cut through the fingers. They used like a saw blade
Right,
to
yeah.
get it off.
Yeah.
So that seemed really weird that this movie had a shot dedicated to a hooked
Yeah,
finger
I mean,
of a face hugger, but then they didn't use it.
They're super inconsistent with the mechanics on the
another
alien
setup.
anyway. Because let me
Another setup they didn't use.
let me get us to the thing real quick, because they're running away. They throw the flare, as you said, distracts a couple of them. They get to the room where the synth is, and they are quote unquote safe now, except one. He jumps on the pilot lady Navarra, and she gets hugged really hard. But yeah, and also we see that Andy has like updated AI, which also updates his mechanical parts, and he's quicker and everything. So he's like very cool and epic now, which also makes him stop stuttering and kind of like borderline changes his personality. I mean, he's like a different person or a different robot right now. He's definitely not the same.
Like when you have Vyvanse for the first time, or Adderall.
Sure.
like, evolved.
And at some point, Bjorn's like, "Fuck the shit! I'm gonna zap the thing." And then Andy says, "Nope, stop it! If we do that, it breaks her neck, and we can't have that. It's just." And he tells him all the things about like, yeah, it provides the oxygen and it syncs up the breathing and shit like that. So but he doesn't know why yet. And oh god, it was like, but I know someone who might know. And we get fucking Skinwalker Ian home, and I almost fucking threw up. God, this needs to stop like yesterday.
Jesus!
I fucking hate it so
shit.
much. It's so disgusting.
Oh shit.
Other than the trailers, the only thing I knew about this movie is that X-Ray Girl said Chris Gore said it has terrible CGI. And I remember finding that strange as a statement, because I was like, I thought they made a big deal about how like a lot of the shit in this movie was going to be practical. I was like, what does he mean by that? And then I saw this and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
That
pretty bad.
That the VFX on his face was laughably bad, and at first I thought like, is it supposed to look bad because it's an android and it's supposed to look kind of fake? But then I was like, no. Not only was this not a factor at all in Alien, where the original character was depicted. I mean, the same actor basically. That's what they're basically copying that guy. But it wouldn't make sense for it to look weird in a VFX sense. Like if it were to look weird and unnatural, it should be done practically with like a mechanical skull with like real skin on it. So, like if the idea is to deliberately make it look sort of fake and weird, so then I thought about it. I was just like, this is simply just bad VFX work.
Oh yeah,
like
if you look at it, like the teeth look like 2D, like, or the mouth, I should say, like it doesn't look like it goes in. You know, it just looks like like strapped over it, you know, like spread over it or whatever. And obviously, like, the whole thing. Ian Holm died a couple of years ago, and now we have him in this movie as like a skinwalker. I just hate that. Let's just stop. We need to stop that shit. It's so gross and icky. I think
honestly, like, could you not have gotten Michael Fassbender for like an afternoon and just had it be another one that looks like him to make it connect a little more to the trilogy that this is apparently a part of?
No, we don't want to mention Alien Covenant. No.
Okay, but
we already got the goo.
If the choice, TruePop, I'm sorry, but if the choice is getting Michael Fassbender just doing a day on set where he's playing a torso and CGI Ian Holm, I'm taking Fassbender.
If we're already stuck with the goo, I would rather have Fassbender because that wouldn't be insulting. Okay. And it would technically make sense.
I got a simpler idea, right? Well, I think John gave me this idea. Why not have it just be a practical face, like a rubbery kind of face, because it's an android that's damaged, and of course it just look a little off, and that kind of works.
I think that's kind of what John was saying too, in terms
they
of
wanted him to do too much shit.
And you know, it just occurred to me. Fassbender's David, there's different models of that. We have different versions of that.
And fucking Lance Henriksen, like, use Ben. He's alive.
I know, but
they did it in Alien as well.
Surprise. So like, how the hell are they gonna bring Ash back? He's the worst of all the droids to bring back. Bishop, Fassbender, even the chick from Alien Resurrection. Any of the droids they've had.
I get Winona Ryder.
Yeah, Winona Ryder. If half of Winona Ryder's torso would have made more sense than fucking, like, thinking, you know.
And yeah, I mean, in the chat there, Dave brings up a good point. Or yeah, just like literally any other actor. It could be an excuse to give a bigger name actor a smaller role in this that might make you be like, oh, maybe this could be a compelling performance by, I don't know, Benicio del Toro or something. Just like throw in a different person playing the android, because most of the androids in this universe have looked different, with the exception of David and whatever his name is in Covenant. That's
they would never do that, because they're not gonna miss an opportunity for a memorabilia or a reference of some kind. But they chose the one that's stupidest. Ash was a fucking surprise. So if there was different models of him, then the whole surprise, the whole scene in Alien doesn't work.
Got a point.
They should have used
if it was
Bishop
Nicolas Cage, I think it would have changed the tone of this movie and made me evaluate it much more as like a campy, crazy thing that like just Nicolas Cage shows up. He's like, "Oh my God, the aliens! They've killed us all. Thank God you're here."
I was thinking the opposite direction. Like, imagine it was like Guillermo del Toro android, so it's just like a giant wave.
It could have been fucking.
Well, why would
It might
they
be
do
it might be the
mentation
worst
thing?
example of a member berry in the film. Like just like you
I
could have
think in
given
any
that
film.
an opportunity for like a new good actor to
Yeah.
give a memorable performance as an
I think-
android, but instead we got to resurrect Ian Holm in this really gross way and
Yeah.
do it not only in VFX but bad VFX.
It's looks so
There's
bad, man.
There's three that come to mind, but this is the three top ones. There's plenty more than that, but after everything we just went through, this is definitely either the worst or one of the worst. Because for me, I think the biggest point for me is any of the other androids would have been a better idea than Ash. Ash doesn't make any sense, but it's the one that it's he's the OG one. He's the one we all remember, and that's the only thought process. Like nobody second guesses anything when it comes to these scripts. I really, really, really think, man, like Mark was saying, just Fassbender or any of the other ones would have made a lot of sense. But they
Yeah.
consistently just focus on that instead.
They gave this CGI a full-on part in the film. It'd be one thing if it was just like for 5
Mhm.
seconds, but this is an actual part for like 20 minutes of the film.
Oh yeah, this is a character.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No,
he's,
he's in
he's
he's
here
throughout the
to
whole
stay
movie.
for the rest of the movie.
He's
Yeah.
throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, he's a character in this film who has strong bearing on the story.
Yeah.
He's the antagonist basically. If he's like the villain of the movie. If you
Yeah.
really think
Effectively,
of
yeah.
it.
He's the avatar of Wayland Yutani, essentially.
Mhm.
So they
I mean, literally,
and-
the animated faces in Pixar are more convincing
Yeah.
than the ones in here, because at least the
Swear
rest
one?
of the face moves appropriately along with the mouth. It's like with
It's
this, they
consistent,
forgot it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the eyes aren't doing anything, but the mouth is saying all these words. I'm just like, I don't believe this for a minute. Like,
I think the android premise gave them a lot of reasons to be like, yeah, it's good enough.
Hmm.
Like, they're just like, yeah, well, I mean, he looks so unnatural and weird. It's like, but he's an android who's badly damaged. Okay, yeah, that's good. We don't need to put another $20,000 into this one shot.
No,
See,
stupid.
if anything, the android damage should make this shot easier to pull off.
Yeah.
Well,
They
I was
had-
gonna
I
say-
think it's
Yeah,
the
he
opposite.
honestly-
The fact that
he
there's
wasn't
damage-
damaged enough. Like,
Yeah.
really, they could have made it look a lot better if he was more damaged, and that you had to kind of look for a second to even tell it was Ash or like Ash's face.
Hmm.
Imagine if they got an actor that looked like Ian Holm, and then just gave him a fucked up face, so you could say, "Oh,
Yeah.
it kind of looks like him, but it might not actually be."
that would be cool. A visual, interesting thing if like half his face was missing and just like a skull, like Terminator.
Mm.
Down to
Yeah.
the performance at that point. There's plenty of things we could have done. You could even have had him be unrecognizable, and we have to figure out which droid it is. And like by like halfway through the movie, we realize it's Ash, and that could have actually been like, oh, okay, I see what you did
it's
there.
not the actual Ash though, because
Yeah, it's
like
Rook.
Ash is dead, and this is Rook, who is a named
Oh.
another named
thought it was
android
meant
who's
to be-
named after a
okay.
chess piece, even though
Yeah,
the
Bishop and Rook
the
is
android named
pretty
after a chess
rough.
piece that we know of is like 40 years later. But
Mhm.
apparently that's the thing they've always been doing.
Yeah.
Wait,
Probably
is,
only
is
made,
this
like,
name
7
Ash or
random
Bishop?
android that looks like Ash and not the actual Ash from the first
Yes.
movie.
It
Okay.
literally shows the name Rook on the computer when they're turning him
So-
on right before.
Yeah,
And he
he's
says
Rook.
his name is
It's
Rook
not the same.
verbally
It's
as
not.
well.
It's not the same guy. It's just another android that looks like him.
Yeah, it's the same
Looks
model.
like Ash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks
Right,
like
so
Ash.
they went out
But that's
of
why I'm
their
saying
way.
there shouldn't be other
went-
models. It's
They
so
went with
sad.
Ash's face and Bishop's naming convention.
Yes.
That's stupid. That they went out
Wait,
their
are-
way to make this. a
Yeah.
CGI
Maybe
face.
to clear up the confusion. This is not Ash as the robot here. It's just a synth that looks like Ash because
Oh.
it's from the same.
I fucking hate this.
Yeah,
even
meaning
more
there
now,
was
fuck me.
zero reason they needed to
Yeah,
do
that's
this.
the reason to even get him. They could have done any other guy, any random fucker off the street, but they really wanted to have the
Anything
face.
else would have made sense.
Yeah.
It loo- it
Anything
shouldn't
else
have-
would have made sense. Yeah.
Especially if they're gonna go with Rook. Like, come on, might as well.
Could have just made it another Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything. They could have done anything, but they wanted this and did the Skinwalker route because they
You know what?
like cringe.
That would have been interesting because we would have got 3 different performances from that guy. Like,
Yeah.
This would have been different. They could, maybe the 3 of them together could have been interesting. for me.
Yeah, when I said literally any other android, I meant any other one, including the one that's already in this movie.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, actually, I quite like the idea of it being another Andy, not just
Yeah,
because
same.
like it offers additional range for that actor to show off, but also
Mhm.
just that android in his sort of fucked up state being confronted with another version of himself. and sort of seeing what that does to
So
like
much to
his
play
thought
with.
process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they are now we now have Skinwalker, Ian home. We got Rogue. It looks really bad, and he tells them all about the Hugger parasites. They should. And it's like, oh, what can we do? Nothing.
Yeah.
Kill her and save everyone before shit hits the fan and we all die.
This is the exposition scene.
That
Oh,
is
what
the
happened here?
exposition, yeah.
Well,
By the way,
And
I think British chav guy was plugging his ears, completely not listening to this completely so at all, and then he makes the rash decision of getting Asian chick onto the ship. Like, dude, you ignore the vital information here.
Oh yeah, they just.
Completely.
So then Rain is like, well, we should. Did we get the reveals? Like, oh, what happens? Like, this happened up there. This is gonna come out of her, and then we have the big reveals. Like, look, this is the alien, which they clearly didn't see when they came in here because they don't have peripheral view.
Just like they
vision.
didn't see the whole.
It's
Yeah.
basically it's very in the middle and it's very obvious. You would be like, what is that up there? It's like, oh fuck, it's an alien. But anyway, we got the reveal and
actually, I have a question.
sure.
How many floors of acid does in the first movie? How many floors does the acid melt through?
I don't know.
Melts
about
through about
3 or
3
4.
decks
Like
in the
3.
Yeah, about
At least
3.
2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
no
because
more
in
than
this movie,
4.
it melts like through like 7 or some shit.
Oh, it goes
How
down.
does
Yeah,
that
it's
hold?
unstoppable in this movie apparently. Even though there's already acid blood on here, that is not totally depressurized the station.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
as
that would have been
powerful
funny
as
if
the
in-
film needs it to be.
if in the first movie they had to keep going down one floor after another. Like instead of just doing 2 and 3, it's like 7 separate scenes.
And
Like,
then
Oh,
the
where
movie
does it
ends with
go?
it just depressurizing the Nostromo and they all die before the aliens even
roll
But
credits.
establishing that it eventually stops is so important. Like having an understanding of what this works. It's not just that they have acid for blood, but like at least there's a limit. You're gonna take out like a big portion of the ship. So I
Yeah,
think
it takes
literally one of my
time.
favorite parts of my favorite, or at least one of my favorite parts of this movie, maybe my favorite part was him saying that we're on the bottom floor of this ship. Any acid means that instant breach. We don't have a chance.
Mhm.
Like okay,
Yeah,
that's at
fair
least,
enough.
you know, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something else I'll point out is that in the original Alien, it was one squirt from a face hugger that got all that acid down there. So if you kill a bunch of aliens or xenomorphs, and
You're
all
absolutely
that,
dead.
yeah, you're gonna get a bunch more acid blood, much more concentrated. That's gonna breach through a lot more floors.
So
Okay.
stupid.
So
Also, that hook should not be in that alien still. That's
oh yeah, so yeah, it should just fall down because of the acid that we've just seen go through 17 floors or whatever. Yeah, he gives them like the whole exposition that they've been looking for the xenomorph specifically. We already talked about this and how stupid that is. And then Ren is like, why don't we use some of the cryogens to freeze the tail? Maybe that loosens the grip and she won't break her neck. And that seems to work, and they just rip it off. And we already talked about how that shouldn't be a possibility as well.
also they just let it escape.
That's-
By the way,
And
They
that
don't
was
kill
like
it?
Just squirt
that
it
was the
down
first
the hole.
of several the first of several times where she's the only one, including the droid, that has any idea or any plans. Everyone just stands around and panics, and she comes up with it like she's the only one who comes up with the reasonable solutions consistently. And I don't like that
Yeah.
because it does you're trying to make her look smart and impressive by just making everyone brain dead. Like, no
Yeah.
one could have thought of that. The droid should have been the first person to suggest 4 different ideas before she said anything.
Then Skinwalker
Yes.
Holmes tells them, "Oh, stop them, Andy, or they're all gonna be dead." And then Andy does it like in the dumbest shit possible. I can't let you on the ship. Trust me. It's like, okay, are you gonna do something else, or is that it's like, no, he just gets zapped by Bjorn and he goes into seizure
Rook
mode.
just literally told you what will happen. You dumb.
Yeah, you have a 60-40%, 60 to 40 chance against the lady, and then we already pointed out that she has like an X-ray flashlight that they don't use here because they don't remember.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't fucking Rook immediately go, hey, take her on the ship immediately and put her on into the cryo bed? And then when they take her back to the colony, maybe they can take her out.
Yeah, he very easily could have said, "You need to get her into a cryo bed immediately, like
Yeah.
right now, otherwise she's gonna die. We have the technology to save her back at the Weyland-Yutani headquarters.
Okay.
Totally
This
not
is-
gonna
Because this is
develop a
before he
bioweapon.
knows about the black goo. So if he can
James.
get... Oh,
You just there's another problem in that as well. So why didn't that work for the pregnant lady? Like 'cause she
that's a
was-
later issue. That's
Yeah.
for that. That's stupid, and I don't... By the way,
We'll
she
get there.
instantly
We'll get
grows
there. Let's
pregnant.
not tangent too far to the end of the movie.
Yeah, she goes...
Look,
We'll get to that one later, because that's a way
got-
bigger issue.
I have got a more
Yep.
fundamental issue, which is that face hugger was on her face for like 5 minutes, and in the original film, how long did it take
Yeah.
that face hugger
Like
to
a
fully
day.
impregnate?
Cheating.
no, you're
That's
going
why I
to the-
said it earlier.
You're going to the next part that
Cheating.
was in there, yeah. Very inconsistent. She has that thing
They
on
don't
there
give a
for
shit.
maybe like, if we're very generous, 10 minutes. Probably not even. It's probably more like 5. And yeah, as we're about to point out, like in the original Alien, it's on there probably like overnight or something. He's doing like experiments
Yeah.
and testing on that, or pretends to have testing on there.
Yeah, it's like a full day.
Then yeah, it takes a while, and then just jumps off.
Not
of
to
it at
mention the
some
time
point.
it takes for them to get him back to the ship. Like it was a distance.
Yeah,
It wasn't just right outside
that's
the ship.
already longer
So-
than what she has here. Yeah.
We're talking potentially like 15 to 24 hours even,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
an entire portion of time. This chick, what, 10 minutes? What was this? It's just I
By the way,
hate it. I hate
should
it
have
so
been,
much.
It should
Definitely
have
under
been 5
36
minutes.
hours.
It should have been 5 minutes, but Ian Holm talks for like another 5, so it's like 10 minutes.
And they just stand there and listen to her while the girl's like dying on the ground. No one's
Yeah.
acknowledging her. I feel like there should have been one person who was irrational and at least trying to get the thing off her neck and needed to be like corrected. Like they just nobody reacted like humans in that scene. It was just so fucking weird, man.
Yeah.
Well, the
And it
guy's
just so
holding it the
because
whole time.
Everyone, shush, we can get the exposition scene real quick. Like it's just what the fuck.
Because at this point, I was
And
thinking
they
like,
don't
oh,
use the exposition
they're
scene.
gonna
yeah.
be they're gonna be doing like a half-cooked alien kind of design, maybe. You know what I mean? Like a very like it's not completely finished, but it's gonna hatch anyway. It's gonna look like gross and disgusting or something. But no, it's just like a normal proper alien
No.
that just gets out.
No.
So I don't even know
What
why
are you
they
gonna say,
stay so long on the thing. Stupid.
Yeah, and this thing fucking hyper grows. Like it's like you would expect like the seed. They do describe it as the seed. The seed of the xenomorph would take time to just sprout, but no, it's just instant chest burster. And they could have gotten around this if there was like a throwaway line saying these were like genetically engineered face huggers with like hyper accelerated
about to-
growth or something. But there's nothing.
Yeah, because the
about-
goo we saw that it was. Go ahead, Metal.
Oh yeah, I was about to say maybe there's like a small Steelman there that they could have used. Be like, yeah, we put like the juice in them so they grow like super duper quickly.
Because we saw that in
They want to
again,
use them as
again,
weapons.
Metal. You didn't see Prometheus. It's a big hole in this conversation. Like the goo, the fucking Cthulhu creature. Everything is like rapid. It goes from her being pregnant
Mega
to being
face
like
hugger.
literally a kraken, basically on the
Oh.
spaceship.
Mm.
And
No,
if, it
you're
can, if that could,
No, you're leaving something very important out here.
What's
all right? David puts the black goo in another guy's drink. He drinks it, fucks the girl, gets her instantly pregnant,
yeah.
and then that
Oh
baby
my-
is the. It's but
It-
yeah. And then
He
that
drops
baby
he
is
drops the goo in
baby.
his drink, and by the next afternoon, there's a kraken on the ship. Basically, that's how
Yeah.
fucking that's how
And-
quick this thing goes. So if
And
they
that guy
could have
becomes
used
a
that.
zombie.
Oh yeah, the fucking what the fuck was that scene? What was
by-
that? All these years later, I still don't get. How do you even get back to the ship? Like what the fuck?
Oh no!
was that?
No, that's a different guy. Who I was gonna say that guy falls face
Oh.
first into it, and he becomes like a
No,
super
he's the,
weird thing.
he's the tracker. He's the guy who mapped out the entire fucking place, but then got lost. Like it's so fucking ridiculous, man. One day, Metal, Prometheus, please, and Resurrection, do it back to back.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
hey, remember in Alien vs Predator 2008, the Xbox 360, PC, and PlayStation 3 game, how there was
Yes,
the
I did
alien
like that game.
that bursted out of the mouth, where like all the other aliens were chest bursters, but the playable alien, it was a special one. It was a mouth burster, and that's how you know that one was extra bad.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
just
well,
remembered
co-
that right now.
I don't know.
Well, with that one, the
I-
idea was, fucking. I guess it noticed all the other ones shooting into the tubes, and that one it decides to crawl out the dude's mouth. fucking escape.
Anyway, we have
you know, that
to we
one
have
gets
to
extra points.
we have to assume that these are like, I don't know, engineered because they're like clones or something,
Yeah.
right? So they probably have like the
Yeah.
the super Prometheus
Wayland
juice
has
in them.
Yeah, Wayland wants to use
guess
them
we
as
can work with
weapons.
that, yeah.
So it would make sense that they grow quicker because they're meant to be a biological weapon. You drop it on the planet and
Yeah.
voila, you get loads
Of
of
all the
energy.
Unfortunately,
problems in
that's
this
not the
movie, I think this
excuse
is the
for that.
one that I think this is the one we can kind of work around. Like, if it's not original facefuckers and they're like they're engineered to be, grow super fast, I can kind of work with that if they're not the OG ones. But it's still kind of dumb without an explanation.
Well,
Yes.
the problem
So-
is if they use the explanation of bioweapon instead of fixing diseases, maybe I could have let that go, but I can't.
That's a good point.
true,
That's actually a good
true.
point. Yeah,
Anyways, on
Yeah,
with the movie, Metal.
Prometheus
yeah, Metal, go
fire.
ahead.
Because now they go back to their shuttle, and he's like, I'm gonna stop them. I've been a burden to you, blah blah blah. But I'm gonna save them now. But he can't because he's too slow. And then they just fucking leave the station, like they undock completely. And at this point in the cinema, I was like, did I miss a scene? Like, did I fall asleep? Are they betraying them right now? What is happening? It was like, no, we need to get off here until the fucking psychobot goes back to normal again. It's like, can you just close the door? Like, it's closed now. You're fine. You don't need to fucking leave. But, of course, we need to do this because we need to make a very stupid scene happen. Because we really want to do a scene where they crash. And, oh boy, do they... Well, I say crash lightly.
And this is the scene I walked in on when I was early.
That's funny. That's really funny. So
I just saw random fucking robot guts and crashing ships. I was like, what the hell? I didn't think I was that late. Oh, no,
alien movie.
So Navarro is on the ship now, and she's like, oh man, I don't feel so good, but we're gonna start the ship now. So they start leaving the station, and she's like, my belly hurts, my tummy. And it's like, oh wait, my X-ray flashlight, it just restarted, it rebooted.
My X-ray hurts.
I can use it now. It's like, oh, look at that spooky, there's an alien in me. And he goes like, blah, 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 don't let me die. And then when she's passing out, she somehow moves her foot in a way that makes the ship go like forward or something. And it scrapes. Oh god, so fucking stupid. So multiple things happen here. One, the thing scrapes through some things that explode, which has which makes the station change orientation by a couple of degrees, which makes the time limit go from 36 hours to like an hour or whatever, or 40 minutes. Two, they crash into an hangar bay. How lucky, am I right? That's insane.
Oh,
I mean,
my
like,
God.
Right into an hangar bay,
I
and
hate
this
this
is
so
why
much.
this is why I say they quote unquote crash. She lands very hard because that ship does not have any damage whatsoever. They can later just leave with that ship, no problem. It's
Yep, no hull breach on the ship.
not even
whatsoever.
stuttering when it boots up. It's perfectly fine.
It is
So-
the perfect 90-degree turn in existence, all the way around the ship, barely clipping the fuselage and landing perfectly in there. And this is death. I would say death number 1 for the baby because she gets knocked out.
Oh yeah, she gets
gets
knocked
knocked
around
out,
so,
like,
so
twice
much.
on
That
It's
baby's
insane.
got the thickest plot
Right.
armor than any other character. That baby
Yeah.
is a
To be
tank.
fair, that black goo could have resurrected the baby. and turned it
So
Oh
stop.
god.
Well, you see,
yeah.
that baby would have grown into a
So-
normal human adult if it wasn't for all the trauma beforehand, you know?
Yeah, the black goo didn't even get to her.
It's funny, it was just all the concussions the
this-
baby got.
Yeah, this is death 1 for the baby, right?
Yeah.
There's more than one here. Do
So
not
It's a
be
villain
worried.
origin
So
story.
while they're like scraping along the thing and the ship gets like moved around, the regulator just holds the Navarro and goes like, I'm yelling, I'm so scared. It's like, can you just move to the flight stick real quick and just put it back to normal and then we're fine? That would be nice. But she just stands there and goes like, I'm so shocked and sad and death. But yeah, it's
Dude, that
holy
flight stick is on the ground. What the fuck?
what?
Yeah.
I rewound it in the scene right now because I have it up. It's like on the ground. What the fuck?
Yeah, it just lands there and it's like fine and it's not broken or anything. So now we need to go there. So that was a whole really fucking stupid scene that just happened.
I mean, like I just thought what was going to happen was that would be their ship getting destroyed, and then
That's what
now
I
their new
thought.
conflict is let's
Yeah.
find
Get
another
a
way
new
off
ship.
this station.
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
It's so weird because at this point it's like, oh, they did this, so we still have an alien threat. It's like, well, not really. There's like another 35 facehuggers.
Yeah, there's
and,
a shitload of them.
and also already like 20 more aliens on the ship, which, by the way, are not bothered by this space station turning on whatsoever. They just keep chilling in their space station part because they don't want to hunt them. I get whatever. So yeah, they're in the hangar bay now, and they crash lightly. They land hard, as I said. But yeah, Bjorn. So Bjorn is in there, the Prego lady's in there, and the pilot lady's there. Pilot lady dead, first death. How very exciting! She's dead. The thing is, I don't care about any of these characters, so for what I care, they can just all go down and die.
I didn't give a shit about any single death. Yeah. Like I said, there was one I forgot
So
happened.
Bjorn falls down the ladder, so he's unconscious. He also has like a massive concussion, so now he fell down twice, and his hand is frozen off, but not really, but it should be. Prego lady gets knocked out, but it's still fine. So
Dude,
they're
she
like,
gets knocked out twice.
oh yeah,
Look, she gets knocked out when they hit the fuselage, and then she wakes back up to scream again, and then gets
Yeah.
knocked out when it crashes into the hangar. That's like, oh my god.
she just fucking yeets herself off of the fucking thing. It's so funny. She goes like, ah, and then she's should be dead,
A little
probably.
before this crash landing, right? Andy is like running to stop the Asian lady coming on the ship.
Uh-huh.
And Rain kind of like delivers a line. I think he's
Oh
going
yeah.
to- Asian lady, how evil of him! Like he's trying to save you.
No, it's even fun.
Stop
It's even
making
funnier.
him look like a bad guy.
It's even funnier. He's trying to kill Navarro, and then Tyler goes like, "Is he?" And then she says, "I don't know." It's such a funny conversation. It's like, I don't know. It's like, why did you say that then?
Like, this scene.
I
like, this movie
I felt like
well,
it. He
they're
had that
trying to
murderous
make
look in his
Andy
eyes.
look evil when that specific action isn't evil. It's logical. Like
Yeah.
it's annoying.
So blah blah
Like, look at
blah.
what's going around you, man. Come on.
So they go back to the thing. Skinwalker home tells Andy to finish the mission, and his directives have been updated with his upgrade. Now he's the company bot. Oh no.
So what I was going to say about this earlier was, why would they not at least assume that that might be a possibility when they install a new chip into his brain?
Because
Like, when are they like, hey, wait, what if this overrides his prime directives?
Why is
What if
it-
his
They
prime
don't know
directive?
anything in this movie. There's nothing they discuss. They never discuss like a good tactic to face the facehuggers or anything. There's no discussion about anything of any kind. Even the scene that we were discussing earlier with the droid of like just screaming and panicking and crying instead of actually trying to reason with him. Another case of no discussion. It's you need characters to do that, and that's what's frustrating about this movie.
Yeah.
We're just watching this fucking situation play out.
But now we have a
By the way,
new.
we are exactly halfway through the movie at 55 minutes.
Okay.
I say
Progress.
this.
Progress, lads.
Yeah, I say this in reference to the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been 3 hours.
You know
and
how it
15
goes
minutes.
sometimes. You know how it be. Anyway, now
Covered a lot, so it's all good.
we got a new objective. We need to get to the hangar and see what's up.
Get to the hangar.
But the problem is, of course, all the facehuggers are chilling in that one room they need to go through. Why they're all in there? I don't know. Maybe it's like their rec room for the facehuggers. Whatever. And they're like, man, what are we gonna do now? And then Andy's like, oh, at least I think he does say that. Oh, they react to temperatures, so that's why they can sense you or see you.
Because they don't have eyes. Yeah.
And so the idea is, oh, so how about we raise the room to their body temperature, and that's probably gonna work. And it was like, people have different body temps all the time, and I think I posted it like earlier today or yesterday, I think.
Yep.
I just put in Hang on, let me scroll up. What did I just googled what's the average temperature of a human body, and immediately I get like 98.6 Fahrenheit or 37 Celsius, and that's the exact number they use on their little panel that they see. It's 98.6. So they just googled average body temperature and just called it a day, because that's enough research for our movie. Because obviously, so they don't even say like, oh, this is gonna make it easier or whatever. It's gonna be a bit more safe. Maybe we can dodge them a bit better, or we can do different things. No, they say, oh, if there's like any way that's gonna change your body temperature, and they tell like goosebumps, sweating that cools down your body. He just says, look out for that. Like they have any fucking means to control that.
Well,
Yeah.
You know what would be
Whatever.
useful? Turning off your communication devices before entering a place where you need to
Well,
be
we get
very
there. Calm your
quiet.
horses. We're not done with the temperatures yet, okay?
It is a shame, because I do think this is an interesting premise for a scene in an Aliens film where like you're taking advantage of the fact that the facehuggers don't have like visuals, and you have to like think really like in an ideal movie you would be really smart, and you would think about, okay, they don't see, but they have like other senses. How do we bypass that to get through this room that we have to cross through? That's kind of an interesting challenge for characters to face. How unfortunate that it's in this film and not another one.
Because the thing is also they up the temperature of that thing. It's like, this is now body temperature, and then they open the huge doors, and you see like a gust of wind coming out, so you can assume the temperature went down by like 10 degrees immediately, opening these crazy big doors. Unless they
So shouldn't they
heat-
sense the door being opened at
they
least?
should have just run out
Yep.
immediately. Just gotta go for it instantly.
Well, it's
They
weird
can
because
also hear too. They do establish they can track by sound,
Yeah.
and that they need to be
is-
quiet.
Isn't a factor-
With that, it's gonna be relevant later.
Facehuggers.
isn't a factor also that the facehuggers know that if somebody has already been infected by another facehugger, and they'll ignore him, which suggests that they are going by pheromones or something like that. In which case, the idea of using room temperature that matches body temperature to hide wouldn't work, right? Like if because
no,
the
'cause you'd be
pheromones would still
sweaty
be
as
there.
hell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you would need to like put like a facehugger spray on you and mimic their like their
Like bug
natural
spray.
musk.
Yeah.
You need like a enclosed thermal suit, basically,
Oh,
so you don't
Also,
give
wouldn't-
off smell.
wouldn't it make more sense
Yeah.
to lower the temperature instead? Wouldn't that be safer if they go for that?
Honestly, the temperature stuff they could
like
have
really like they could slow down or something.
They
I don't
could have
know.
gotten rid of the temperature stuff entirely, though, because ultimately the sound was the important part that they fuck up, and for no reason. Like
Yeah.
they are walking through a hey, if any sound is made, these things might kill us room with a radio that is on speaker mode, effectively. Like
Remember
I couldn't
Jurassic
believe
Park
it. I was
3?
like, are you kidding? I was like, didn't you make a movie called Don't Breathe where they had to be really quiet around the killer? Like, isn't this your thing? How would you let this happen in Don't Breathe? I feel like no. If one of them just had like their phone on and started
Yeah.
talking while the killer
That's
was
so
in the
weird,
room.
man. Because that movie's pretty tight, and like you're telling me the same dude made this is just crazy.
And yeah, we already established we had the flares that worked really well. Throw one of those in a corner or something, or just make
Yeah.
any kind of heat source and throw it in a corner, and then they go for that, and then just run through.
Well, you don't
You
even
can
need a heat
establish
source.
something and
Or just
ignore
throw
it. It's just
something, as we just established. They go for
Yeah.
sound, just throw.
As soon as the
a
door
quick way to
opens,
derail a movie from me.
chuck like one item, walk through the door, stay tight to it as they all run through the door to the item, throw another one further, and then shut the door.
Yeah.
And then walk through quietly just to be sure. Because maybe there was one who stayed behind because it's stupid. Because it's a horror movie. That's what they do.
Especially when you're a gamer, your mind immediately runs to we've all had those situations where you have to do a certain tactic to get around a level or whatever, and you know, okay, this is one of those situations you're gonna have to utilize them. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I was so annoyed specifically by the flares because of how effective they showed. Like every single one leaped onto it. how did not one person say, okay, we have to,
Yeah.
make a plan specifically around them? And that was around the time I completely got derailed from the movie.
Yeah. Also, keep talking.
I
I'll be
don't
right back.
I was gonna say I don't even 100% like the flare thing, because with facehuggers, there's a size limit for how small an animal they can attach to and how big an animal they can attach to, because of their size.
Yeah.
Like you can't really see a facehugger implanting like a normal sized cat with how big they are.
I can see them reacting to almost any type of stimulus, and a red light would almost anything would jump on that. It's just I don't know. I the impulse. I don't know. It's one of the things in this movie that at least I think they could have worked with. The idea of them.
Well, I
jumping
guess
on
they
that.
do establish that they can't see. They're pretty clear about that. My problem is that none of these people are even like. I think the best is the fact that when the radio call comes through, he doesn't just immediately turn off the radio. He starts talking. I'm just are you kidding me, man? Like, do you realize where you are? And it's like, oh, but like he wants to know that girl's okay. I'm like, yeah. You're not going to be able to help her if you die here right now, though. That there's no world in which I would not answer that radio if I knew it was X-Ray Girl calling me to tell me something that was very time sensitive. I'd be like, whatever she needs, I'm not going to be able to help her if there's a fucking face hugger on my face. I need to get through this room before using the fucking phone.
I'll be real. Why not throw the radio and use that as a distraction? If it still works when it hits the ground and lands, wouldn't the face huggers hear it as she's fucking freaking out in the radio? Would they not
tactics?
He could have just said, "Do me a favor, just keep talking. I'm not going to be able to answer you in until about 5 minutes gone by. Talk as loud as you can," and then cranks the volume and chucks it. That would actually be a lot more effective. But no, it's like I'm just going to talk to her really quiet. I'm just whispering. It's cool. These kids can't hear me. They can't hear me. I'm whispering.
Refrigerator? Not right now, honey. I'm kind of in the middle of something here. I need to be very quiet. Sorry, I'll call you back. No, this is not the time to be talking on radios at all. It's just generic horror rap. This situation specifically, something so obvious.
I'm back.
It gets them.
Why not swap it to, instead of Tyler talking? Why not have it be the water guy?
Bjorn.
Have him be talking to her
Fucking
instead.
water.
Just have him talk to her instead, and then Tyler can just be listening, and it could be just quiet so the facehuggers can't hear, because obviously it's an earpiece. So it's
there's something in the water.
Water. Well, clearly they all drink something bad in there.
The use of the flare is interesting because, like Mark was saying, they can't see, right? So they're jumping on it because they detect it as a sudden intense heat source nearby. But like they are like just about all of them are immediately distracted. But then it doesn't last long because like I think one or two of them is just like it's fake, boys. Keep going. Let's all go this way, and then they all like follow the couple that realize that it's a distraction, and it's just like, how do they know that? Like, do they have some sort of hive mind where they can sort of know what the other one's thinking? Like, I don't know what would make them think, one, it's fake, and two, to like follow the crowd, unless they're sort of psychically linked somehow.
And if we're establishing earlier that these guys are genetically engineered facehuggers because they do everything so quickly, then we can't even like compare them to the first one in terms of like rules and have an understanding of how they work. It's just a completely new entity, and it's they got to stop doing this. Like Prometheus was roasted with this, and then not continuing anything they created. They started up in Covenant. I thought this movie was going to be the one that learned from those lessons. I didn't have high hopes for it, but I was less like cynical than like I would have been for a lot of things, because I thought at least Prey level, but I'm really disappointed with how everything played out.
Yeah. What's the lifespan of a face hugger? Because as soon as they lay their egg, they're dead.
Yeah, well, I guess it might have an indefinite. How does it get new? It must have a pretty short lifespan because it doesn't have any way of like sustaining itself long term, does it? Because it's more about injecting things into other things.
But this is my exact point I was just making. What are you guys referring to? Face huggers or the fucking genetically engineered super chase you down the fucking hallway face huggers? Like which ones are we talking about? They're two different things we have to reference now.
Good
Well,
point.
I don't know if you remember my rant at the beginning with Prometheus. I said the neomorph. That's the little white one from Covenant. I also said the deacon. That's the thing that they birthed at the end of the movie, and they never got back to that. What the fuck was that thing? It was like the one hybrid that yeah. Like what was that? It's no. The backburster is the neomorph, the white one from Covenant. The deacon is the one that ended Prometheus on. They're literally different creatures, and it's just there's too many of them now. I have no idea what's going on. And now we have two different versions of this. I don't know how they're gonna ground any of this in future films, and it's just all fucked.
They probably won't.
Yep. No, they won't. Like,
Anyway,
the
now
Neo
they
was
won't.
meant
They
to
didn't
be
care
just a
for this
straight up
one.
xenomorph, but they vetoed it at the last minute, so they turned it into a different thing.
Anyway, now that they're
Yeah.
all in big danger, they just like run because they made sounds, and that's very smart. And then we do things. Oh, and he almost closes the door on them and almost dooms Tyler. And Rain is like, "Wow, what the fuck? You almost did." It's like, "Yeah, but I didn't though. It was just good timing." And then, yeah, I don't know. He's just doing all the things to keep
Well, it's
the
good.
samples.
It's good timing, assuming that the guy is going to Indiana Jones through the door,
Exactly.
which was not
Yeah.
a
It's
guarantee.
like, it implies the sliding into home.
Well, he played video games, so he put that into his memory.
Oh yeah,
He's
just
like,
hit
he
crouch
knows
while
how to do
sprinting,
that.
yeah.
He knows how to
Well,
do
that was
the slides.
that was the one line I liked from Andy. Was like, I calculated better this time, didn't I?
Yeah.
Like John's got a point though. Like I mean, you calculated assuming that he would have the wherewithal to not just stop and accept his fate, but do a power slide to get through the door.
Like, the vast majority of people would freeze up and panic.
He calculated that he had the athleticism to hit that power slide perfectly, and he will nail
Oh,
it.
his
Don't worry.
athletic status at 25. He should
Not
be
to mention
fine.
aim perfectly. If he was anywhere to the left or right, his foot would have hit the door and he would have been fucked.
When he said that, that's the first thing I said. Like, how do you calculate him nailing it? That was fucking perfect. Like, he had to just, that's not an easy maneuver to pull off. So
No.
it was kind of a silly.
Maybe he was lying.
It'd work better if he was just bullshitting. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, honestly, it would. He was like, honestly,
you know,
I was sacrificing you. I didn't think you were gonna make it. Good job.
That would go back a little bit because because it's a splice because you passed over or Prego waking up and trying to find Bjorn in the ship.
And the shit.
Isn't that
yes.
after?
No, it's spliced in between.
Oh yeah, they
As
like
I
go
looked
back
through
and
it.
forth. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because she goes like through the thing, and the alien already put itself on the wall as the cocoon flame.
Which does not happen for drones. That is not the stage of drones to do. They keep molting until they get.
But have you
grow
considered
bigger.
that we want a big prosthetic animatronic vagina?
Yeah.
And
True.
Vagina, just that
The
thing was.
vagine.
What was that, man?
The vagine.
Vagina,
That is what it,
vagina acid queefs, man. Like that was
Acid
when I just
queefs of the
started
vagine.
laughing. Stupid.
the xenovagine. Ooh, I
We'll
will
get
be
to
right
it, but
back.
that scene is so dumb, man.
Well, I mean, we took back so we can talk about it. We were there. It is. He's so I just realized they edited the scene wrong too because he falls backwards, then rolls forward into it.
Yeah, so
While
it's
stripping,
yeah.
so it's time for the dick boy to die. He's been a dick. He had enough. He has seen enough in the water. So
Dicks killed by a pussy.
This boy.
Not only is it stupid for him not like moving like any other human would do, but like it's not a satisfying death for a person who was like portrayed as the asshole. And like, I would much rather a redemption for this guy or something of some just character work. It's just they all died, and I can't remember whose death. There was a death that I forgot about throughout the film, and even now I can't even remember whose it was. I think it was the other guy, the one who wasn't a dick. But like they're all so
Tyler.
meaningless. You should fucking feel like think people have been for over 20 years now been talking about Boromir's death scene because it's so fucking
Yeah.
iconic.
Also,
It's just,
there's
I don't remember these guys' names. That's a failure.
there's a missed opportunity here because like I was just thinking about this right now. So you have two separate locations here. Like you got the ship and you've got the station. There could have been a cool in an alternate reality where we were thinking about cool and unique ways to spice things up. We could have almost had like a dual story thing where one group is stuck on the station with the face huggers and the other one is stuck on the ship with the xenomorph, and it's kind of this dual story thing. You can do some things with that, and you can have two separate threats there, right? And you could have like that's an opportunity to actually have the face hugger be almost like sharing like the main threat role, which is we haven't really done yet before. It's usually just a precursor. So there's something there, right? But instead we just have them kind of gimmicky there and not really do that much with them. And yeah.
I can see them doing that and using the gravity thing to its fullest potential, and as well, and like maybe having a payoff where what one ship learns they use to about the gravity and whatnot they use to save the other ship in terms of giving them information, like finding a way to communicate with each other. There's a premise there you can work with instead of literally trying to just rush to the same premise we've seen plenty of times before and doing it worse and insulting us with memory barriers along the way.
That's something that annoys me about this movie too. Is like the station is shown to have like two distinctive halves in the whole thing.
It does.
One entire connected ship. I'm like, no, it's like there's two distinct halves. They mentioned that the ship is on the other half of the station, but they treat it as an entire one single piece, like in Isolation. But this thing is clearly segmented in half.
Yeah. But yeah, he dies like a fucking dumbass. He tries to electrocute it in the cocoon, but then it just goops out some acid, and then he gets punched or sliced by the tail or whatever it was, right? And then he falls over and he just gets dripped on by the fucking acid. He doesn't move away, and then his face explodes or whatever the fuck. I don't even remember. He dies like a fucking dumbass.
It falls on his chest and it looks like his heart bursts.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Yeah, well,
It
it's a
really
problem
funny.
for a number of reasons. I mean, not only does he fall in the wrong direction, but then once the acid is falling on him,
He keeps
it's
lying
like, oh
there.
no, the acid, it keeps hitting my face. It's just like,
oh no,
move, dude. But then on top of that,
No,
it's also
stay still
weird
for this shot of your finger getting exposed.
Yeah,
it's also weirdly edited. Like the moment that he dies, it's like it's so sudden. I don't know. Maybe it makes sense if like the acid suddenly reached his heart or something, and then it's just like, oh, now I'm immediately
explodes.
dead. But they put a weird musical stinger on it, and there's something about the editing of it that's really odd. It's just it's from multiple angles. It was such a weird scene in execution.
Yeah, there's a lot of cuts because it even cuts after his heart burst. It cuts to his chest, just smoking from the acid.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
it's just
it's a stupid death. It's fucking stupid. No, we don't do anything with him. He just dies. So good job, we did it.
And he didn't
Apparently
even manage
mutually
to
is
kill the
streaming
thing.
right now.
So when they have the talk on the thing, he's like, oh, Tyler with with his sister is like, oh, there's like a key. I don't care, I can't find a key. And then when she finally opens the door, she just falls down like from super high up. It just fucking bounces on the floor. It's really funny.
It looks like she ragdolls when she falls. It looks so funny.
She'd be fucked up for good.
I don't understand that in a movie with this many threats, why did her not looking where she's going results in like something bad happening?
Yeah.
She flat out is just running blind while looking behind her and then falls off some stairs or like a ledge, I guess.
Dude, it looks
It's so weird. Like I was like, why did they have that be the reason she falls? The alien couldn't have like knocked her with the tail or something like that?
No. We needed to make her fall down because she's dumb. And then she just kind of dodges the thing. So the others arrive at the at the door where she is, like in at the bottom part where the shuttle crashed. And they're like, oh, there you are, it's gonna be fine. Andy, quick, open the door. and she's like there's like a short sequence where she dodges the alien that kind of hides away, like the little hidey holes and stuff. And she gets to the door, and he's like, Andy, quick, open the door. He's about to, but he sees the alien. He's like, actually, no. We're gonna all die if I do that. And they're like, no. This is where the scene happens that I found really funny on the rewatch. It was like, don't, Andy, she's pregnant, and he just stands there, like, doesn't react at all. Obviously, the dramatic thing is for the brother, because he didn't know, but now it's like super sad for him. It's like, yeah, please, Andy, please. Like, I'm gonna do that. And then she gets like slashed and dragged away, and she's definitely dead, super dead. Pinky promise she's not gonna come back. She's super
That
duper
is
dead.
baby death number 3.
Yeah. 3. What was 2?
2 was when she fell.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, okay.
Just now, before she got here, she's
Yeah, that baby is just mush. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
just a baby smoothie in there.
She slaps him. Like, we discussed
A
the scene
booty?
and it's how stupid it is, but
Yeah.
her slapping it is just like the cherry on top of, like, do you not understand? He's like, the only way this scene works is if she really is delusional enough to think that this is her brother and this is the scene to explore. Like, no, man, should be the moment of her accepting, no, he's just a robot. And they don't do anything with that either. She just slaps it, and like the cherry on top to highlight that she's an idiot.
Also, small
Like,
thing, when she
waste
slapped
of a
him,
scene.
his head shouldn't have moved. That's just a small thing I noticed. He
Yes,
goes like
he's
to the
super, he's
he goes to the
Ugh,
side. He goes to the side. It's like He doesn't say but
Nothing-
he was like this. It just shouldn't react at
nothing
all.
should phase him.
Yeah.
Nothing should
Yeah.
phase him. Like, he's bulletproof. Like, he's just
And-
like the strength he displayed in that scene, man. Like,
Did-
so many things you can.
He has weak neck
This
muscles.
is-
That's pretty
This
good.
scene
Oh,
is meant to
dude.
demonstrate we want the old autistic Andy back.
yeah,
It's like,
give him back.
No,
I want the
no,
goober back.
This is a
I need
terrible
to-
scene to do that.
I need to remove
I'm
this
sorry.
thing. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm rewatching the slap scene, and he flinches a second before she hits
That's
him
funny.
too.
Yeah.
But because I turned the sound on for when the alien stabs her, there is no musical sting whatsoever. It's literally the thud against of her body against the door, and then it drags her up.
yeah.
There's no musical sting. I like that small scene of that alien popping up and then snatching her away is probably like the one decent scene in the.
If I'm to be like ultra unreasonably
find
good
it again.
faith with that scene, it would I could see a scenario where he's like moving his head with the slap so that she doesn't break her hand and cripple herself, but I don't know how reasonable that is with
Yeah.
his state
No
of
way.
mind there.
No, he's flinching.
He's a little bitch.
I think you just proved my theory right there, Meme. The only way to deal with Andy is like headcanon. Themes and headcanon. Like, it's the only solution
Yeah.
with this dude.
Breaking news.
Oh god.
Alien Romulus opens with 108 million at the worldwide box office. The film's budget was 80 million.
Mm.
Okay.
They're gonna make
Wow.
a sequel. It's
Okay.
already made
Wow.
profit.
Yeah, no.
Right.
This is a movie that people are very convinced is good, and I don't quite get it. And the thing, honestly, that there's like even on my tweet for the show, there's someone who was like, "Yeah, no, that last half an hour was great, but this was amazing to watch in IMAX." I'm like, I honestly think the best trick these writers pulled was somehow convincing people that the movie only gets bad in the last 20 minutes. I was like, guys, it's
looks-
that bad the entire time.
yeah.
I was not
looks like the
thrown
good
by a
ones.
Gerber baby.
It looks like the good ones. Like, that's about it.
Yeah.
It's referencing the ones that it's all they know. It reference the shit that they know you like and try to make it as pretty as possible. And hopefully you won't notice by the end of the movie that's the pile of shit.
Yeah.
I realize I'm probably the only one who thinks this, but I did personally prefer it over Prometheus and Covenant because I think those films are quite flawed structurally and in terms of pacing. It has some interesting ideas in them, but like they're not well executed, and a lot of the dialogue is not well written to do it justice. But this falls so short of Alien and Aliens. The idea that this is a return to form is just
Yeah, it's
hilarious.
ridiculous.
Like,
I will not defend Prometheus or Covenant here. I'm not going to do it, John. But the only thing I will say to add to that is, would you agree or disagree that those films were less insulting in terms of how blatant they were with the member berries? and the ripoffs. Just the this is just plagiarism. Prometheus, for all it's worth, they tried to do their own thing, kind of.
Yes, I do agree with that. It's just that the insults, I'm just like, that's fucking dumb, but whatever. Like, I didn't take it like a. It wasn't such a hard blow. I was like, it's easy for me to just continue to enjoy Alien and Aliens in isolation, as if like the other ones don't exist.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be from person to person, like what certain things in terms of adaptations or sequels or like member berries or ripoffs piss you off. But I know there's gonna be some people that are furious at all of them. Like a lot of people are fucking hardcore when it comes to their Alien, and that's why I was
realize
curious
I'm
as
gonna
to
be
what
in a
everyone's
position.
least favorite was.
I'm going to be in a position where now I have to start defending Alien 3 because of all the people saying that this is the third best in the series. I'm just like, no.
They've done. Look
No,
what
it
they've
isn't.
done, Mark. Like, it's like, oh, man, we
Yeah.
have to discuss what those films did right, even though it's like barely anything, because they did do some things right against films that did nothing right.
Or
Except
even
for the old
AVP.
This is
Ooh.
as bad as Resurrection, Covenant, and Prometheus because it uses lore from those movies. So I just think it's as bad as those movies. It's
Well,
just
And it had them to learn from as well. This
Well, I think
movie had
it's
Covenant and
worse.
Prometheus to learn from.
What about the AVP
even just
movies?
those
Where does
two
this
should be
rank
enough.
if those are in the mix?
I've
I
got
don't
to just
include
not even
those.
put those on the table.
Do you guys? Mark. I don't include those when I think about Alien movies. Those are
The same way I wouldn't really look at them as Predator movies either. Like
They're
they're the
their own
AVP
weird
movies,
thing.
Like, it's their own like little mashup franchise.
like it's Freddy
I
versus Jason,
enjoy
a Jason
AVP.
movie or
Right
a
there, I
Freddy
said
movie.
it.
Like you kind of gotta.
They're both, all right? They go with both. Because they're not as
Actually, honestly,
terrible.
Freddy
They're like the
Freddy versus
mid-range.
Jason does actually do a pretty good job of.
Okay, can we
respecting
not
both
go
of
to a
those
Freddy
films'
Jason
canon.
tangent, please? It's getting pretty late for me.
You see,
I will-
you see, Metal. I first watched Freddy vs. Jason when I was 3 in the drive-in theater.
No, we
I
gotta move
love
on
that
to it.
movie. Let me just throw that in. It's
So do
fucking
I.
dog shit, but I
So
love it.
funny.
You see, I think
Go ahead.
AVP
Go ahead, Metal.
could have been legit if they had done it in the Alien future and had the Colonial Marines in there. That's all I'm going to say about that.
It's on the
All they had
long
to
list
do.
of movies that could have been great. Like it's
Giving it
Yes.
an R rating
Could
would
have
have
been.
helped. It was so dumb that they mashed up 2 R-rated franchises into a PG-13 action movie.
Listen, Mark,
Yes.
we can't go on.
Well,
till
Requiem was
we
R-rated,
will
but we saw what they
convince-
did with that.
Listen, we will convince
Yeah,
Metal to
true.
watch all these movies later, okay? One day.
I'm so sorry, Metal. Just one more time. They got the maximum potential.
You fucking
got the
liar! You're
maximum-
not sorry at all.
No, I
You're not
am,
sorry
I
at
am,
all.
actually am. I'll be very
Is he gonna
quick. I'll
say
be very
something about
quick.
Freddy versus
They-
Jason?
Yes, I'm sorry. They got the maximum potential out of that premise with that, and they got like the bare minimum. I mean, they got like nothing out of AVP, and same with this one. Like Freddy vs. Jason, they did everything they could possibly do in terms of like really squeezing the potential of those characters. So I can't hate on that movie for that. But with this, it's sad, man. At least if we can get Freddy vs. Jason level, then these Alien movies would be pretty good. AVP could have been good. They'd at least be fun and rewatchable. But we don't even get that. But go
There is a
ahead.
lot of potential with like the idea of like doing like of mashing the two together because they do complement each other quite well.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a different dynamic if there's a colonial marines in there and they're hunting aliens, and all of a sudden there's this third faction in there. It's like, what the fuck are we gonna do now? It
Dude,
could have been
that's
cool.
like- That's like half of the comics that exist between Alien and Predator is Alien versus Predator with Colonial Marines. That's one of the better games that came out was Alien versus Predator, the game with 3 campaigns with somehow mostly functional different playstyles for all 3.
Yeah, and you know, it's like, and it broadens out the universe without like being super contradictory because it's big enough that you can say there's a hunter race in there, and then there are these perfect life forms out there, and oh, maybe the hunters like to hunt the perfect life form. Yeah, that's pretty like it's like peanut butter chocolate sort of thing, but no, we didn't get it.
It's the idea of mixing a human faction with an insect-like faction and a more advanced alien faction is like, it's also where things like StarCraft and even Halo kind of derive from, right? Like you have your alien faction,
Exactly.
you have your advanced
Yeah.
aliens that are like the predators, and then
It's
what are
just such
humans
a
going to do
juicy
against
concept.
those?
Star Trek, all sorts of different types of sci-fi have done this, and it's just reoccurring pattern that's always fun.
So.
All right, back to the movie. Sorry, Metal.
Yeah.
How gracious of you
Sorry,
guys!
that's
Thank
fine.
you.
It's late for me too.
We
as
give you
well, so-
permission to continue.
Oh, that's nice. That's
There
nice.
was a predator skull in Alien 2. There we go.
No. So yeah, obviously Rain is like, how could you just leaving them behind? Why? How could you do this? And it's like, what is your prime directive? And it's like, oh, the company's best interest. And then after he says that, she's like, how could you do this? And this is where he gets like judgmental. Basically, he like looks at him, oh, leaving people behind? If we're done here, you can continue to your journey to your planet with him, and I go back to Jackson. And then looks at her, it's like, and stay in Jackson. It's like, do you have a fucking conscience or not? What are you doing? Are you a robot or not? Fucking dickhead. Also the lack of understanding of Rain after realizing that his prime directive switched and still asking, how could you do this? Like, you're stupid. You're actually stupid. He's a robot. Yep. Do you actually believe he's human? Because I don't believe you do, because you keep resetting him when he falls over.
That's not a healthy thing to look at
him
as human.
Being charitable, I guess she just has a bit of a skewed perception of what synthetics are in this world because she was raised with one that was to be acting like her brother for presumably a decent chunk of her life.
Headcanon with Adam, I'm telling you, every time with this guy, it's the only choice.
That's something I wish they fucking delved into. That's what
that's what I mean. That's what I mean by the headcanon.
Like the theme of this movie was like, siblings and the way they act to each other.
I think it's the only thing that explains her having so much trouble grasping the concept of, you don't get it. It's a different guy since you put that chip in.
Yeah.
We have to add all that substance to it. We have to inject it because the story's not good enough to actually portray it properly. You know.
The brother relationship does not save it. I mean, she is so
not
dense
one
here.
Bit.
Like, she already knows he's a robot. She understands that he's been loaded with a new module. He set his prime directive, and then she goes on to say, how could you do this? Like, how do I make this any more fucking clear for you? This is a robot with his own agenda. Okay.
It would almost be better if he was just
My
like,
name
I'm
is not
even
Andy.
deciding
I am Brooke
to.
too.
Just say, it's not me being mean to you here. I'm just following my programming. It's like, well, go back to your old programming. It's like, sorry, that goes against my new programming. So
that's not in the best interest of the company. Or something like that, he says. But now they go to the lab that has like the alien goop in it. And then we get the dump of knowledge, the exposition dump. It's like, oh, we've been synthesizing the thing, and with our super duper synthesized mode, it's like the divine gift for humanity, Prometheus, fire, blah blah. We can regenerate stuff now, and blah yada yada. We need to get this out of here because that's the best for the company. And here, I even show you a little clip that, see, the rat, it does the thing. It's regenerating. And of course, they stop watching as soon as it starts to explode on screen, because that comes later when they leave the room.
Just the fact that they have to add that too, like we're retarded. Just the image of the rat would have been enough. It wasn't that bad in terms of the visual, you know?
Yeah.
But like, there's a lot of moments where they have to like really make sure they hold our hands, and it's annoying.
Yeah, this is the moment where I was like, screw this movie.
This was the moment you lasted this long?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Here?
I don't know. I was kind of spaced out watching it. It's as I thought about it more after it, then I was like, no, this movie's shit. But also what I want to mention with Andy, if he's doing what's best for the company, why is he even bothering to keep the humans alive? I mean, he can safely walk through the hugger.
That's actually that's a thought exercise we can do. It's like, oh, if we do it via the trolley problem, it's like, oh, he just told you this thing can like possibly cure millions and billions of human lives. Like, fuck those two. You're gonna save way more by just ditching them.
Is there any decision?
Grab the goo and fly away.
Yeah.
Is there any decision that he made that like retarded Andy wouldn't have made?
Giving the goop to the pregnant lady.
No.
No.
Would Andy understand what he's giving?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
they might just
Andy
say,
might
hey,
have
this
been like,
is
it's
a
worth a
heal all.
shot.
He might have just been like, yeah, sure.
I can't think of a single scene where there's something where like Andy would have had a completely different perspective, because they're not characters; they're just different performances.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't check out because they both go biological things. That's why I did like the whole proposition with the changing the directives in order to save other people, but it just doesn't work out because that's not how the logic
doesn't
works.
change anything. It changed his personality. That's it. that his voice, like it just, his temperament. Like it was such a wasted opportunity. It's probably the biggest wasted opportunity because most people pick him as the best part of the movie. But I'm just still looking at all the flaws.
But anyway, auto aim guns, how epic! Very cool.
Fuck off.
Can I yell about this?
How practical about this?
Lame.
I mean, you already yelled about
Can
it that they're basically proto smart guns earlier, but you can yell about it again.
I don't know how any gamer thinks this is cool. Like flat off the top, it's like, well, I guess it explains why she can shoot so well, but it's like, what? Why would it be a victorious moment for the main character to fucking activate aimbot? I don't get that. I don't get that mentality.
It's
one more thing.
Like if
Didn't the
Ripley
guy
had
say-
brought down a flamethrower that automatically flame throws eggs, and her pulse rifle was just auto firing grenades at the queen, I wouldn't find that interesting.
No, the fact that she got a little bit of instruction before from Hicks and how panicked and like obviously not professional she was with it, it just made for an enjoyable scene. Like you knew she was in over her head, but she was fully committed. Like it worked for so many reasons.
She was willing to die to save Newt.
Rain's boyfriend, that's what I'm going to call him because I don't remember his name,
Tyler.
X.
basically taught her how to use this smart gun. And she asks him, oh, how did you learn this? From games and magazines.
Magazines,
fuck
like,
off.
oh,
They
okay.
ripped off that scene I just referenced in like such in the lamest way.
Right.
But what's worse is that he does this little look that indicates that he's probably lying about that, and it seems like it's going to be this like setup for something, and then they do nothing with it. And also they set up that the pulse gun has limited ammo and that you only get so many shots. Again, I don't recall them doing much with that, like with that ammo counter limit. I thought that was going to be something that they do something with, but like
Yeah,
they
and
always
they're
have
set
more
up that they
shots.
plenty of
waste.
ammo in the elevator. It seems to have plenty of ammo in the elevator.
Yeah.
So, what
So
was the
it's
point of that?
another setup they waste. Like I'm losing count of them at this point. It's just so weird they keep doing that.
They pretend like they do it when Andy is like telling her it's only 20% left or something, but they just they don't do like they don't do like the classic tropes like showing like, oh, there's only 10 more shots in the thing in there. They just say we have only one clip and that's it, and then it just works out.
Yeah, they did say 450 round magazine on EFAP yesterday. I don't recall that,
Yeah.
but yeah, so
450,
that's insane.
Yeah,
Because that
that
means
was
30
done.
years of technology in the future. The pulse rifle has like 99 rounds, and that's it.
You have to
They-
you have to specify the reason it has 99 rounds is because the bullets are caseless, and there's no recoil, so they're just firing. So they could just fire completely free with that.
What they should have done is Cyberpunk 2077, where they're smart bullets and they can curve around and shoot stuff. Balls to the wall. Just go crazy with it. Whatever.
Smart guns from Titanfall.
See, well, I mean, even
like
a
I
smart
said,
gun in Titanfall, you have to like scan your target first. It's just the bullet knows where to go.
well, I mentioned
Shoot,
it-
like that thing was hauling off. I guess we'll get to that action scene, but man, it was using a lot of aim assist. She was not helping that rifle out at all.
Oh no.
because this fucking thing is a proto smart gun with the skin of a pulse rifle, because the smart gun requires like a full like body set to use.
Yeah, you need like a
and has-
gyroscope, like what's it called, a steady cam for the damn thing.
Yeah, and it's a heavy machine gun, so it's gonna have a huge rounds to it. So this is a fucking proto smart gun with a skin of a pulse rifle because they wanted to do the fucking reference for the.
But it's also like
yeah.
30 years of technology earlier, and they flat out say the line just like the colonial Marines use. When I'm just like, but it's not. They use a far shittier gun.
Yeah.
Like it's like they use one that
No,
they have to
not
actually
one.
aim and
They
train to
use two.
use.
They use two shittier guns.
Yeah,
Guns.
yeah.
Sounds funny because
one with the features and
this thing actually sounds better to me than the big one because you can just hold that one and it works without any additional anything.
It's hands down the best anti-xenomorph weapon that has ever existed. There can be an entire
to aim
hallway
it's
of
just-
them running at you, and it's just
I'm
you can
gonna-
hold down the trigger, you'll be fine.
Imagine how this would have changed aliens, like if they can't miss.
How does the gun
Interesting.
know where to hit the faces of the aliens? Did they program that in? by the way. Like,
I
don't know how that's.
How does it know what's friendly and not too? Like, oh,
Well,
like, I mean,
apparently
this
doesn't.
seems to be like it literally is just an aim hack. It's
Yeah.
like they cheated in the game, but in the universe of this movie, and it's just an automatic kill all the enemies gun all of a sudden. Like it's, oh god, I hated it so much.
I could understand the gun software being loaded with like data on the human anatomy, where it can like roughly estimate where the head is in relation to everything else. But if you're dealing with aliens, like
they have a lot of.
I don't know
head,
how it's
by the
supposed
way.
to
They have
know
a
where the
large
head is. Yeah. So how like I can see the software like how's it going to recognize that as a head?
I don't know.
Like it
It's
might
pretty smart
misinterpret
gun.
it as another limb. And also, in case it wasn't obvious to anybody in your audience, playing shooting games does not teach you how to shoot guns.
But I played them in
also
VR
very-
before,
yeah,
so I basically know
very-
everything about guns.
What about
well, I mean,
magazines?
not only they
Even if
explain
you
that
have
as him
Rumble turned
knowing
on
how
the
to-
controller, it
What?
still doesn't do it.
Damn it!
No. If you have Rumble on,
That's
then you're a
the-
pro, man.
That's the only reason I bought my
What about
Rumble pack for
VR?
my N64.
Actually,
I
pros are burn the rumble
I
off,
remember
generally.
those were game changers. Like, no way, you could feel it.
It's
This
like,
is crazy.
whoa.
Like,
Yeah.
Rumble packs were incredible. But no, if you ever shot a gun before, it's the first thing you realize is like, oh shit, this is not like a game. It's really hard. Even just like at a range, like a pistol, it's significantly harder than you would think.
Managing the force of it, the recoil, the sheer volume, like there's a lot to handle with actually firing guns.
But there's a little thing that holds on to the back of your tricep. That makes it okay.
Anyway, we got those aim assist guns now. So Andy says, well, we don't really want to shoot any of those because, as we already pointed out, we're on the bottom floor, and if any of that acid gets to the floor, it's gonna be big suck time. And yeah, they have the samples now, and they want to make their fastest route to the hangar, but whoops, there's more aliens here already, because when they go this way, they see there's all the black alien goop, like in their spaceship, I guess is the idea, right? Like in Aliens 1. So they kind of started to transform the space station to their own hive, basically.
In 2 hours.
Well, no, I think these guys, these just have been here already, but in the other part of the station, they just didn't care that the station turned back on and there's people on board, I guess. Because
I mean, I guess like they do a similar thing to LV-426, and it's not that long between the fall of the colony and when the Space Marines get there. It's a decent chunk of time, but it's not like decades or anything like that. Like Newt's still the same age.
What?
I mean, because at least in the director's cut of Aliens, you see a scene where Newt and like the colony's up and running, and that you find out that it was actually Newt's
that's
father.
true. That's true.
But
You're talking about aliens.
I
I was so confused because I thought they were talking about Romulus. Like, huh? What?
No. I'm saying that.
No,
like,
he's right. With the go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're.
Yeah, I'm saying that like
time frame
I'm defending Romulus right now, but if they were presumably there for like weeks and weeks and weeks, that I think that would be enough to say that they would start trying to build a hive essentially.
Oh, it's fine. They build a hive. I'm just confused. They didn't care that the station has been turned on again, and they weren't roaming around at all.
Oh yeah, that's insane.
Actually, I have an issue with them building a hive because they specifically mention that in Aliens, they built the hive around the generators, what's creating a mass amount of heat so they can be warm and comfortable. And this is just a random fuck-off hallway that they made their hive in. So why? Why is it not closer to the generator? It's by a fucking elevator shaft.
Because
elevator shafts generate a lot of heat.
Sure.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Sure. Okay.
So they're like, well, we should probably go another way, and Annie's like, that's a good idea. But oh no, what is the Tyler sister is still alive, and she just happens to go like, save me, Mario. I'm in another castle. I don't fucking know. It's just so stupid. So I'm actually still confused even after 2 watches. So they just run in there. Also, Andy follows them, even though he shouldn't. He shouldn't give a shit at all.
Yeah, he should leave them.
I guess there's still like the thing they can't harm humans, but then they were just running off, and I don't know, whatever. I don't want to get into this fucking trolley prom shit again. So they find her. She hasn't been implanted with an alien because she's pregnant, but she is heavily bleeding. I guess because she was like spiked by the alien, right?
I guess.
I'm
She
glad
got
I'm not the
spiked
only
in
one
the
who's
skull.
confused.
She,
No, okay, look, that baby would definitely be starving right now if the mother
no, the
lost
baby's
that much
dead.
blood.
I don't even care about the
Baby's
baby
fine.
anymore. That fucking thing is
Yeah.
is mush. I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just.
Like 20 minutes ago, we established that baby's bush.
It's
I was
terrible.
just
That
wondering.
That baby's been long dead, man.
I'm just wondering.
Like she,
So she's bleeding because she's been stabbed and dragged off, right? And then they didn't implant her because the baby mush is in the way. I just don't.
no, they
did-
didn't implant her because she's almost dying. That's what they said.
Well, that's fucking their fault, isn't it? If you fucking spike
Why
them.
doesn't the xenomorph kill her then?
I don't know. Maybe they're hungry for later. Let's just keep it warm. I don't know, man. I fucking don't know. But anyways,
Why is she
she's alive
alive?
because
No,
it's bad.
this
That's
this
why.
plot armor doesn't make sense.
Thinking about it, do they need to eat?
you
maybe.
take-
Yeah, that's a good question. What
They
Like, I
take
mean,
the
well,
dead
I mean,
material to
Look, they
make
they
pies.
kill
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
if they
people
actually
over the
eat.
course of the movies. I'm not sure I've ever seen a scene where the alien is like eating a human.
No,
Like
sustenance has
existing.
never been a
That's true.
factor for xenomorphs, man. They've never
Yeah.
actually like. I think that's part of the thing. That,
Wait, didn't Holmes, Ian Holmes, Ash, in the scene when he was explaining the goo, didn't he just say in there like, oh, they don't need to eat, they survive temperatures and blah 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 blah. It's the perfect organism, which is why we
Yeah.
want them to implement them in humans so humans
Yeah.
can evolve. And
can't
that's
be the
why there's-
perfect organism if you starve to death. Definitely.
Yeah.
I think the assumption that they eat humans is just because they kill with their mouth sometimes. I guess
Mm.
Yeah, they do like the little
that is a
spiky thing.
bite.
Maybe they do a little suck of
Well,
the brain.
yeah, I mean-
Go like. Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, I mean, even like not even the little like tongue mouth. They like, I mean, they've got pretty sharp teeth on the outside too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like an alien could go through a human neck pretty easily.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So there's no reason she should be alive.
I don't think so.
Just straight up no.
Just yeah. But the plot deems it because we need alien babies. And then it's like, oh no, how do we save her? And he's like, well, rats and humans share 24% of the human genome, so put the alien cum in her. And he's like, okay. He's like, and then Ray's like,
He's like,
"Pr-
no,
Like, that's it. That's it. There's no other conversation. There's no like. In a good movie, they'd have a whole conversation. There'd be a dinner scene. There'd be something of some kind. And this movie is missing so many
yeah.
conversations.
And then Rain is like,
And-
well,
and-
I actually
and-
don't really trust this fucking goop. Can we just get her to the freezer?
I pointed it out again. She's the only one who has good ideas. Everyone else is stupid, including the
Yeah.
droid.
And then Eddie says, oh
what
yeah, I guess if we hurry, that should work. We just need to be fast. Like, oh, well, okay, well, let's do that then.
I'd like it if Rain actually saw the destroyed rat and then said that like,
Yeah.
You should have
wait,
seen the
I don't-
destroyed rat.
That would have been
Yeah.
something.
I think if she
Destroyed rat
does,
is
there-
right
there's
next to the
no.
terminal in the video.
I
so-
think if you have her noticing the destroyed rat, there's no world in which she doesn't like grab the thing and just destroy it.
Yeah.
Because she's like, no, you're not. I'm not leaving this with the pregnant woman.
It's like The Last of Us 2. There's no object permanence to these people. If it's not on screen, it didn't happen.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
again,
well, I mean, not just
oh, go ahead.
the fact that the rat died on screen, but like at the very end of that scene when they're all in that room, like the camera pulls back and you see the inside of that little chamber that the rat was in has sort of exploded, and all this gross matter has sort of expanded out into it. And like they reveal that at the end of the scene to sort of gloss over the fact that nobody noticed that in the room
Yeah.
at the time. And it's just like, wait a minute. Nobody saw that shit?
Yeah,
And
nobody
no
saw
one's
the
huge.
glancing around the room at any point.
Yeah, it
No one's
exploded
there
out
for
of the
vision.
casing and
It's-
everything. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, again, at this point, I'm not even sure which directive comes first for Andy anymore. Because it's like, oh yeah, I can save you with this goop, possibly. The goop I need to save for the company, but I'm going to use this here to save you because I guess I'm not allowed to let you die sometime. I don't know. It's just super inconsistent is what I'm trying to say.
He's got backup samples. It's okay.
Yeah.
He's meant to be acting what's best for the company, is he though? Because if he probably knows that if he injects the Prego woman, she goes onto the ship and she makes the alien human hybrid. He probably knows that. So how are you going to get? Wouldn't it just be better to get those samples to the company instead of injecting someone and making a monster and making an absolute mess everywhere?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it just be more safer, more controlled just to get those samples to Wayland Yutani?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just confused about his actual prime directive right now because I feel like it's super inconsistent. He should just be getting out of there. When they ran off to go for his sister, he was like, okay, bye. See you around.
Exactly.
Company first.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of playing by the rules of they would get Ripley and Newt through quarantine and aliens if they were impregnated with an alien, but not if they tried to just bring one home. Almost treating that little vial of alien goop as if it will be treated like them trying to bring a face hugger home. Like, it's like, oh, no, it has to be injected into her, otherwise they would not be able to get this. Where? To the Wayland Yutani place that they're probably going to end up at anyways? It just, like, I swear, it's like these people just didn't care when they were writing any of this. I don't know how anyone thinks that the movie up to this point has been just fine. Like, it blows my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the problem, too, is they act like the android's going to be affected by the fucking aliens, and the aliens ignore Synth and let's Synth attack them first. So, Andy could keep walking through and be fine.
Hmm.
The other two can't.
Yeah, you two are just a nuisance to him. Yeah.
So, how do you fix this scene? Have Andy glitch between the two directors. There you go. It's easy.
Yeah. Or make it. Yeah, exactly.
You know what would also be helpful? If you talked and did stuff at the same time.
Oh, what?
You
That's
know,
insane.
like,
No, we have
what,
no
like,
urgency. There's
normal
no.
people can do.
There's no 25,000 aliens on here. I mean, it's only 25, not 1,000, but you know, sounded better in my head.
Fuck, might as well
I'm
be,
tired.
Oh no, you gotta stay up for a few more hours. Come on.
I mean, we're reading the EFAP coverage from yesterday. I'm pretty sure.
Hey.
No, you're not.
Get
Long
wrecked,
mango.
Mupsley, you little bitch.
You're streaming right now. I'll tell him that.
Rookie numbers.
But yeah, we have now startled all the aliens in this station. There seems like the scene where they show like the glowing mist stuff, where I guess that's where they alert them, right? That was like the alert system basically of the aliens, if I remember correctly, right?
I have no fucking idea.
I think that's the thing they see in the first Alien, like the mist on the floor, and then has like the blue tinge on it.
Yeah.
And then you touch it, and that's like, I think it even makes a noise in Alien 1. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's like something. It's another member berry, probably.
The blue mist in the first Alien is on the alien planet in the spooky alien place, but in here it's the same thing, but it's on the human ship.
Yeah, in the part that they colonized for themselves, I guess. I don't know, maybe they...
Yeah, so... It's like another member berries thing, but it's just like, this is the wrong location. You're not doing this right.
Yeah.
We need to keep a note of these, because like from like the Ash thing, Ash being the one droid that doesn't make any sense, and then like there's so many, all the member berries are just slapped in wherever they can have them, and usually like they just contradict the logic of fucking the other films.
Yeah, they're all to the detriment of what's actually going on in the movie too. Like it's all just like none of it helps even a bit. It just like, oh god. We'll get to the line.
Let me see. So yeah, all the aliens come around. There's one alien coming from the ceiling, I guess. And then Tyler tries to save his sister in Rain, but he just kind of jumps in front of the thing and dies. I'm not sure what his plan was here.
It's double funny because this is where Andy gets slightly tapped and he goes flying and starts spazzing out.
Oh yeah, we need him to be out of the scenario for a little bit, so he gets tapped, falls over, and he goes into seizure mode again. I guess that's still a thing even after his firmware upgrade. Sad.
By the way, I thought this is where Tyler would drop his gun, and then they would pick it up, but no, he just dies with it, I guess.
Yeah, he
And
has it around his shoulder. He goes up. It's funny because he starts yelling like he's about to shoot, but he just gets popped in the head by the alien and he's dead.
As two other aliens get also like all the aliens get clogged up in there for like 3 minutes while Rain are used with Andy to reboot him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna shoot some.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I
really?
thought, but nope. He just gets killed, and he's out. He's out of the movie. GG. What a
The amount of times in this movie though that I was just thinking, man, you all should already be dead long ago. Like,
What do you mean? It's only like 20 aliens, not like a big deal or anything.
right? Remember how much
my
of a
God,
problem
dude.
one was in that movie Alien?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How many
right.
aliens were in Aliens? I need to rewatch it.
Quite a few. Several.
Quite a
Like
few,
there,
yeah.
there was more. Basically, an entire colony's worth of humans hatched into
Yeah.
aliens.
And they had problems there as well, and they were like military people with guns. So,
Mhm.
but they didn't have
They were-
auto aim. That's their problem. That's the problem.
Yeah,
they made.
yeah. They didn't bring the right guns from 40 years ago.
Nah.
And this takes place between Alien and Aliens, so this just seems like
Yep.
advanced tech for, whatever.
Literally, it was too expensive to use.
So now it gets kind of weird again. So the Prego lady and Rain go into the elevator. They were about to board. Andy is just spazzing out on the floor, and they make their way up. And they're like, okay, good, we made it. We're kind of safe-ish. We just need to get up there, go to the ship, and we're out of there. And then like
Let's
hop.
ignore the giant glaring hole in the elevator that the facehuggers can jump through.
No, that's
get in,
fine.
like,
They're not on screen right now. We're basically safe. And then obviously there's like a screen, and the screen for some reason points directly onto Andy because we need the conflict in her brain. It's like, oh, I can't really let him be down there. Okay, let me reiterate. There's a hurt pregnant lady there. What do you think she does? I mean, we all know what she does. I'm just gonna tell you now, Chad. She's like, stop. She stops the elevator and tells the very hurt pregnant lady, listen, you only need to get back to the shuttle, use these things, and then you get remotely flown out of here. I'll make my way out of here somehow. And then she leaves for the bot and leaves the pregnant lady to possibly die. And what does that do? She fucking puts the alien goop in herself because she saw that vial and thought she's probably gonna save her.
How much
She
better
wasn't
would have?
forced to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I was about to say, how much better would it have been if she just looked at the vial and then left it ambiguous for the end?
Yeah. Like that would have been a little bit better for sure.
And
But
then
yeah.
we hate the last scene even more because like, why would you do this?
Okay, guys, let
Mm-hmm.
me ask you a question. Very morally important question. You have two entities to save: a pregnant, injured lady,
B.
or a robot toy. Which one do you save?
Well, was the robot toy my brother?
Yes, you grew up with them throughout your childhood.
What
Yes,
clearance
yes.
does my brother have currently?
Well, I mean, like that baby had its chance.
It tried.
Krypton had his jet. This is stupid. This is
So yeah,
really,
she
really stupid.
goes down there.
He
She-
can't do the trolley problem properly at all. But Andy can.
I believe in it. Andy's the best character. Obviously, she has to go back for Andy.
Always go back to it. That baby died hours ago. Yeah, that I said it. It's a fucking baby smoothie, dude.
It's not even hours ago either, which is funnier. It died 3 times in the span of less than 40 minutes.
Oh
Because
man.
that's their. Did you mention that, by the way? They dropped the timer from 36 hours to like 45 minutes or some shit.
Oh yeah. When they crashed, I
dropped
mentioned that
hard.
it changed
What?
the angle of the
Oh.
station, so they have the time limit went to like 45 minutes or an hour. So they currently
That crash.
yeah.
What caused that? That crash.
Well,
Oh,
it's
Yeah.
why?
Or like,
because
that's
it's
stupid.
it's scraped on across some things that made like an explosion, and there was like
It
fire,
was the
and that
fuel line.
tilted the station a bit, and now it goes faster into the asteroid belt apparently.
Yeah, out of all the things that ship could have hit, it hit the fuel line and then landed in the hangar.
Yeah. So that's something really bad for them, but also something very convenient for them. I just don't understand why they didn't do the thing where they have to find a new ship on the station. It's just so bizarre that they made this weird contrived way of them scraping on the thing to make the time limit faster.
Hey, Middle,
Yeah.
you
Like, it
remind me of
almost
another
sounds-
issue.
Oh, great.
Remember in Aliens when they docked the original shuttle and Xenomorph snuck onto the ship? So when it lifted off, it killed the pilot and it crashed in Aliens? Why aren't any Xenos on that ship?
They're in their rec room right now. They're busy. They're just all chilling in that one room they went through. They went back straight after they lost them.
The playing cards.
Yeah, they're just hanging out.
We need to get
That
another
one,
famous painting in there. Like
We got
with,
face huggers that'll take care of this. Don't worry.
That one Xenomorph started a pattern that like lasted till now, where we have to have a big ship crash, like always now.
Yeah.
They're always one of these movies. But at least with that, it was like, it made sense. They fucking snuck in and they set it up, right?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. This one, the ship has crashed into the hangar. Why hasn't any Xeno snuck into it in the 40 minutes that they have to run around and get back to the ship?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Prego Lady puts the alien goop in herself, thinking it will save her. Bold strategy. Let's see how that plays out.
Thank you, Cotton.
Thank you. So yeah, Rain goes down to Andy, and Andy's like, "No, don't save me, the company." Even though his, the thing he wants to get on the ship is already on the way to the ship, so I don't even know why he would want to resist. Like his plan is
He's
still
all of a sudden
going.
got self-preservation instincts, I guess.
Yeah, but for what? Self-preservation would be,
I said all
save
of a
me.
sudden. That implies it's nonsense.
Oh, okay. Because the thing he wanted is to get the samples on the ship so they can fly it out. That's still happening. I don't know why he's like, no, don't do that. Because he's probably, I think the idea is because, if you take out the thing, you maybe make me do something that's not best for the company or something. I think they just decided that having that chip in there is just best for the company, and that's why he wouldn't take it out. Which isn't it? God, I'm just thinking about this. It just gets more weird. Because if the chip being in there is best for the company, wouldn't be him not getting reset be best for the company in that case? So he would never let go, because he's a robot. He doesn't have like any self-preservation, right? Right? I don't know. I feel like I'm going insane.
This Bishop has a little bit of it. He does kind of mention that when he has to crawl through the big tunnel thing or like the air vent, that he doesn't really want to go do it. He's just the only one who can. So
Right.
it's like, well,
Yeah, I may be synthetic, but I'm not stupid. And that's what he says.
Yeah.
So it's like they prefer not to die, but they understand.
But I think then she says
Well,
like
it's-
some.
I th-
Oh, go ahead.
So I think with his software upgrade, there'd be a safeguard. Like, even though he's like physically compromised, like he would never give up control. Well, Wayland Yutani would never let the android give up control, so it could like perform some other function, because they don't know who's going to take control of that thing and perhaps make it act against corporate interests. So
yeah,
that's
that's actually
stupid.
not bad.
Yeah, I think they. She says like something. It's like, oh, but you just staying here and getting destroyed isn't best for the company, right? And that somehow convinces him to let go or something. I don't know. I don't
She
think
tried to do like a logic trick on him.
No,
It was just
yeah.
not a very creative one.
No, not really. And it's like, oh, okay. And then she takes out the chip, and that also gets rid of all of his upgrades. So he goes back to stuttering Tizenbot, which That's normally not how
I don't
updates
believe that
work.
happened.
When they're on your system, they're normally there unless you reboot the system completely and to get rid of the updates.
They just did a
Mhm.
rollback.
Yeah.
Rolled him back to Tism.
But yeah, now he's back to Tismbot. Let's see what happens next. I think they just make their way to. Hang on, I'm just trying to sort this in my brain because I somehow lost track of where in my notes I was because I'm very smart.
She fixes Andy, and they have to fall back to the corner, and they ask for Rook to open the door. And
Right.
he's like,
Yeah.
and reference number whatever the fuck.
Yeah, they go back to the door where they initially came from because the lift is obviously gone now. And they realize, oh man, I don't have clearance anymore to get through here, which is weird because it's just a normal door that doesn't go to like a lab, so I don't know why it wouldn't be allowed. I have to assume Rook just did an override or something, so they're not allowed to go through or locked it down, something like that. I don't know. And there's like the whole thing, oh, I can't let you do that, but the company thanks you for your contributions, blah blah. And then she shoots the screen out of frustration and wasting ammo, which is weird.
Earlier on in the show, when I said like, why doesn't evil Andy just abandon them and just take the goo, and someone said, oh, maybe he still has some programming to keep humans alive or whatever. Well, I think Rook here kind of disproves that because he's perfectly willing to
Oh
kill
yeah,
them to
that's
do
true.
this for the company. Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I guess the laws of robotics, I suppose Ash doesn't really follow them necessarily
No.
either in Alien, but they're established in Aliens, and it's just the Asimov's law of robotics that like a human cannot harm or by inaction allow harm to come to a human being.
Yeah.
But Bishop's the only one who seems to care about that, though.
By the way, before she shoots the screen, there's like a thing she tries to pry open, and then stops and doesn't tell Andy to try it with his superhuman powers. So I guess that's not an option anymore. Oh, and then they just kind of lie there or sit there preparing to die, basically. In the meantime, Prego Lady got on the ship, and Rook is like, hit the button so I can fly you out of here. Don't make your friend's death mean nothing. And she doesn't do it. She basically just waits for them. That's the thing. Oh, we're nearing somewhat the end. Thank fuck. I'm so done with this movie.
It's not done with you.
Oh no.
We still got 20 minutes to go.
Fuck. But yeah, she's basically like, hey, tell me some jokes. And he just, oh, why doesn't he eat the clown? Because taste funny. And it's like this thing he did when she was like 12 or something. And then he does the jokes like, oh, I read a book about gravity. I can never put it down. And then
Wouldn't technically, yeah, like if it's gravity, wouldn't you technically not be able
the
to put
joke
it up?
in The Last of Us Left Behind was, I'm reading a book about anti-gravity and it's so hard to put down. And they just ripped it and kind of fucked it up in this movie because it does say
all
gravity,
of his
right?
jokes suck.
I'm pretty sure it
everything
does.
that he ripped off, everything he ripped off from Aliens to The Last of Us was shit in terms of like the execution with it. Like that's one of the big parts of it too.
Yeah. So anyway, she's like, oh, wait, I can do the gravity thing where it turns off the gravity. Luckily, they're right next to a panel where they press one button and the gravity gets turned off immediately, which is fucking bullshit. Imagine it's just a random button like on the door. It's like, well, let's get rid of the gravity. Bloop. It's like, And then...
how convenient that the button is there for the gravity.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
I don't even understand why the gravity needs to be like cycled in and out. Like,
yeah, that's what I was
if
trying
you need to like turn it off for some sort of function.
Yeah,
fine.
I think
but...
it was when the gravity, or at least the way I understood it, this might be headcanon also, like I say here, rate me on it. I figured what was going on was because the ship was sort of deactivated, the gravity generators were off, but because there's mechanics and instruments inside the ship that require gravity to remain properly aligned in space, it did have to turn on in regular intervals otherwise, like as a fail-safe.
That's not
so
what
that the
they
ship doesn't
say.
just tear itself apart.
they give
Is
us
it not? I don't.
they do give us a quote unquote reason, which is they need to do that so it doesn't break or explode the station. So they need to cycle it in and out. I don't know why.
I mean,
that's a thing that
Though
needs to
that
do.
I guess, yeah, I think I pulled that from that because I would assume that if the only reason it would explode because it's a floating object in space not having gravity. Newsflash, by default, most of them don't fucking have gravity. Okay, that's something that we as human beings cannot do, and we've done shit in space. But I guess the way I understood it is the way that station is constructed, it requires an active gravity generator in order to stay together the way it is. Otherwise, some of the things keeping it together will separate in weird ways because they're not moving the way that they're supposed to, and then that could be catastrophic for the station. But,
yeah, maybe.
I mean,
something like that.
that's just the only way I was able to make it make sense in my head why it ever had to cycle back on. It was like, well, maybe it's a construction thing.
I just realized something.
Great.
Yeah.
If the gravity is recycling constantly, then why the fuck is like half the station still perfectly fine? Because they actively have to turn it off at one or turn it on at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So what? So why is Rook's body still in the exact same spot by the whole? Why?
Good point. Very good point, actually. Yeah, that fucker should be like it because he's still where the
Should be mangled.
the
He'd
acid
be floating around the
happened.
room. You're right.
He should be
Maybe the
like,
bridge keeps its gravity no matter what, even if the gravity generator is off as a backup.
You're welcome.
So yeah, obviously the idea here is, hey, if there's gravity, the blood doesn't fall on the floor, right? It's like right-ish. But there's still all the speed from the bullets and stuff that would just propel it into any kind of direction, probably still pretty quickly, right? I'm not a physics expert, so I might be wrong, but I think that would happen.
The idea that she thinks she could control the acid, like in that small area, is just stupid. That scene is. I get people who try to do the rule of cool. I didn't think it was remotely cool. It was just.
It was stupid. It was really stupid.
Really, really, really dumb scene.
I can understand limiting it because it can't spread into more floors. Really, it can continue chewing on what it, like whatever it lands on.
In
It
zero
depends on the
gravity,
room.
liquid will move in the direction that it was moving, and nothing will stop it unless it hits a surface. Like
Yeah.
it is.
I think seeing people work around the acid blood when dealing with the xenomorphs could be some of the most interesting things you can do story wise. Like how do we like logical strategies to deal with the acid.
Yeah.
We never see that. We just see stupid people doing stupid things, so we can get scenes that stupid people think are cool.
I just realized
It's a
something else.
tight tunnel,
The entire station is in the gravitational pull of the asteroid belt, so the blood would be moving somewhere in zero gravity.
Yeah, even if they
because
would stop it.
it isn't zero gravity. It's just no artificial gravity making it seem like a proper up and down for a human being while you're walking around a space station. It is only being affected by the gravity that is pulling the entire space station towards a celestial body that's going to destroy it.
Wow.
Which means it's powerful enough to move some blood.
Yeah. I think the only way this would have been a bit more believable is it would be a bigger room, like a hangar or something, where they're like in the middle and they have like aliens jump towards them. They have to shoot them like just about or something. Maybe they would work. But they also the blood is also the acid does like this weird thing where it forms like this weird circle and just goes around, and I don't even know what that's about.
So
it seemed like she could get through them by like going through rings in a video game fucking mini game.
Like pilot wings or something.
Just
You
makes like
have
a
to get through
sound.
5 rings and then you hit the
No
goal.
Sonic coin, sorry.
Try it again to get it with a gold medal if you can do it in under 9 seconds.
When she shot the gun to move in the acid, wouldn't the bullets breach the hull, and you'd still have the same problem of.
Well, she did shoot up.
Presumably,
right?
Yeah, presumably the bullets aren't strong enough to get through the hull, but acid melting through it would. I think that's probably what the rules there, because he never said anything about the bullets going through the hull. It was only the acid for the targets.
So earlier, there's a reason I said for the pulse rifle, the rounds and fires are recoilless. They have no recoil.
Oh yeah,
her
that's a
shooting
good
the
point.
gun
Oh, okay.
would not move her. And
Oh,
on
oh.
top of that, the easier fix is grab a dead Xeno body and just shove it through everything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yep.
mean, there's
Oh,
the,
no,
the,
wait,
the best thing to do
AVP
that scene, just show them use their brain. It's such a simple fix, but she just
I
shoots the gun and then avoids everything. It was so lame.
Even with the hey, this is my makeshift jetpack, she doesn't do much with it except for go down once.
That's what I'm saying. She shoots her gun, goes down, dodges it, problem solved. When this could have been a whole different, like, them working together would have been way more interesting. Her using the resources, her environment, something. Her having to sacrifice something to be able to get through. Like, something, play with just wasted concepts. This whole movie is just member berries and wasted concepts over and over and over again.
Sacrifice something, books like sacrifice her empty gun and maybe
Yeah,
go grab Tyler's
Yeah.
gun that has a
Yep.
full round that should be right there.
And it's so
Maybe
simple
this-
for us, you know. But I don't know why they just skip these things.
maybe they did do that, but they messed it up in the editing room. I get the sense that this movie was really chopped up, and we're getting some scenes that just
There
don't
was
mesh
one
quite well.
scene that I wonder if you guys had the same experience. It was basically when the girl was getting choked by the xenomorph, and then Andy started talking to explain what's going on, and it just like it went from a loud scene to just suddenly quiet, and everyone just listening to him talk. And I'm like, shouldn't we still hear people yelling and like her gurgling on the ground and shit? It was really weird. I'm not sure if it was like an editing mistake or something, but I wouldn't be surprised if this movie was really chopped up in the editing room. It wouldn't justify the writing, but like it would explain why so many things make no sense, or it would explain why there's so many setups that have no payoffs. That to me is something that just doesn't even make. That's like inexcusable.
Yeah, it's bad. So yeah, the cycle obviously goes through, and now all the phlegm juice of the aliens goes on the floor, and it's all sucky vacuum times. And they're also very close to the asteroid belt now. Like we're talking like a minute or two. And they, I should also mention, they made their way back to the lift through all this acid. So now their plan is, let's just float up there. And they start doing the floaty device, the floaty Heimers. But of course, there was one alien left. Oh no, she's gonna get Gravelsteined. And like, oh shit, what are you gonna do now? She just shoots it and is very lucky that she doesn't get any acid on herself, I guess. So, yeah, plot armor, hooray!
Listen, he was a deep sleeper, Xeno, all right?
Oh, okay.
So he showed up late to the party.
Then so Andy is already on his way up. She is a little bit behind. And for some reason, she tries to do the same trajectory that Andy does, but all she needed to do is just... I don't even know why they do it this way. Just get on the ladder and just continuously just, I don't know, propel yourself up
Yep, just
until the
keep pushing
gravity
yourself
goes
upwards.
up. But they do like this, well, we're gonna push ourselves up and go straight to the top. To the moon, if you will. Stonks. But, God, this, by the way, she should have died here, like, already from the alien having all the acid around her, because she shoots the thing that's grabbing her leg, and there should be acid on there one way or another. Like no chance.
We saw that in Aliens, them spraying and like having to rip their armor off and everything because of the acid on it. Like, play with these concepts.
Imagine she just lost her ankle right there, and now she doesn't have an ankle for the rest of the movie.
Imagine those consequences. You mean,
dude?
Like,
She gets through this movie pretty much unharmed. It's actually infuriating how little damage she takes. Considering how stupid her decisions are.
So does Andy, for the record, until the very end.
Mm-hmm.
He gets smacked up a few times, but he's all right.
So she's there. Andy is already smartly, because he's a smart bot, already holding onto the ladder, and
imagine not moving down to help get to her.
Yeah, exactly. Just maybe I should just go 2 steps down and grab her hands. Like, no, I'm gonna stay here. Yeah, she almost grabs him, but obviously the the gravity goes back on, and she starts to fall. She falls for like 2, 3, 4 seconds, but luckily she gets saved by a xenomorph that grabs her with the tail, and that showed broken her spine in half.
This was the one. This was the one that like exploded my brain in 1,000 pieces. It's my most hated scene.
Listen,
Like just plot
Spider-Man
armor,
had
and
to
then there's
learn
this.
in a hard way. All right. Jeez.
Yeah.
It has to be
fucking
harder
bitch
for
got
that alien
saved
to
by a
grab her
xenomorph.
than to skewer her with that same tail.
Right.
It makes that's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. Like what are you doing, dude? Like if this was a reveal that like they're sentient and like he just is like hello and he speaks,
Hi.
that would make more sense to me
Please
than him
save
literally
us.
saving her and gently putting her down. I couldn't believe it. Like you have to explain this. You have to. You can't just do this.
Why
And
would
it's-
it just crush
I
her?
thought
It
they
catches her
said
and then
it
crushes
gravity
her
off.
waist.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park just gently putting somebody down and then continuing to kill off the rest of the people? Like it would never happen. You have to explain these
I
things.
like
man.
this one. I
It's-
put
it's-
it down gently.
oh, God.
I'm gonna eat the other
It's
ones.
so unbelievably stupid. I was so drifting away from the movie and I just sat up
Yeah.
and like, yelled when I saw that.
And
The defense I've heard is, but he's holding her for that face hugger that was right there.
yeah, but her
No.
spine is broken.
No.
Yeah. Okay. That's the closest thing to a defense I've heard. It's like, oh, he didn't want to kill her because there was a face hugger right there, and he wanted to hold her for that. I was like,
It was not
Okay.
right there. It was taking its fucking leisure.
yeah.
time
Well,
to
that's
get
another
there.
thing. It's like every single alien in this movie decides to just stop and wait around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on pause.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, the tail catching sort of characterizes them as predator, like from the movie Predator, where they're hunting for sport, where they can't just let them die. It's like, oh, if anybody's gonna kill you, it's gonna be me, sort of thing. It's like,
That's why
is that what the aliens are thinking? Like, I don't think so.
No fucking way.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. That's why I'm saying they have to explain it. This is revolutionary. An alien just saved someone's life, and like Mark was saying, like if you're gonna do it for the facehugger or whatnot, like the urgency of procreating is that important that they need to like preserve everyone they can. At least do something with that. But again, they don't. They do the most unbelievable thing I've seen since the fucking newborn in the resurrection, and like they don't explain it at all. At least that like we knew where it came from. This to me is as fucking crazy as a new entity. Like all the deacon, all the different things I mentioned. The idea of a xenomorph actively saving someone's life like that, like you got to do something. Otherwise, it's just a fuck up. It's I don't even want to call it plot armor. It's just a mistake. I don't know.
James, does a face hugger need the person, I don't know, conscious, alive,
To be
somewhat
alive? Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
it needs
Spine
I'm just-
broken in half. It's a bit rough.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
that would
broken
work.
spine.
'Cause
You
it's
could,
still
yeah.
alive. They're still alive because they just need nutrients. They need the. It's essentially like a parasite, is what it is. So it
Right.
needs the nutrients from the person to grow, which is why it takes so long to incubate, so it can grow and take nutrients from its host, and that way it can also adapt certain traits from the host.
So there was no
Man,
need for
that's
the
like-
alien to catch rain gently. Could just
No.
catch it whichever way it wants. She just needs to be semi-alive. She doesn't need to be one piece necessarily.
It makes even less sense with all the rules that we have now of knowing like if this was Alien and Aliens, maybe we can argue for urgency like Mark was saying. But no, it's like Cthulhu Black Goo Covenant world now where everything takes 10 minutes. So it makes no sense for them to be that like cautious. The alien should have killed her. It's like it's my most hated moment in the movie for sure. Just because of like what it means for the creature.
I have a different one, but okay. We'll get to
Just because my whole point earlier was that these movies don't damage the creature generally too much, the xenomorph itself, until this. This thing is like it changes the way I view the creature, and they didn't do anything with it, which really, really annoys me. Like no interest in pursuing these concepts.
Oh yeah, the drone is taking a back seat in this whole movie. I don't.
So anyway, she's been grabbed. She also lost her goon on the way down, which got luckily ledged into some place on the side, which is very lucky for here in a couple of seconds. So God, it's like Gravity hits. The elevator starts coming down quick, has some momentum. Andy Bot is like, I'm gonna hold it here real quick for a minute. Lots of aliens come up. He's like, I'm gonna let it go now, and he kills like tons of aliens with that, which is probably a lot of acid as well, by the way. Now that I think about it, that's just on the bottom floor there just now. Yeah, very cool. But one of the aliens, pretty smart aliens, it hit. Oh no. And this is where it starts to like kind of scare the rain, threatens it. And at this point, the facehugger gets there. She looks over there. It's like, oh no, facehuggers, and then Andy is like, oh, the gun is over there. I'm just gonna do a big jump, and he basically jumps all the way down. He shoots.
Returned.
Oh hey, oh my God! You like right at the part that you wanted to right there. It's about to happen.
Yeah.
About.
Oh my God.
It's about to.
He might have just
really
been sitting
exciting.
there waiting.
My time has come.
No,
So,
I'm
me-
rewatching the scene. Her hair's blowing the wrong way.
That's that's funny.
Okay, that's
air
more
is
proof of
sucking
being
down.
budgeted edit. Yeah.
The air is sucking down, and her hair is blowing up. While
Yeah.
the air is getting sucked out. I don't. How could you
So-
fuck that up?
Tism Andy now with the big cajones. He's like, I'm gonna jump all the way down there, grab the gun, shoot the facehugger right before it jumps, crash into the alien, and just fucking shoot it. No, I think he just crashes it all the way down on the elevator, and then just starts blasting basically. And then he says the line, Meme, do you wanna? What does he say, Meme? What does he say?
He says he jumps down, shooting his pulse rifle, and he goes, "Get away from her!" and then lands, and then shoots it more, and then goes, "You bitch!"
Yay!
And
I
and you know what
shouted
shits
"fuck
me the
you"
most?
in the theater.
Yeah,
I'm
like
not
what
even kidding.
shits me the most is that, like, when I heard the first half, I was like, oh, I get what they're doing, but they're not going to say the last half because that would be too forced. It could have worked as a callback if it was just to like, get away from her, because that's generic
That's
enough.
what I
You could see
thought
that
too.
character say,
Yeah.
yeah,
But they
oh,
had to go
God.
the extra mile and have an android swear.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's not sworn
Like,
before
it's-
in the film, by the way.
He hasn't sworn. It's completely out of line with his personality that he's shown. And if again, it's the pattern with this guy. Fucking Sigourney Weaver's delivery of that line is perfect. It's
Yeah,
perfect.
there's
It
emotion
saves it.
behind
There's
it
so-
and story
dude,
behind it.
It could have ruined the whole movie if she didn't fucking nail that line. You know, it had to really be believable, and she nailed it. This was shit, and there was no confidence behind it. You bitch, there's just
Yeah.
nothing. Like, what are you doing? Why would you even like go with that take if you're gonna fucking steal something? Steal it with fucking confidence, you pussies.
Dude,
Like,
he
it's just-
sounded so like, oh my God, I'm gonna get canceled for saying this. He
yeah, that's
sounded
what I
so
mean.
uncomfortable.
At least
And I'm
commit.
like,
If you're gonna do your bullshit, at least fucking commit to your member berries. It's
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh.
And like it read like, you know, this is almost like if this was a film where Aliens was a movie in universe, and they kept, and that, and you know, the character was a big fan of Aliens, and then
Yeah.
that character says that line later on because it's part of their character. That's the kind of delivery you're getting there, where it's like an alien fan saying
Hasta
the
la
line.
visa, baby, where he
give-
learned it within the movie.
That
you know?
actually-
like you get something like that, where him watching it. But you
Actually
didn't get
reminds
that.
me of one of the few episodes I've seen of What If season 1, I think it was, where the lady gets to be Captain America. I forgot her name. Peggy Carter.
Captain
I can
Carter.
do this all day.
I mean, I can do this all
Yeah,
day.
where she says I can do this all day. It's
Yeah.
like no, that doesn't work. There was like a whole thing that Cap like had
Steve
before he was
Rogers
even
line.
Captain America. That's like a thing
it's
that
a Steve Rogers line,
it's
not
a
even
Steve-
a Captain America line.
Yeah, it's a Steve Rogers line,
fucking-
exactly.
He says it long before he is
Fuck
ever
outta
Captain
here.
America.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's what's the most frustrating part about that.
Like it's
I'm
one thing
actually-
if it's like a
um,
different variant of Steve Rogers who has like somewhat
Yeah.
the same thing, but she's like her own completely different character. She's gonna have like her own thing to say. So
And they've had
Her
opportunities
high
to connect
school
that line to
experience,
her,
like
and they didn't do
Steve
anything.
Rogers' young life was growing up as a guy who looked like he was emaciated constantly and about
Yeah.
to starve
Yeah,
to death.
she was
I
fucking
feel
hot.
like Haley
Like, get the hell
Atwell
outta
had a
here.
pretty good time through her youth.
Those
I feel like people
fucking
treated her
puppies.
quite nicely.
There's
actually.
no way she grew up like skinny ass Steve, like, oh my god, from down the street. Like, it's just stupid. It's and it's one
Yeah.
of those things you don't realize unless you really think about it and care to think about it.
I'm sorry,
Exactly.
And it's not just the fact that he doesn't have the super soldier serum. It's the fact that he's so scrawny, and that's juxtaposed with his steadfastness. Like, that's why that line works.
I'm willing to stay here and get beaten the fuck up all day. Are you willing to beat me all day? It's
Yeah.
like that's the thing that he can offer. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to beat you up, but you prepared to do this all day because I'm also not going to give up. It's a really good line, and it has meaning in that scene. Here,
It relates to his story, and they just
or, I
staple
mean,
it on everybody.
I
Like, I bet you Falcon's gonna say it in the new movie. I bet you $1 million that Falcon, with his stupid fucking shield skills, is gonna say it in this new movie.
Maybe
Yeah.
there's a
It's just what you
different
do.
context for Peggy to say it. Maybe she's quite promiscuous and said it before. I can do this someday.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of like an evil Steve Rogers where he's super buff in high school. He's beating the shit out of someone. I could keep doing this all day.
Nigga Steve.
That would actually work.
But the other problem with the alien with the aliens line, going on that. So why did Ellen call? Who was Ellen talking to when she said the word bitch? Like,
I
back at the
almost
class.
said dude.
a queen
Mother
of a species.
Yeah, mother,
a queen.
female.
Mother.
Like there's no gender with these fucking drone xenomorphs, so there's no reason to genderize the line. So the word bitch
And who
doesn't
did-
work in that way as well.
Also, that
And
was
who
like
did Ripley call a bitch in the first movie? Mother. It actually works both ways. When she's like, you bitch. It was started from Alien. It wasn't actually aliens. They carried that over, and then she did it from the mother, the computer program, to the alien, to the xenomorph queen. But with this, it's just like it doesn't apply here whatsoever.
Guys,
I don't
you're
understand.
assuming the alien's gender. How dare you?
I mean, obviously, there's like a bunch of stupid shit in this movie. Some of which went over my head, frankly. And listening to reviews and like you guys talk and other people, I'm just like, oh yeah, that doesn't work at all, does it?
I was gonna ask, have we swayed your
stuff that-
opinion in any way?
No, I think my opinion is roughly the same because like the dumb stuff that I noticed. I mean, I know it's dumb, but it just
Or more
most
so
of the time I
pointed
was
out
just
anything you didn't notice.
most of the time I was just like rolling my eyes or exhaling out my nose or groaning. It's just okay, whatever. But this line, I had a similar reaction to Mark here. I was just like that pissed me off. I was like, I can't believe, like he's the initial part of it, like get away from her. That was more than enough, and like it wasn't even warranted because I think the alien was already shot and dead at that point. Like the alien's not hearing you. Even if it was still alive, it's not fucking understanding you. So this is totally unmotivated. And then I was just like, don't do it. Don't do the bitch. Don't. And then they went and did it.
Don't do it.
And it's like, oh my God. I can't believe Fede Alvarez, the director, thought this was a good idea because his previous work is so much smarter than shit like this.
He's apparently a big fan of the first
Do the
movie.
bitch.
Well, he said he's a
Oh,
big fan of
man.
Alien Isolation. I'm like, I look at this, I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see it. At
Yeah,
all.
well, I mean, I guess it's one of those moments that divides the theater, where half the theater is, well, maybe the minority of the theater is going, don't do it, and then the rest are going, just finish the line, yeah, say it, say the line, Bart,
Say the line.
Yeah.
get away from her, you bitch.
I
Yeah,
think I may have
That's
been
what
the
it's
one in my
become,
theater to
man. It's
stifle any
everything.
cheers.
Yeah, that one got a big
I think if
laugh
people
in my
were gonna
theater.
go,
It was
yeah, they
painful.
probably heard me go, fuck you, and we're like, okay, we should probably not cheer right now.
yeah.
There wasn't anyone hardly in my theater, so it was just quiet most of the time.
Yeah, mine too. I wish I could have watched this movie with you guys. It would be a lot more fun.
The
Yeah.
one regret is not seeing it in theater, so I could at least appreciate like something of it. To me, it was
Look,
just
we can
pure
swap theater
shit.
experiences if you want. You can get the screaming guy.
That would have been more entertaining, maybe.
Oh man.
True.
So yeah, get away from her, you bitch.
Are you
I
having
was the
fun, Metal?
screaming
Is
guy
this
in my
fun?
theater.
Is this fun to me? I mean, I guess in a way.
Do it.
So, but yeah, I can't, this is remembered. So now they just go back up. So we have a countdown currently. Actually, like there's like a full countdown going on. Like they have like 10 seconds left, I think. And they they do the meme. They do the fucking meme where they arrive on the elevator. They look up to the shuttle, which is still a bit of a climb. There's like less than 10 seconds left. They cut and they're they're on top of the. Wait, hang
Don't
on.
they also mention that the elevator doesn't work in anti-gravity?
Oh yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that's why it's been
Yeah,
like
I
fluking
thought-
around.
Is this an elevator from the Victorian era? Does it have a counterweight that needs to like? Why?
I don't know, but they
Never mind.
they do the meme. So you have to keep in mind, Andy is currently all the way on the bottom. Rain is somewhere in the middle.
Bottom.
And they do they do the thing where they look at each other like, yeah, we did it, even though Rain should be barely able to see him like at all. It's like very far down, I'm pretty sure.
Not only that, you gotta go. You gotta go.
You gotta
Move.
go.
You gotta
And that's what I
land.
mean.
You don't have time.
They do the meme where like they cut away, we hear the countdown, and they arrive on top of the elevator where they climb out onto the thing. There's like 5 seconds left. And this is when they look up to the shuttle, which is still like a climb. So there's no way they would have made it in that time, technically. So it should have started to shred the floor while they climb up there, but they're already in the ship. So it's just funny. They do the meme where we cut away, go to the next scene, and they're safe.
Negative time, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
So I think I have some advice that I can give to any aspiring filmmakers who want to do a ticking clock situation and have it actually work. It's simple and you can apply it to pretty much anything as long as there's a visible clock. Show the visible clock, but make sure you have a way to spoof what's displayed on it in post. Then, once you've edited the entire scene, find out the moment the person says we've only got blank minutes left and have ADR say the exact amount of time.
Big
So
smart.
that
Mr.
people
Beast
watching
style.
on the time code are going to be like, oh yeah, it actually was 3 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yeah.
Like
just
it's not
extra
that
effort
hard
you
to
would
do
think.
though. Like you need
That's
one
so
shot of a
amazing.
clock that you can put stuff
Yeah,
on.
you can just do the
There's so
you do the
few,
rewatch. It's like, oh, that's a bit too little. So let's put like another 10-20 seconds on that timer, and then we should be Gucci.
Those are the details that make rewatching so enjoyable. It's like, oh wow, they actually cared for that type of thing to incorporate that. But so many people just want the tension from the ticking clock. They don't want to earn it.
Yeah, well, that's a general piece of advice, right? Don't write your film for the first viewing. Write it for the 10th, the 20th, the 30th.
Yes,
Reward the rewatches.
Oh my God. That's like my
please.
whole philosophy is like, you know what happened when you watch a movie, and then when you rewatch it, you know how it happened. Like it's like you don't even know what the fuck you know how you felt about it, but you don't really know what it is.
Redraft.
Well, it's why I
Rewatching
think
movies is
and then redraft
asking
again.
people-
good writing. Good
public
written
opinion
movies
of
will
this
be better on
movie
a
is
rewatch.
going. I think public opinion of this movie is going to plummet over the next 5 years. Like I honestly bet there's
Yeah.
going to be a
I
lot of
hope
people
so.
who buy
5
this
years?
on 4K Blu-ray. Well, you know why? Because there will be at least a year or two where people will be like, I don't know what you're talking about, guys. These are wonderful movies. Best
Whatever.
alien movie since Aliens. and I'm just going to be there like wanting to shoot myself. But I know there's going to be a time that people will be like, yeah, that was pretty bad.
There's gonna be a tweet someday. It's like, so enough time has passed, so this movie's actually awful, and you're like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna beat you.
were
to
there
death."
day
It was
one,
awful the
motherfucker.
second I saw it. It shouldn't have taken you this long.
The vast majority of people that are giving it sheer praise have either never seen the original Alien or haven't seen it in so long that they forget just how good it is.
Yeah, that's why I
if you're,
rewatched
if you're
the
to watch
original
them back to
Alien.
back, if you were to watch them back to back, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
If you've never seen an alien movie in your life and you just wanted to see some horror movie with your friends and you watch this, I can get people liking this. I can get it.
I don't.
Would you, in the context of no, people thinking it's good and trying to argue that it's good? No, get out of here. But people liking it? No, I get it.
Dude, even the people
I
who
just
do
didn't
like
enjoy
it do
anything
not
in
like
it.
the end. Like they do not
Really?
like the end of this movie. No.
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy any of it really.
So
And,
so even the people who like it, they don't like the end of it, which we're coming to soon.
And I mean, we are getting to it, but honestly, my reaction to this has been consistent the entire time. I think this end sequence is no worse than any of the rest of this movie.
Yeah.
Like, I almost don't understand the people who are like, yeah, I mean, it was really great. I mean, it goes off the rails in like the last 20 minutes, but other than that, it's fine. I don't
get that
understand.
either. I thought
I
it
don't
was
get that at
shit
all.
throughout the entire thing.
I think the ending
I
fits
just-
quite nicely to the rest of the shit in the movie.
Yeah, there's nothing jarring about the
perfect
ending to
end
me. I'm
for a
like,
perfect
there's
day.
a big fucking Slender Man Gerber baby there. I'm like, this, all right, this is, I
Yeah.
guess this is what we're doing now.
Like,
Like, whatever. I just, at that point, I didn't care. They could have literally had the alien queen show up at the end, and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, just like
What if it was Barney the
thing
dinosaur
accelerates
as
the
a
growth
xenomorph?
of an
No.
alien.
Bring him in too, whatever.
And there's
with
a
the face
power loader
fucker
on
hugger
board.
on. I
Just
don't
fuck
care.
it.
yeah, I acknowledge that all of this movie is bad. I just hate the ending sequence.
Yeah, I think the ending is like the cherry on top of it all for insult.
I'm curious. I'm just out of straight curiosity. Why is the ending specifically the worst part for you?
Why?
Oh, okay.
Why
yeah,
would you
TruePop.
reference the worst movie, well, the quote unquote worst movie of the original movies, and then do it in such a, even like a blatant worse way? Like the monster looks way worse, and like even the baby in Resurrection looks scarier.
Whoa,
than
whoa,
this
whoa,
thing.
whoa!
This
Are
thing
we
looks
comparing
horrible.
babies now? Fucking
Yeah, we're
newborn
comparing
versus
babies.
Gerber baby.
No,
The
no.
Gerber baby versus the newborn. Are we really? Have we come to
Gerber
this point?
baby, Gerber
I
baby is a
think they-
joke, all right? The newborn.
Okay, here's
looks
what I'll give the Gerber
horrifying.
baby. Fede Alvarez shoots the Gerber baby in a way that makes it scarier than the newborn is shot, but the newborn is definitely scarier looking. I would be fucking horrified if I saw the fucking newborn alien.
I think
That
the
thing is-
overall
it looks
design
fucked
of
up,
the
man.
newborn is maybe scarier because it still keeps some of the xenomorph aesthetic. This thing, like we said, had the Toy Story backwards fucking toy shit.
Yeah,
going
that's the
on.
thing.
It
Like,
looks so
this
retarded.
seemed to me like a mishmash of a few different things that didn't belong together, not like a hybrid.
That's why I think it could have worked sparingly. Like the first shot looked good. I'll agree with that. And then everything
Yeah.
else other than that just looked really silly. And then got
I'll-
sillier by the second.
I'll explain
Yeah, I
my
do.
reasoning when we get there. So we'll just when we get there,
I was-
I'll say why I hate it.
Okay, sorry. We'll organically build to that. Yeah, go on, Metal.
Yeah, so we made it to the shuttle. Hooray! Everything is starting to fall apart. Rain hits the button for the remote control, so Rook can fly them out of there back to the colony. But after a little bit, she checked out. Wait, hang on. Let me get the order right. I think she puts Prego Lady into the cryopod, right? And then she presses the button to delete or overwrite the remote control, right? That's the right order. Yeah.
Yeah. And earlier on, Rook was like talking to the pregnant lady, saying, "Come on, activate the autopilot so I can pilot it somehow."
Yeah.
Even though the ship's about to crash, how was Rook going to pilot that ship if his body was gonna be destroyed by the asteroid field?
I don't know. Up until that point, he can. Then he's like, "Oh God!" And then everybody dies. That would be funny.
Is he uploading himself to the ship somehow?
No,
that the
no, it's just a remote control. I wonder if he just put in some autopilot stuff, like autopilot coordinates or something.
I was way past the point of trying to understand the plot and logistics at this point.
Right. And why does pregnant lady believe that the two people are still alive? Like, Rook could be telling the truth that they're dead. Why does she wait?
The power of love.
Yeah, she's
Hope is-
bleeding to death, got no option, and this guy's pretty convincing. Like, you know what?
Yeah, sure, I'll leave. Yeah.
Listen, all right. Hope is like the sun.
Oh
I saw it in
no!
my
Hope is
dreams.
like
What?
sun.
I saw it in my dreams.
Pretty much.
It
But
came
But it's not
to
like
me
there's
in a
any
dream.
character work that we're like tying these characters together with. Where it's like, oh, there's
Yeah.
no way she's gonna abandon them. Like, I don't even know their relationship other than like she's the pregnant lady. So it's just
Yeah.
She,
Yeah,
And
she
she's
left.
like, what
she is
took you
the
so long?
ex's
Yeah.
sister. That's who she is.
Hmm.
Yeah.
this movie.
But yeah, Rain is like, haha, change of plans. I'm gonna overwrite the thing. And it's like, Andy, stop her. It's like, no, I'm not the bad Andy anymore.
Sorry, I'm retarded again.
Sorry, I'm shut up, you bitch.
The name's Jeff.
My name is Jim. No, that would be funny. But yeah, because she's basically like, no, I'm gonna go to the planet still. Screw you. We're not gonna give those samples to the company. And then Holmes get shredded while they start to make their leave, and he's like, "No, you imbecile! You are insignificant." Blah, and then he's gone. Yeah, goodbye, Rook.
Remember watching Alien when you were thinking, man, it would be so good if Ash was a mustache twirling villain that was gloriously defeated in an explosion at the end?
That would be epic.
Why would they do that? Like, it's he just, especially just after he passed away recently. Like you mentioned that, Metal. It's so distasteful, man.
Yeah.
Everything about it. So I would honestly put it up there as like one of the worst cameos ever. Like when you put it all together.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So they try to start to make their way to Iguave. She puts Andy onto the computer. It's like, this should keep you online until we arrive. It's like, oh, but they're not gonna want me there. And then she's like, I don't care, you're coming with me. It's like, okay, then he's gonna get decommissioned as soon as you arrive there. By the way, what's gonna happen to you if you get there? Because I'm pretty sure this is still like a Wayland-Yutani planet. If they figure out, it's like, oh, wait, you actually still have like 6 years to work. Fuck off back to the planet, please, and do your
they
work.
said it was
I mean,
it was a
honestly, I
free
think at this
planet.
point, I'd be okay with going and doing the 6 extra years of work. I'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. You're gonna feed me and not have aliens kill me?
Didn't Rook already send a message to the Wayland company?
Yeah, that's already out. It arrives in 6 months.
shit.
He said, or something like that.
Okay, so maybe if they arrive to that planet, they should be able to figure out that ship and where it was. Is that a far stretch? I don't know.
Well, they're gonna go to the Jackson colony because they expect the thing to be there. So they're gonna be there, and then they're like, "Hey, did something happen here?" And because no one actually pays attention, what's in orbit, like, I don't know. These guys left. I don't know where they went. There wasn't an explosion at the asteroid belt that they maybe saw. I don't know. So I don't know how they would get to the other guys. It's just it's weird. It's just so fucking weird. So yeah, he's basically like in standby mode for now. Andy is. And then Rain's like, try it. It's time for cryo freeze. But oh no, wee woo, vital signs critical.
Stopping the ambulance.
Stopping the cryo flimbers. And now I'm gonna shit a little alien egg out of my vajayjay because that's gross. It does look pretty nasty though, I'll be honest. It's pretty gross.
I feel like she should have died from blood loss. Like going through a pregnancy that big, that fast. Like she didn't even pass it. Like she was just good. She was just yelling the same way she was the whole time.
Like,
I really think they should have at least had her die.
Get it away from me! That she just kind of rips apart the cord.
Yeah, with her bare hands. Like, can you even do that?
I have no idea.
Look, it's not a human umbilical cord, so actually it should be even more unbreakable. I don't know why I'm saying that.
Just kicking the movie while it's down meme. That's fucked up.
Yeah, you know, I'm a bitch.
There's four reasons why I hate this scene. Like, number one, the hibernation should have stopped this process, so it should have technically happened on the planet. So how convenient that the birth takes place on the ship. It's like they wanted a little boss battle at the end.
No.
No. You're skipping over the big part. Is she immediately gets like egg sized in less than a minute?
Yeah.
Like she gets full baby.
She lays an egg. She lays an egg.
She does.
Ostrich egg, like legit.
Yeah,
big egg.
Yeah.
Big egg.
I don't know why that just crossed my mind.
She full on gives birth to it. And before the stream started, I mentioned this. I noticed that pregnant lady was wearing a necklace with Mary on it. So the suggestion is like this is a miracle birth. It's like an allegory of sorts there. And Prometheus did the similar shit. Like actually, Jesus was an engineer and stuff like that. It's all just like pretentious
Fucking
Ridley
nonsense.
shit.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons why I really hate it. And third of all, it's the design of this alien is absolutely atrocious. It's not
It's an
scary
abomination.
in the slightest. Like someone drew concept art of this. Someone wrote it in the script. Someone edited this, and no one said, "Hey, this design is pretty stupid." No one have any objections to this. Like, no, they just wanted a final boss. They wanted a final boss, and it just felt so tacked on, and it just felt like, remember Prometheus? Remember Isolation? Remember the Engineers? Remember Resurrection? It was all of those
Everything
trash
yes. Oh my
movies
God.
in
It has a-
one.
It has a
Everything.
tripod vagina.
Yeah, you're welcome for that.
I don't even know if I
very
can show
image.
that on stream. That might be too spicy.
Oh man.
I think I won't do that. I'm scared.
It's
Again,
like one of my
I
drawings
I've-
in Gothic
I'm gonna say it
Phone.
a third time.
Oh, here we go.
Resurrection and Prometheus coming back to like you don't really you'll never truly understand on first watch how retarded this fucking creature was.
It's funny because I'm
Like,
just
just
sitting here. It's like, yeah, it's
all the dumb
kind of
things.
kind of stupid. No way they did this before. And now I hear this, like, oh no, they did this before.
Just took
Oh,
all the aliens of the
yeah.
past and shoved them into that's why it looks like a Toy Story thing. It really is. Just taking all the pieces and mushing it together.
Yep.
Hold on, Middle. I can get you a better picture of what it looks like without its little.
Tripod vagina.
Yeah.
You can say it. It's okay. We're all adults here.
We're all
There's got to be a
girls.
thought process
Oh,
behind.
okay. Now I
hybrids.
know what you mean by that. I was like, is there legs that fucking come out of the vagina of this thing? Why didn't I see that?
No, that
You
is
guys
a,
see
that
his
is a.
Gucci?
It's not a straight slit. It's
you
a
know,
split
I-
slit.
I think we could show that.
Look,
I don't think that would be.
Less
look,
words.
look at this
I
dopey
like that this is a
motherfucker.
debate now.
No, the first one shows the whole body. You got to show that. Like it's
Maybe
the
it's
first one
half.
shows all the no.
It shows most of the body. It
Just
doesn't
say
show
it's
the tail.
educational. Just say it's educational. You'll get away
Wait,
with it.
what? Wait, this thing had a tail?
Yes. Oh, you
Yeah.
didn't know that?
Yeah,
I must have blanked out.
it started
I just was
growing. You could see it grow at some point. That's really weird.
Like, oh Jesus!
By the
yeah,
way,
skipping
Metal,
forward
I'm
to that
gonna
part.
I'm gonna ruin Resurrection for you. This is what the newborn looks like.
Wait, what? That's
Oh yeah,
I
that
have
thing
the
had a
figure.
vagina
I mean,
too.
honestly, I still think the newborn looks better.
That's
does
a
look
thumb
big.
vagina though.
That's
'cause it goes
literally
all
a
the way up
figure of the
abdomen.
newborn. That's not even.
Yeah,
the,
I think it
the,
is. That's an action figure of it.
Well, oh,
Look,
it's
if
pretty
you scroll
close.
up, I just posted that one. I have the same figure.
Yeah,
Let's
it's pretty.
guys, let's enter the mind of the idiot who designed this.
No.
I want to ask them, how does making
There it is,
something
chat.
part human make it better? The alien design itself is already fine. What makes human DNA or human body parts to it? What makes it cooler in that sense? Nothing. All right, humans are boring. We're not very cool. What makes this?
Who's this
Why
goober?
shove it into an alien? Like, I don't get it. It's
Well, here's
Well,
the
I mean-
thing,
I mean,
right?
it's-
the fucking
Hold on.
the
the
xenomorph is
same
already
thing
part human, right? Because it has a human host, it has a human skull inside of its exoskeletal cranium. Like
Right.
it's already
but
got
making
the
it
human.
more human is just.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thought process that goes behind the Super Predator in the Predator movie, where they can't make the original thing cool. They have to make everything fucking advanced. Like Jurassic Park, they can't make dinosaurs cool. We need super genetically engineered dinosaurs.
Yeah.
It happens in fucking everything.
Indo
Like, they just
Raptor.
can't use the original monster ever.
Right,
There's
but
something
having
unique
it be
with the
part
premise
predator-
you have.
Yeah, having it be part predator is cool. Like in AVP2, like, oh, okay, so a xenomorph, that could be a cool hot toy, But making it part human is just, or even more human is just like, why?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's I don't know.
Well,
Pred
on
Alien
your
is an interesting what if sort of like, okay, if the facehugger went onto the Predator, what would that look like? Because it would only be 15% Predator, so it's like
Yeah.
what parts would
Mhm.
actually be Predator in that combo?
Or a dog in Alien 3 as well.
Yeah,
there
so
you-
that one's
There you go,
quadrupedal.
Brooks. You can see the tail in that picture. I got it.
It looks like a furry.
Oh,
it looks
yeah,
like a-
no, that's the one. That is the one shot where I'm like, oh no, you ruined it. Why would you do that wide shot? He looks like a fucking freak. Like he looks so stupid in that one. Because I think the very, like I said, I think the first shot works, and then it slowly falls apart every scene from then. And this was the one where it just shattered in 1,000 pieces.
Why do I remember
wide
this guy
shot
being
ruins
lit
everything.
and shot way better than this, though? I was like, this is actually worse than I remembered.
Well, this is a cam copy. I can get a screenshot of where it first appears.
Never mind.
And it
that
definitely
explains all
looks
the.
better.
It explains the contrast and everything.
The one
like, I was
good
like,
shot
wow,
of it
this
is on the
so
wiki.
shit.
I do
By
want
the-
to rewatch this in good quality too, because just to get it in full.
So also, the light was flickering in that, and I managed to get it right when the flicker was on. So
Nice.
it even looks,
okay. So,
it looks,
yeah,
it looks
that
even
makes
worse
more sense.
when it's darker. So
I feel like
I
it
think-
wouldn't, because that just looks like an unpainted Gundam or something.
well, it's albino. That's the problem. It's super.
It looks
Yeah.
like, you know how we have furries? Well, it looks like what a furry would look like if it was trying to cosplay as a human.
Gangly monster. I just think it looks worse than the engineer and the xenomorph. It's just
Yeah.
Oh, this
And
is
the
called the.
newborn.
Oh, it has an official name, the Offspring. This is called the Offspring.
Oh,
The-
fuck
Oh
off.
no!
Fuck
Okay, so let's
off.
go through them. We have the xenomorph, we have the newborn, we have the neomorph, the deacon, the fucking Cthulhu Kraken monster, the engineers, and now the offspring. Look at this fucking goober. Look at this guy.
It's the Jesus
that.
of the Alien franchise. That's what it is.
The
Jeebus.
fucking offspring.
The Jeebus
Wait, is that
Goober.
the,
Get a picture of it smiling quickly.
okay, now again, that looked creepier on when I watched the movie. Now he looks stupid. Maybe it's because like I've already like ripped him
Yeah, it's the
apart,
light.
and I know what
It's
it
the
is.
lighting, because that's when one of the flashes that just lasts for a split second is just on. So like,
Yeah,
that's it in
was
flat
full-on
lighting. And it
smiling
looks
when it was
much more
trying
dumb.
to throw rain away from the ship in like kind of like that bottom area. Like it like full on smiled.
Can we,
It
can we
literally
put these
stopped
on
and it's like
screen?
ha ha
can we-
ha. It was smirking and
Or
smiling.
I guess now
like,
that might be
like,
yeah.
something that pisses them off, but
Well, it does
I
it
feel like we should
twice.
move on from the pictures though, because the audience can't see it.
Okay.
They don't. They have no idea what we're talking about.
We're trying to scar the
I saw
audience here, but really
they've
we're
seen the
only
first
scarring
Goober
them.
picture, so they're good to go.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I guess all of them have
he's-
very similar lighting that we're looking at.
Yeah.
and it
So
doesn't look
so
good.
this
This
guy
is what happens
our
when you goon too much.
this is what happens when you don't leave your goon cave at least for some food in between. You just
When you edge so hard, the cum spreads under your skin and you form a new life form. You become one with your own sperm and you form the ultimate life form. This
There's a name for that.
fucking
It's called a
thing.
retrograde ejaculation, but it's really just your semen just firing right back up into your prostate. It's not
Oh,
very
yes.
healthy to do.
Transdermal sperm.
ugh.
This is what a Brit looks like, you know, without sunlight, you know, really pale skin, not eating anything.
I can confirm I've seen people like that
The
when I was in the UK.
goonomorph. The goonomorph. Yes. Yes, exhumed lacrim. Yes.
Xenomorph is a better name than the Offspring. That's a band already.
Damn.
I think I have a slightly more positive opinion of the sequence than the rest of you, though. I do that enthusiasm doesn't last. Like it does go down quickly, but like Brooks was saying, I do like that first shot of it.
Mhm.
The way the sound design almost completely ducks for that reveal shot, and he's just sort of eerily standing in the dark. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yes.
Especially like right after the "you bitch" line, like the movie lost me at that point. I was just like, "Fuck, man!" And then, but then that happened, and I sort of perked up. I was like, "Oh, this is what are we doing
I'm
here? This is
completely
kind of
with
cool."
you on that. I started paying attention again after this scene. So that's why I'm particularly annoyed that it fell apart so quickly with him just looking
Yeah.
like the way he acted, the way the getting the full shots of it. But like building off of this scene, I'm like, okay, we maybe got something here if they
Right.
understand how to use the horror tension here. Like,
Right.
give me like, did anyone ever get a jump scare or I mean, or not jump scare, but like an actual like moment of tension in this movie? Like,
No.
anything. This is the
Right.
closest, and they
Oh,
still
yeah,
no,
have it.
well,
I
th-
think
this-
I
this-
would
Several
argue that
times, but
this
I was
is the
already on edge
closest.
from real life events, so
Yeah.
mine doesn't
You-
count.
I was
You
still
guys are
edging,
saying,
but
like,
that doesn't have to do with the movie.
Right. When
Yeah, when you saw
Talent
the
right
offspring, you really started to go,
Right.
"Oh, I don't think I can hold it, Daddy. No."
Gotta
When-
concentrate.
when the pod is birthed and you know they throw it away and there's a shot of the baby, like some of you guys are saying like, oh, that shot was effective, that was cool, and you know there's like a shot of this baby like I think it like cried as well, like a human cry.
Yeah.
At one point, I'm not entirely sure. Like you guys are saying it's scary. I was incredibly confused I was like thinking for a second, oh, is Rain just going to pick this baby up and it's going to be kind of like a sentient baby human child? That's
I didn't
part
think that was
animal
scary. I didn't know what
hybrid.
the fuck was going on at that point.
I literally thought Rain would pick her up and they're gonna raise the baby. Like that's how absurd I felt.
I wasn't kidding.
Like, what's
Anything
happening
could
here?
happen. Rain adopts the newborn. The xenomorph
Yeah.
queen pops up. Like Ash and Parker like pop in. They were here the whole
And
time. Like anything could have fucking happened. I don't, no
And
idea.
It would have been like the alien antichrist, basically, part human, part alien, but able to communicate.
And part
between the
bear.
two.
That's where we're going next. The talking xenomorph. We will have a
Yes.
talking xenomorph within the next 5 years for sure.
Well,
There we
I don't
go.
think it exists,
Some
but there's
strategic
actually a good
vandalism
reason for
there.
it.
And on what TruePop was saying earlier, like you're talking about the design of it, and you're saying like
Oh,
you don't understand
Jesus.
it because it looked you didn't think it looked cool. Like I agree, but the idea is not for it to look cool. It's supposed to look creepy and spoopy, right? Because this thing is an abomination, right? And so there's like when the thing is growing from an egg, there is this sort of tension that I think works where it's just like, what is this thing gonna grow into? What like I didn't think of the she's gonna raise the baby thing. That is funny.
That
No,
would
Fred,
that
I'm kind
happen
of with you
now.
on that of
Too
like,
much like
the
Last of Us 2.
idea of like, okay, I know it's not going to be a xenomorph because
Okay, chat, you're not ready for this
What are
one.
we actually doing here at this point? But
Right.
the tension, it doesn't matter what it looks like, whether it's scary, creepy, or whatever. It's all about like how they utilize it, and the way they utilized it fell apart right after the first shot, which sucks for me. That's
Well,
the thing that kills me.
Chad, do you
I
like
hung
this, Chad?
with it. I
Like-
hung with it for a little more, like when it was first like crawling along the ground with its like super long arms. Like it was so weirdly malproportioned.
Pokemon's
It was. It reminded me of the when you.
I figured
It reminded
out.
me of that.
I figured it out. Don't worry.
Sorry,
I
let
figured it out.
let John finish. Let John
John,
finish.
what were you saying?
Sorry. Sorry, John.
It just reminded me of the boss fight in Resident Evil 7 where you fight the wife. She had like the super long arms. It's just like it looked
yeah.
creepy, and the way it was crawling and sort of looming over the girl. I thought that was a kind of a cool shot. But then the more it started performing and acting scary, the less I was compelled by it. I was just like, okay, this is getting kind of dumb now. And then the whole sequence just devolves into basically a Resident Evil boss fight where it's just like
Yeah.
there's like a computer screen where it's like disengage the 4 locks to do the thing. I'm like, this is like a fucking video game.
Yeah, it really felt like a boss
Yeah.
fight, like a video
Fucking
game
can't
boss
breathe.
fight. Yeah.
There's a lot of video gamey moments in this whole movie, and every single time they did
Yeah.
the stupidest thing they could possibly do, and we just know like this is an opportunity that could have been cool. And this creature is a disgrace, really, in terms of understanding the horror element, which really annoyed me. You should know better than this with your creature at this point.
Yeah.
I believe this writer was a
Smirking
gamer. I
grin.
do not believe that whoever wrote this was like anything other than a casual if they thought that aimbot was a good thing to put in an action scene.
Probably a journalist too.
And that's
Very
we went over it real quick because we had already touched on it a lot, but I think that scene is just such a slap in the face to the xenomorph. Like zero gravity and fucking aimbot sentry bullshit.
Yeah, it makes them
Like,
not at all a threat, which is
What's the
like,
point?
yeah, like what
That's not what I want
good
out of
did
the
that
xenomorph.
serve for an alien movie? I don't
Yeah.
understand it at all.
Yeah, it's really lame.
So
But yeah,
I
I
gotta
guess you already touched upon the whole fight itself. Before the fight happens, he actually eats his mother or something, or sucks her titty or something. I'm not actually sure what
Yeah,
happened
Yeah, I
there.
think it's
Yeah.
a little bit of booby sucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have to find the screenshot real quick.
Please
Or get
don't.
a screenshot.
Well,
of the
the
We've had
movie
enough
stuff.
screenshots. I want to
No,
leave.
I already got. I
don't
got
feel
the
so
picture of
well.
the movie stuck in already from yesterday. I need to get. a
Let them keep
screenshot of
flowing.
the-
Or we'll be here forever.
Yeah, no,
Nope,
we're
I
in the
gotta
home
get a different
stretch.
one for the.
I'm gonna
the
call in
painting.
sick and work. Wait.
Yeah, I know. So they had a painting that as I brought it up. It came in at like 30 minutes into the movie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you did mention that.
Romulus and the Wolf.
Is it more like a mural or something instead of a painting?
Yeah, it's mural painted. It's ancient, all right.
Yeah, it's like a Black Widow spider. It eats its own mother. Oh, we're so edgy and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, and they
okay.
hyper focus on it. I don't know why. Hold on, I save it. Now I can give it to you along with this other one.
So
There you go.
where we're waiting?
Tapestry foreshadowing a kill.
There you go. It's beautiful. So
Symbolism.
Yeah, so
Ow.
Oh yeah, so the painting, the baby is sucking on the titty, and then the big guy is also sucking on the titty of his mother, which is
they
Kino.
make it very
Yeah, the
explicit
thing
that
babies
she's
do.
lactating the
I
black goo,
fucking
which
hate
is
this.
fucking gross.
Yeah, she's
It's
lactating black
really
goo.
gross.
That's right. I completely forgot about that. Thanks. That's another
I thought I
childhood
was
memory
done with
gone.
the black goo. I
No,
was done
no,
with it,
she's
but here we are.
she injected it. She's lactating it. It's gross. They make the point of showing it, and then they have her do that.
Wait, if she keeps lactating it and that's its way of feeding, shouldn't it keep the mother alive?
It's listen,
Maybe he
Well,
just
we-
wanted to get more of that same juice that created it so it could get stronger and mutate.
Right,
It's
but
the Resident
it
Evil
needs
transformation excuse.
more of it, right? It needs a supply of it if it keeps feeding on it, or does it just like, okay,
Well,
I've had my sip,
again,
that's
like
you done.
the xenomorphs sort of don't have to subsist. Like we were kind of talking about that earlier. So
Yeah.
I'm okay with it just being something he needed to power himself up and then being okay with her dying.
Okay.
But yeah, the whole this whole fight is so fight. It's just, it's
It's
so
a fight.
stupid.
Like
So she has
would you
the
call it a fight?
she had the cry. Shut up.
no.
She had the cry. I want to leave.
No.
No,
I want to go to bed and curl into a little ball.
No.
I want to
No.
edge.
Final boss fight. I think we can
Only the
establish that that's what they're
Xenomorph
going
may
for, even if
leave.
there's not much
I need to.
fighting.
I still need to
but,
goon max for 4 hours before I can sleep. Come on, man.
I prefer
Max
them
with the
doing this to her
Xenomorph.
jumping in a power loader and fighting the thing. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
No, Ripley and the Queen.
Might as well just have her
Ripley
say,
and the
"Get
Queen
away
Okay,
had a
from her,
so
real
you
fight.
bitch."
for
This
realsies,
was a
let's
joke.
go for the fight. So
Okay.
she realizes something is up. The baby hatches. She gets her little ice thrower cryo freeze flame. She hears she goes down into the cargo bay where there's still like a bit of dirt and stuff. And he's like, oh, it's somewhere here. And then she sees the egg, which has like some acid in there in the egg because we need that later. That's why that's in there. She hears the yells like, oh no, it went upstairs. It already grew. And then we see the big goober man sucking the titty or whatever. And she tries to freeze it, but just yeets the thing out of her hand, which makes like the whole place freeze over, like to a degree where she starts freezing up. I guess there's enough for that in there to freeze the whole thing up. Like yeah,
I think the tail smashed the canister. So
yeah,
it just
exactly.
went
Yeah,
wild.
but it
I mean,
just freezes everything. Also, Andy gets sliced, like his head gets almost completely sliced off.
yeah. That egg, by the way, imagine if it was just embryo fluid and not acid. I mean, how lucky for her for it to be acid.
Yeah, that was really, it's gonna be really lucky here in a second.
How convenient.
So here's the weird part. I don't think I mentioned that earlier. So this was her very first time in space and on the spaceship. So she gets
Oh, yeah, it
she
was.
gets frozen up and she immediately goes straight to where the suits are and knows how to put them on very quickly. So that's probably not a thing she should be knowledgeable about at all. I guess you can maybe infer that they use the same suits for mining, maybe. But then again, they use canneries. They probably don't even have fucking suits down there. So yeah, that happens. Then she takes the thing again, goes downstairs like, okay, I just need to get it. Because the only thing we can fucking do when we copy stuff is like, go fucking throw it into space, Lamau. So the whole plan is we get the thing into the cargo bay, and then we press the 4 buttons to release the whole thing and toss it out while she is connected to a safety line to go back into the ship. That's the whole plan. She hits 3 of the buttons, the 4th one she almost does, but then she got spooky, alien, scary, ooh. And this is so stupid. She half presses she half pushes the thing, but her safety line gets caught in the fucking thing she needs to press. So that's unlucky because she gets knocked down, but it can't go further because she's already knocked down, and the safety line is in between, and it's all fucking stupid and contrived, and I hate it, and I want to fucking die.
Same.
Me too.
And the thing.
And this is as the ship is falling
get
into
AIDS
the rain
together.
too, by the way.
Oh yeah, the ship is like
Maybe
on
not AIDS.
kind of autopilot, but it's like tipped towards the asteroid field as well. So that's also a problem we have on top. She falls next to this egg, which has acid in it. So her plan is, I'm just gonna yeet it on the floor, and that does the whole thing with the sucky sucks, and it creates like a really big hole. I think it like rips it open more. Again,
Their reference to Alien Resurrection, by the way, because the other hybrid dies the same way in that film. Just so
great.
No, that one dies better in that one because you get to watch
Yeah.
an entire big get sucked through a tiny hole.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Oh, this one
It was the most fucking bizarre scene watching as a kid. Like, Mom, what is going on here?
They make an effort. They do make an effort to try to make. They make an
the
effort to
sad
make you
face,
feel a
man.
bit sorry. Yeah, like they're trying to make you
Yeah,
feel
the-
a little bit sorry for the.
That's what I mean. I
newborn
didn't know how to
and-
feel watching. Like, what is going? Like, what the fuck? It's
They
such
should
a
have kept
strange
it.
scene, Yeah.
They should have kept it, I think.
They should have cut this. Like, just cut to the her leaving the audio recording. Like, you don't need this at all.
Yeah.
Just say Prego Ready is dead or something. I don't know. Just
Yeah,
cut it.
but like all Alien movies have fake out endings, right? Except for the other ones.
Well, the fake out would be Autistic Andy is God. It is Rook 2.0.
Yeah.
That
So
would be the
just like
fake out.
Alien Covenant. Yeah.
She does the thing. She gets soaked down there. Luckily, the safety net doesn't get cut by the possibly sharp edges or any acid. The alien is like getting closer to her, but she does like a little yank on the safety line that opens up the last lock. It gets yanked down, and you think, oh, it's donezo, but no, it's only like a little damaged, and we get another jump scare, which is very cool. It's not cool at all. I was
By the way,
lying.
she should have been
Yeah,
dead
it's
because her
super
helmet
lame.
cracked.
Yeah, because
Well,
he
okay.
gets close, and he still has like the alien tongue bite thing,
So,
and he does that on her helmet. That's cracked, but not cracked enough apparently, which is probably bullshit. But you know,
Also, I'm ashamed to say that's the only jump scare that got me. I knew it was coming.
I don't
and it
blame you
still
for.
got me.
There were like 3 of those jump scares, but it's just fucking bullshit jump scares where they go like oogly boogly, loud noise. Like, of course I'm gonna
Hey,
fucking.
there's no.
Yeah,
Twitch back a
getting
little bit.
startled by a
I'm coming for
loud
you,
noise is
puta.
not always your choice.
Yeah, thanks. My body works still. Thanks for letting me know.
I
Still
have
have-
functioning adrenal glands. Thank you for the reminder, movie.
Very cool.
It is basically a bullshit jump scare, but the one thing I did like about it is that it was a deliberate inversion on the way the alien is disposed of in the first Alien, where like once he's off the thruster, it's like he's gone, and so this was just like, okay, it's just like that again, where the alien's gone now, but then no, he's there. Like I did kind of like that it was a turn on what the original Alien did.
Yeah.
I also really liked like before the jump scare, I liked the visual of her hanging onto the rope, looking up at the interior of the ship with all the dust sort of like spiraling around. I thought that was just a cool visual.
I
I
was gonna
like
say,
the
I like-
visual too, but how are they holding up? Like the suction. Shouldn't you? How are you strong enough to pull yourself back up in a situation? Shouldn't you just get sucked out? Like I never understand in these situations in space.
Why would
Yeah.
Like the
Why
vacuum
not
of
have a
space, you
switch
can't
to
just climb
activate
back
the
up out of
wrench?
it like a ladder. Huh?
That's true. That would be such a radical drop in pressure, like the suction of that. I don't think you could pull yourself out of that.
I
That's
just
a
feel
good
like
point.
the
Even
G-force
aliens
even
had
should
a bit of a
immediately be
problem
knocked
with
out
that.
if whether or not
Right.
the tether kept her alive or even
in
didn't snap.
Interstellar, if you do that too quickly, the freaking whole
Oh,
thing
dear God.
explodes. So you need to be careful with that shit.
Don't remind me
Even
of that movie.
aliens, though, when she kills the queen,
Yeah,
she
that's why I
is.
said,
We're
dear
playing a
God.
little bit. We're playing a little bit fast and loose with how airlocks work in this franchise already with aliens, but this seemed over the top. Like it was her dangling on a line that was out there, and as opposed to Ripley, who is on a ladder that was fixed to the ship that she's climbing into. Like her being able to climb up against the depressurization is still ridiculous, but I think I can believe it a bit more than her free climbing a rope.
And even
Yeah,
that, like you said, it's a ladder. It's attached to the station, and they really made an effort to show her gripping it.
She was
it's
not having
crazy,
an easy
but
time.
yeah, they justified it through effort. This, she just casually pulls herself back up like she's a super athlete, and I'm just trying to think like what's even going on here. And
It doesn't really work.
we
Yeah.
skipped. I think we skipped over it, but like the
Oh,
whole
no.
thing at the end. This was something they mentioned on EFAP, but like it just didn't even occur to me when I was watching it. The whole message she sends at the end, like, "Oh, last surviving member of this," they were literally on there to fucking rob the place. She wasn't even a part of this thing. They do
Yeah.
that to rip off fucking Alien, and it doesn't make any sense. She wouldn't say that. She
Come
had
and
no
arrest
reason
me,
to say that.
please. I'm right here.
Right.
Yeah, man,
so
they're fucking like so
like
stupid.
Ripley is part of a space crew, so it kind of makes sense that she leaves like a
Yeah, she
recording
is the
audio
last
message.
surviving member of the
Yeah.
Nostromo. This bitch is
And-
like a fucking thief. She's just here.
Imagine,
And
like,
yeah, like is
four
theoretically
burglars.
running away from the company at this point too. So why
Yeah.
would she leave? And like her best bet
Yeah.
is to just end up somewhere that is not very
Yeah.
strictly controlled by the company and disappear.
Unbelievably stupid.
Imagine if 4 burglars robbed a house and then 3 of them got shot to death, and one leaves like a message as he's running away in his car. I'm one of the last survivors of my burglar crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, like why would
You'll
you
send
even
us to
do
the cops
that?
right away.
Dumb.
That's what I meant earlier. When even if she arrives at planet, like she ran away from her contract basically. No matter how bullshit it is. So just not
Just
gonna
really
work out
quickly,
anyway.
because I know Metal's tired. I'm tired too. Really quickly, everyone's most hated scene. Mine was the xenomorph catch.
Get away from her, you bitch! It infuriated me to the point that
Yeah,
I
the
shouted
you bitch
in a,
line
in a
got me
TV in a
very
theater with
not
other people
nice.
in it. I yelled "fuck you."
Honestly, in scenarios like this, it's always the Skinwalker scenarios where they revive a dead person with like some weird fucking bullshit CGI. I just think it's so disgusting and gross. That's like always gonna be. That's definitely the worst one.
That
I'm with that.
Good more.
Any
in
scene
the
with
that actually might be my number one now that I think about it in totality. The xenomorph thing. It's between those two things. Yeah. What about,
For me,
what
it's
about you, John?
Gunmorph. Definitely Gunmorph.
Oh, the get away from her line. But yeah, that fucking infuriated me.
No. Oh, also
James,
she
Drew,
freezes
get up.
Andy, by the way, even though he's a robot. I don't know if that even does
Wait.
anything.
Does hibernation work on robots? It shouldn't.
I
Well,
mean,
he's
I don't-
deactivated anyway.
yeah,
so
I don't know why
he
she would
fails.
use
He
the
doesn't need a
cryo.
pod.
I don't know why she would
Like
waste the cryo fuel for that. I don't know. It's just stupid.
you actually have a synthetic on board, so you have a crew member while humans are under cryostasis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just fix him and then go back to sleep.
Yep.
I don't-
Like these fucking things can get cut in half and torn apart, and they're still alive. So I don't understand why he's like so beyond repair that he has to be put in cryo sleep. So I don't get it. I don't get it.
I guess.
Yeah. Fassbender was
Ash
ahead.
on the cryo in Alien 1?
No,
Was Ash on the cryo? I can't remember.
I don't believe so.
No,
no.
if Michael
he got
Fassbender
burned.
can
He got
survive and
burned.
still communicate as
Ash,
a head, then this
I
guy
believe
should be
Ash
fine.
Ash was, but he was not there as a synthetic that they were aware of.
Yeah, he was,
But
he
they
was
do
playing
say,
the
like-
role. He was playing the role.
Even in this
Mhm.
movie, they actually say that. They say that he's going to be the one that's awake on the ship, taking care of them, making sure they get to where they're going, and then they're going to get deactivated. It was like the asshole guy that says that, right?
Right. So we don't have confirmation whether cryo works on androids or not.
Well, I mean, I guess
I
like,
don't think it would.
theoretically it would. I don't know. I guess it would depend on how organic their technology is, and in the Alien films, it really seems like it's not. It's mostly robot. Like they can lose a hell of a lot of blood and still be able to talk to you. They can be
with
transected.
cum blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know it works on cats, it works on humans, but does it work on... Robots shouldn't need it. You know, I don't think it should work.
Because even with Ash in the
Wait a
chamber in
minute.
the first film, was that chamber even on when he emerged? Like it could just be an illusion, right?
Yeah. he could
Yeah.
just be
True.
faking
He
it,
might have
yeah.
just hopped in there right before they woke up.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
isn't
exactly.
the beginning
Ruse.
of isn't the beginning of Covenant showing that everyone's asleep and the robot is just walking around like he's just
It's been too long since I've seen it to tell you.
yeah, I
details of
remember
how it
because he's
began.
there, he's watching movies, he's learning about like humans and shit. He spends the entire time that they're in cryo sleep, like just doing his own thing. They don't need to be in it.
Ah, there you
I
go.
do remember that from Covenant.
Maybe I was pulling on that memory as well.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a shit show.
So
What an
yeah, fuck this movie.
Awful movie.
Yeah.
So, does everyone rate the movie?
Suck
At the
my
bottom of the whole
dingus out of
franchise.
10.
Oh, like, yeah, are we doing out of 10s or in relation to the other Alien films?
God, I don't even want to fucking. It's probably like a
Is
2
it
or
the
third
something.
best Alien
Yeah,
movie,
2
guys?
is the highest I'm willing to go.
It was
Yeah,
Reviews out
filmed,
of 10.
practical.
I think
It was well filmed, practical props, good sounds. I
Well,
think
I
I
mean,
have to
but
give it some
like,
points.
not
for
all the
that.
props. Like that.
Not
That's
all
what
the
I mean.
props,
Like
yeah.
when people say, "Oh yeah, the practical effects were great," I was like, "Yeah, but there was a lot of stuff in this movie that was really CGI and shit too." Like, let's not pretend this is
Like,
one of the
when we
like
talk about
grounded
Ash's
sci-fi.
melted face, and then like that's one of the things I'm gonna remember more than anything else. Because all those
Yeah.
props, I've seen them before. I've seen this already. I'm not giving you credit for something I've seen done better.
Yeah, there was
just
no
'cause yours looked a
CGI
little
in the
bit like
first
it.
2 films.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think you
can't
get that
give
much.
this
Because
movie- and
honestly, if you make
it's a 1, that's what I give it.
also if
Give
you
it
use
any
CGI well, I'm okay with it. Like I don't necessarily think something needs to be done with practical techniques in order to be good. It just needs to look good at the end of the day. So like, I don't know. I have trouble giving people props just because practical. You know.
And let's
Thanos
not
wouldn't
forget
have been
that,
better
like, it's all in
practical,
service of
like-
the story, right? Like, it's all like you can get the best painters, you can get the best furniture designers, you can get, you know, the best everything. But if the house doesn't stand, not really worth much.
Yeah, the blueprint
that's
needs
kind
to
of-
be stable.
That's where I'm at with this movie. I can't give it any points for shit that I've seen done better in other movies. Like this movie had nothing to offer of its
Well,
own.
and even on a like a superficial, like, well, this is a fun horror action movie stuff, but like on that level, I'm like,
Is
well,
it,
no,
though?
but for me, there was too much stuff that was bothering me for me to like suspend my disbelief and have a good time in that way too. It would be
I
just the
didn't-
same way that like if a comedy was just not funny to me, I would have trouble saying, yeah, but look at how well it was shot and like wasn't that a good performance? I'd be like, yeah, sure, but like ultimately I didn't really get anything out of this because I thought it was all dumb and it didn't make me laugh. So bad comedy.
I
So
think
that-
I had more fun watching Prey. I had more fun laughing at the
100%.
Predator than this movie for sure. And I think Prometheus had more interesting like ideas that it was exploring, even though it was pretentious as fuck. Where at
I don't
least
think
you're
I'd say the
doing something.
Predator's any better than this.
No, I didn't
think
say
they're
that.
about
Wait.
equivalent
I
for me.
spoke. I was being specific. I said I had fun laughing at it.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think
that's
it's so terrible that it's fuck. Like this movie isn't like. There's a couple funny moments, but it's not so stupid that you can actually like watch it for the comedy value, like Madam Web, Boba Fett type shit. I think the Predator reaches that tier. This movie doesn't have any of those things. It's boring, unlike Prey, and like it's empty, unlike Prometheus, where at least he's trying something.
For me, it's
just-
weird
I-
how like stupid shit affects me. Like there's some shit that's like egregious that should bother me more than it does, and it doesn't really. But then there's stuff like in Prometheus. One thing that shatters that movie for me is them taking their helmets off on
Yep.
that planet. It's like
Yep.
what the fuck? That is so
Yep.
fucking stupid.
Mhm.
And they double down in Covenant. They don't even bother with the mask. They're just like, fuck it.
Uh,
You know?
Yeah,
Like,
they just
fuck
they
it.
hop
Hey
right
man,
in.
Even
haven't you
worse.
seen Jimmy Neutron,
I am
Boy
in
Genius?
pain.
They don't wear helmets.
Oh, but Covenant
give a
wouldn't be a
shit.
movie in which someone inhales an alien pathogen that causes problems later, would it be?
That
No,
sounds
it's
remember
not
crazy.
someone
Ridiculous.
slip on the same full of blood. No, no.
Dragon Ball Z in the 90s on Planet Namek. I remember specifically them checking the oxygen before they got off the ship. And I'm like,
Yeah.
even then they would check.
Even
Like,
there.
it just makes
Yeah.
sense. Like, just fucking do it, you idiots.
Yeah. Wake up, Mootle. I'm still awake. It's fine. I'm just exhausted.
Yeah, I mean,
okay?
it's pretty late for metal. We should wrap
I
this
was
up.
going to be generous and give it a 3, but you guys convinced me. I'm giving it a 2.
Ah, nice.
It's like a
Ah.
2 or a 3 for me
Yeah.
because obviously it doesn't break all of reality and like stuff like that. But it's like plot and characters. It's just.
I agree.
Nothing, man.
Keep gooning.
Yeah, this movie's too. The only thing I really liked is Andy because of the actor, because the actor tried. So I don't.
no.
Oh,
He did a
Yeah,
good
I mean,
job
he's a
with
good
it, yeah.
actor. I'd like to see him in other
I
stuff.
hope he gets more roles. Everyone else I don't care about.
He's the only one whose people were going to remember his name. I still don't know half the name of the
Yeah.
cast. Like,
yep.
Well,
I
there
gave
you
them
go.
all nicknames because I don't care. The only other person
that's
is
the way to do
Wayne.
it.
Daniel
Supposed to.
Johnson is the actor's name, or David Johnson,
Yes.
something like that, right?
There's asshole, there's other guy, there's bald lady, there's
In the water.
Pregnant chick.
Pregnant. I'm pregnant. That's it.
I am
There's
pregnant.
ambiguous love interest man who might be in the military but not.
Tyler.
Yeah, I don't even know who you're describing there. That's that.
It is
Is
David.
that other guy
David
or is that
Johnson.
asshole? Like it's.
Yeah, I
just
called
that
I called him
proper.
X because it's implied he is the X of Rain. And what happens? He dies trying to save her one time.
Yeah,
Mr.
Rain was.
Wa-
I just want to mention this one more time. Of all the
Chris
Ripley clones,
Galanante.
Rain. I think Rain might be my least favorite. Just her. She was so wooden. She was so boring.
I think she's tied with the girl in Covenant. I couldn't tell you anything about either
The girl in
character.
Covenant had way more of a character though. Like her.
I
the thing with
honestly
her
I
ex
don't
and
remember
everything.
it well enough to tell you. But like again,
Didn't
it's
she have a
probably been because I
husband?
haven't watched.
Yeah,
Alien
her husband
Covenant
was
in
James Franco,
several
and she
years.
like died during the trip. Like she was shit. Don't get me wrong.
James
She was
Franco
crap.
is in these films.
Oh yeah,
James
no,
Franco-
he's not. He's in
not
some
in
video
it?
flashbacks.
Yeah,
He plays a very small role.
He dies basically horribly. That's basically his role. And then
Was
we
he
see
in Prometheus
flashback
or
footage to
Covenant?
find
I
out,
can't
that was
remember.
him. He technically was in Covenant, but he's not actually in
Oh.
it. We only see him through like flashback footage. He just dies horribly. But the point is that she had a story of some kind. What's there to do with this chick? Like the whole thing with her brother was nothing. So worst Ripley clone, worst member berries, and the worst nude creature. What the fuck is this monster? Kerber baby bitch. It's
What
just too much.
is it? Get it away from me! And then she dies.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else have any burning thoughts before we let Metal finally slumber and feed?
They made a 360-degree short film called Predator versus Colonial Marines, and it's available for free on YouTube, and it's probably more worth watching than this. I haven't watched it yet, but I imagine if it's for free and it's only 3 minutes long, it's probably more worth watching. I don't know.
And you can like
There's my
use the
thought.
mouse to look around in the middle of it. Is that what you mean by 360-degree film?
Yeah, you do that, or you put on like VR things, and you could do
Oh,
it that way,
shit.
I guess. So yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Let me get rid of these 2 super chat fleams here real quick. I got $10 by Jose Gonzalez. In space, no one can hear you. Flame. So if we install a new leg on Mark, will he change? Will he always, bro?
Well, I mean,
No one can hear you cream either.
I guess
okay.
if you attach a leg that can like hook itself into my nervous system and change the way I think, then theoretically.
Well, there you go.
Hmm.
New
Deep
things
thoughts.
to consider.
I don't think that tech exists, but like I mean, it's not impossible, I suppose.
And 2 months of bearded fleeminess by Rolando Ramirez. Why doesn't anyone make parody movies of Alien Predator licenses? It could be so funny if done right. I agree. That could be really funny.
I'm gonna look.
I
that
guess
up
I
now.
mean lots of TV shows have done little pokes at Alien and Predator and like Family Guy, South Park, stuff like that.
Someone
Hello.
pointed out that
Comedy
this made
episode.
money, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
So
doing
it's-
quite
we're
well, and the opinion of it
108
is
plus
quite high.
80.
It seems.
So we're getting a sequel, definitely, based on that. Is there any hope for this franchise, like in terms of directions? Like,
No.
anything
I mean,
you
if
come up
this
with?
is the route they're going to go in, absolutely not. If they take the correct stance of, hey, we got really lucky with that one, the next one could probably make even more money if we actually tried on the script.
100%. That's
Just,
kind of what I'm
kick
referring
Ridley
to.
out. All right, get him away. Kick him out. He has no involvement with him. Get him out of there.
He needs to retire.
It's
Stop
an
him.
aesthetic that's just
Somebody
universally
stop him.
interesting. Like everybody agrees. It's throughout all the
He's
movies.
the
people always love
abusive
that.
father of this franchise. All right,
The
just get him
script,
out of
man.
here.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's so tainted.
I don't have
I don't
any
know.
faith that any future Alien movie is going to match the heights of the first 2.
No.
That's just they're in a league of their own permanently, and everything else is just going to be like mediocre at best
You could if you tried.
or worse.
I'll
If
say
you
that in
try.
the strictest abstract sense, it's possible that the franchise could, recover, reach new heights, whatever. But do I practically expect that? No, because we're in this is the problem. We're in an era where like there isn't like any standardization for what is considered good writing, except for the one category of it must make you feel an emotion, and that's all they're going for. It's a
Yeah.
vibes
Yeah.
thing.
That's
Yeah.
their only
Yeah.
criteria, which is frustrating.
You're
And I'm
completely
with
right.
you on that, John. It's probably never gonna get to that level. But like
Mhm.
Alien 1 and 2, or Alien and Aliens, is kind of like the OT, where it's not
Oh.
you're not ever it's lightning in a bottle. You're never touching that again. but at least we got something like Andor for Star Wars. Can we get an Andor level thing for aliens? Like that would please
it
me.
wouldn't
Just
it wouldn't
something
be
that's
like
competent.
Andor. The only alien project that was proposed and eventually not greenlit that I was interested in was Neil Blomkamp. Not too long
yes.
after he did District 9, wanted to make like an Alien 3, but that disregards Alien 3 and has like Michael Biehn playing Hicks with like a big scar on his face from the acid and Sigourney
Alien
Weaver
Trinity.
as
Oh my
Ripley.
god, District 9 is
And-
one of my all-time favorite movies. So anything
Yeah,
that
and
motherfucker would do, I'd be
in
on for
fairness
it.
though, like Neil Blomkamp, he's not ultra consistent. Like I think Elysium has a fair amount of problems, and while Chappie is kind of fun, it's really weird. But I didn't see his Gran Turismo movie.
he
Thing
made
is
my
though,
favorite
that
Alien
might have
movie.
ended
I'd
up
give him a
being
shot.
bad. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like that would be the thing that if they greenlit that and said, yeah, we're doing this instead of Alien
Prometheus
Romulus 2, Ramus, aka I don't know, Alien.
Yeah, people
Alien
would
Anus.
watch Alien 3 with Hicks and Newt. Like, just fuck it, ignore it. We're already in a world where we have to ignore things. Nobody
Yeah.
would care. Like, we have this version. Who cares? We can learn from them both. There's so many different franchises where you gotta have to do that.
Brooks, there is a game with Hicks. It's called Alien Colonial Marines.
No, there's
Oh
not.
my god!
And
Well, are
he
you
watched
sponsored,
it.
bro? Are you getting paid?
No.
Are you getting...
No, I hate that.
Look, okay, Randy lost a lot of money on the Borderlands movie. He needs the Alien Colonial Marines game that he embezzled from to do well.
Oh,
This
yeah.
stream is brought to you by Adam and Eve. Get your
Allegedly.
xenomorph dildo at adamandeve.com
I thought it was-
/alien X.
I thought it was
No,
Adam
that
and
would be
Steve.
bad.
XX.
Oh, we almost got out of this without an Adam and Eve plug.
Yeah, I was gonna. Also, that doesn't fit. It would be first off, it would be like Bad Dragon because that's what they do, all the weird creature stuff. Second, the closest you're gonna get to a good sequel is Alien Isolation, which is like they literally took film props, concepts, and ideas and put it into a game. Now, do I think
Cool.
there's
I need to
some
play
issues
that.
with the game? A little bit, but it's the best. It's probably the best and most popular sequel media to Aliens.
It's a cool game, yeah.
Well, there you go. Go
That's
play
it,
that.
that?
Well,
Yeah, outside of that, it's on sale for $8, I think. Still, like
Ooh,
today, I
probably-
think today's the
it's
last
old
day.
enough. It's probably going to be on sale quite a bit, to be honest.
Yeah. So
I'm
outside
gonna
of
add it
that,
to my wish list.
I recommend Aliens: Dark Descent. Fun RTS. Story is middling, or the old Alien
I'll
versus
take
Predator.
middling. I really will.
Yeah, the Alien versus Predator games actually are pretty good. The FPS games.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Ooh.
And Dark Descent has also wasted concepts in it, like in Alien.
Don't play
Cult.
as the alien in AVP unless you don't get motion sickness ever. That is all I will say. Because you can climb on anything and you move really fast.
Oh, dude, it's so great.
Well, I guess that was James' plug to play all those crazy cool games that are better than this. Unless you're gonna plan to start a YouTube channel soon, James. I don't think you have anything else to plug.
No, I don't do jack shit. Watch Metal Sports. Watch Jon CJG. Watch EFAP. I don't know what else. hungry.
Well, in that case, Brooks, you have been a late addition. I've added all your things to the stream, of course. What are you up to?
I just
You've recently did
Popped in
a
last
video.
minute. Yeah, I did a video on. I don't even want to call it an acolyte video because it's so much more focused on soul and how it's just one of the most insulting things I've fucking ever seen. So I really went in depth on explaining everything what's wrong with what they did to Soul and how I think it's just like puts that show in a special category of shit that I didn't think it was gonna be. I didn't think Star Wars still had the power to affect me like this. It's just so terrible. But yeah, definitely one to check out. And I will have a review of House of the Dragon season 2 coming out like probably within the next day or two, or even
Nice.
yeah, very soon.
Yeah, go check it out. I added you in the description and everything, even on the thumbnail. I did it in between stuff
Thank
because I'm
you.
very
Thank
fast
you.
and cool. I say fast. I did it like 2 minutes ago.
You can thank John. You can all thank John for being the
Yeah,
one with the
those are-
nuclear take, and it's just.
Was a-
Now I'm so curious to jump in here because at least we got like a bunch of different perspectives. Like,
Last second edition, but always good to have you on. Good times. John, what are you up to? You just released a video that's very funny. I watched it already. Same
Oh,
with
thanks, man.
same with Brooks' video, by the way. I watched that too. I don't want to be.
Oh, did you?
leader.
Thanks,
Of
man.
course I
Appreciate it.
did. I'm I don't know. I don't
What
have
a
any funny to
sucker.
say. John, what are you up to?
Yeah, I'm juggling a bunch of different things. People know me for making Arby and the Chief. I made a new one of those where they play Luigi's Mansion 2. So that's on my channel now. John Graham on YouTube. I'm working on a Cops vs. Alien show called Hard Justice, made with Halo Reach, running on the original Xbox 360 and captured on it. And the first episode of that is done and publicly available, and I'm working on the script for episode 2 right now. And I'm doing some podcasts and gaming streams as well. I'm playing through Sonic Adventure 2 right now.
Nice.
And I also made video versions of all the music that I've made for my projects, and those will be
that's
coming
neat.
out across the coming weeks. Yes, been busy. Got a bunch of stuff coming out. So yeah, John Graham on YouTube. Thank you.
Heck yeah, check it out. TruePop, what are you doing?
I guess I have 2 videos to plug. I did recently a meme video on Mulder's story about walking alone in the dark alley.
I've seen that one,
titled
yeah. I
Mulder.
actually remember that story when you
Yeah.
told it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, Mulder scares a helpless woman, so check that out. I put
That's
a lot of
it.
time
By the
into
way,
editing
that's
it.
double funny for me because I know exactly which alley he's talking about, and I can perfectly imagine it because I went through that alley with him before. It's
I thought you were gonna say, and I know the lady.
and I know the
I was like,
lady.
oh man.
She lives
It's like,
in.
yeah, I talked to her afterwards. She was scared shitless.
Yeah, and I also, even recently, I uploaded a little short review of Alien Romulus and just titled it Alien Romulus is Garbage. And it's my most disliked video on the channel.
Oh no!
Yeah, man.
So-
people
How
like
dare
this
you
movie.
have an opinion on the internet?
Yeah,
How dare
yeah.
you.
How does it feel to be unpopular?
Good, actually. I can live with myself that I spoke the truth.
I'm happy for you. You have self-confidence.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you guys want to, you can check that out and leave a like. It make my day. Thanks for
Dude.
inviting me here at Metal and making me watch this terrible stuff.
You got it. All in a day's
I think
work.
if there's one thing, just to add to this, just one thing that came away from this movie is like it made me really appreciate how much I do love this franchise and like,
Yeah.
just fucking hell, like come on, stop tinkering with it. It's yeah, if I'll
You
give
don't
it
know the
that. That's
value
the
of
one bit of
something
credit.
until you lose it.
Yes, yes, I
Yeah.
didn't think it could get worse. I didn't think it could get worse, and then this happened. So I'm like, yeah, here we are. So
It's
there's
kind of
that.
impressive how much shit they fling at us over the years with all the different franchises, and it's like, surely we hit rock bottom now, and then another one comes out. It's like, god damn it, how do they keep doing this?
Like we just casually got one of the worst Star Wars and Alien properties like ever. The Acolyte and Romulus
Yeah.
are both just trashed here.
Yeah, I think the difference is though Romulus has a much higher percentage of people who thought it was just fine, with a little bit of a weird 20 minutes at the end.
Yeah. As you already said, it's gonna plummet pretty soon. I think pretty quickly. But anyway,
I think it might take a while, but people will figure it out.
Yeah. Meme. What are you doing anything, or are you stuck in the editing mines?
Well, I'm schizo posting about what I'm editing in the editing mind.
Oh,
kind of
sick.
Putting a lot of out of context shit on Twitter while I.
I think I saw my
Edit,
glitched face there at some point. I got scared.
Yeah, you've been on there a couple of times. I won't leave you alone. But yeah, it's I'm 9 episodes in, and I've got 4 episodes to go. And then I will be released from my shackles.
Ooh.
And then, like, when you get, when you're constipated and then you have a bout of diarrhea, I think that's what's
Ah.
about to happen. Is I'm going to get over my constipation, and then all the video ideas I've been building up for about 2 years now are going to just, it's going to flood right out of my content
Rapid
creation
fire.
asshole.
So
It's gonna be-
satisfying, man.
yeah, it's going to be so satisfying. So that's what I'm up to. I'm currently very constipated, and it's soon going to turn into
Sludge.
a very lactatious flow.
I think you're doing the edging wrong, meme. You're not supposed to do it on, the-
Yeah.
on that side.
Dude,
Also, you should
harder,
add some
damn
more
it.
fiber to your diet, eh?
Yeah, you know how it be sometimes.
If this goes a few more hours, I should have a Forge meme. We've already went enough hours. I need to sleep soon, Bjorn. But
a few more hours.
if you do have one, make sure to tag me and Mark in it, and we shall make it known that it happened. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Barwin.
Mark, what are you doing? You should do YouTube. I think you would good at it.
Yeah, it should probably be streaming more than I am, but it's just because I've been trying to do a very good job on this Hades video that I'm making, and
Nice.
yeah, the audio editing's been going slow, but I finished the whole Hades 1 segment, so it is coming along. But in my break time, I've been just popping onto the Doom 1 and 2 remaster, and yeah, that's some pretty good Doom happening. I've been enjoying earning trophies, playing vanilla, or I guess achievements in this context, playing vanilla Doom for the first time since like the 90s, probably, like realistically, because I've just been playing Dooms with mods for like the last 20 years, and this has been kind of neat, and it runs really well, and yeah, it's good.
Nice.
There's also an RTX mod for Doom 2 that, funny enough, both Wolf and I tried and talked to each other about on the day we tried it, and it looks really good. Our opinion of the Doom 2 RTX is quite high. It's a different experience. It's not just like playing Doom, but it looks pretty wild.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've
awesome.
been up to. Metal, how about you?
Oh, just doing things. Obviously, all of these
Going to
fine lads' links are down below. Go click the things and click the other buttons and ringling the dingling. As for me, what have I been up to? So after I did the prep for this Forge and rewatched Alien Romulus, I went on to self-mutilate even more and watch 2 more episodes of Rings of Power Season 1 because I'm doing my homework on that.
Oh God.
So yeah, my weekend, I kind of need a weekend after the weekend, but it's just not happening. As it stands now, I wanted to get my video out before Rings of Power Season 2 starts, but I just found out that they come out with a 3-episode release on the first day. And I want to cover Rings of Power Season 2 on the channel with probably short videos, reviews. I'm still not entirely sure how I'm going to make it look, but the only sensible thing is to put the video behind that. So I'm still going to keep working on it, but I need more time to get it done. And because there's a triple release of Season 2, there's no way I'm going to be able to finish that.
I don't know how that's going to... I hope too many things don't happen in the 3. I'd much rather it be one at a time so we can actually.
Oh, I'm gonna do the episode releases one at a time. I'm not gonna do a big episode. The thing is, I still need to, I need to juggle day job and online things. So there's no way I'm gonna be able to do a triple episode really quickly.
That's been my life for the last few years, trying to juggle both, But it's that's why I have to be really picky with the videos. Even with the Acolyte, I could have made a video on every fucking episode because that show is so stupid. But I waited and I waited and waited, and then what they did with Soul is what this it's funny. Mark was with me. Mark, you got my live reaction.
We watched Acolyte.
We watched it
Acolyte
together.
on Discord.
I fucking couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that's
and then a week later, I'm like, hey, can you help me out with a thumbnail? Trying to figure this all out. But yeah, it's
a good video too.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, so that's the plan for now. As of streams, I'm still in the middle of my Prey 2 playthrough. Prey 2? What the fuck am I talking about? Prey 2017.
wish.
I've been greatly enjoying that game. It's really cool. Gonna be finishing that on the streams I'll do. I realized the Wukong game is coming out in a couple of days. I think I have to start that late. I just don't have enough time to get this all done.
I'm kind of burnt out on Souls games and I know it's not supposed to be exactly one, but I'm look, I think I just need some time off third-person melee action.
For me, it's just a time constraint because I want to go through Prey first. I don't want to stop that game because I've really been enjoying it, but I just don't have the time pretty much. So those streams are still going to happen. If it hasn't changed since, because that should have actually happened yesterday, playing Chained Up with the EFAB lads as a thing we wanted to do Saturday, but I guess Romulus was so bad that we usually wanted to do an episode of normal coverage after all. So in theory, this is on Wednesday, but take this with a grain of salt because busy boy, so he might switch it again. I don't know. But that should be fun if that actually happens for sure.
Even though EFAP 300's next week, look for me on 301, which has already happened.
Oh, okay. Well, nice.
Fucking hell, that is next week. Jesus.
Yeah, the Romulus thing shifted the episode that they were gonna release as a pre-record to being like, no, they're doing it live. Fuck it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll probably be on the last part of that of the anniversary because I'm busy over the weekend, so I'm only available on Sunday. And I guess after that we'll jump straight into our Forge, which is that still gonna be Chainsaw Man? Right.
Are you like, have you watched enough of it that we can do that, or should we just throw in another just like Schwarzenegger movie or something to give ourselves another week?
I mean, I've watched one episode.
I'm gonna talk about it whenever.
I mean, I watched one episode,
maybe we should give
but
you some more time.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if I watch a full movie or a couple of episodes of Chainsaw Man. So we can still.
Yeah,
do
I guess
Chainsaw
that's
Man.
true. It's like 300 minutes worth of content, I believe, total for 12
Yeah,
episodes.
if I just
Do
do
you
like,
plan the Forge subjects?
sorry.
Do you pre-plan the Forge subjects, or is it more just like? On
Well,
the...
I mean, we like when it's a release, like Alien Rom, we knew this episode was going to happen for quite a while, but unless we have one worked out, it'll just kind of be like, what do you feel like doing this week? And
Yeah, we
if
do
it's something
like
like
to
a
do
show or a game, we need more time, obviously.
Yeah, we do like to do
Good
like the
discuss
classic
something good with
Forges.
you guys. Jeez.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, there's modern stuff, like classic stuff, and then like gaming stuff is usually what I see here.
Yeah, we try to mix it up.
Yeah, and then sometimes if there's like a big coverage, like I don't know, like an E3 or something, we like to do like an episode on that.
Yeah, do a mix episode or just like kind of a random topics.
But yeah, let me look at my little flame over there. But yeah, that's what's been going on. That's been happening. It's gonna be busy. I have like one more fun weekend next weekend where I have a friendo over, and after that I'm probably gonna go hermit mode, and it's just gonna be work. And then, well, I guess this is also work, so it's gonna be work and then work.
Yay!
But that's what's going on. But yeah, the plan is you'll be seeing like actual more content of me, like scripted content, I guess you would call it uploads. I say uploads. I don't know if the Rings of Power Ring is going to be big scripted videos. It's probably just going to be short. You'll see. It'll be fine. If not, you're going to tell me it's awful, and then I'm going to do something else. Anyway, it's very late. I'm tired and exhausted. I need to work tomorrow. But yeah, thanks again to all the guests. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a hoot. It was a good episode. Thanks to chat for hanging out as always. And I see you all very soon. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Good morph.